open the MSP notes, which is the doc file, okay, and bring that file onto the front.
Should I change the resolution or it's okay?
No, the resolution is fine. What I'm saying is that go to the document folder, and then you bring up the Word file. So there is a Word file which is named as Primavera notes. The resolution is absolutely fine as with me. You tell me, the Isha, is it fine with you also?
Yes.
You can see the full screen and nothing is missing from the left or the right side?
No.
Okay, fine. So let's have a look.
We need to go to the okay, I think we need
the document folder. Okay, inside the Primavera folder, there is a document folder, and you can find there is one document called Primavera Notes. And in fact, there are two documents. One is the Word, one is the Excel. You just open the Word file and you bring it up on the screen.
Which one you want me to open? Word file? This
Word file, yeah. It's a Primavera Note. Yes.
Okay.
Actually, I can't see your desktop because I think you have shared only the Primavera screen. So that is the reason. So I think I'll have to stop the share and then you'll have to share the full screen. Yeah. So you can do it yourself. Yeah, fine. Yes, correct.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. This is the correct one. Now I'll ask you for the remote control. Okay, so the guys, you can see scheduling rules. Okay, now I'll tell you the history of this. Basically, you know, there are 6 rules, and these rules are basically applicable in all the softwares, right? Any project management software, because we are learning the Primavera according to the project management process. So the first rule, so you read, Gurmeet, you read all the rules a little bit loudly so that you can remember it, and any listener can also remember it for a long time. Okay. Okay. Just
okay, so the first one is schedule is created by calendar. Schedule is adjusted by critical path, non-working days like weekdays and weekends and holidays. Schedule is adjusted by dependencies, lead and lag time. Schedule is adjusted by date constraints. Schedule is adjusted by activity types. And only Primavera. Schedule is adjusted by resource, labor and non-labor.
Okay, fine. So now if you see this carefully, so you can see just a moment. Schedule is created by the calendar, right? So if you look at this word calendar, so can you tell me that what is the meaning of the word calendar? And I mean, how did it come into existence, the word the calendar?
It may be like our project duration.
See, no, I'm talking about historical speaking, the word calendar. So how did the humanity created the calendar?
Idea.
Okay, fine. So let me tell you. So this is my understanding as per the observation through my schooling and all that. See, first of all, we all know that the earliest mankind was basically, you know, a sort of a hunter gatherer, right? So if they felt the need for food, so they will form a group and they will go out into the jungle. They will hunt something and come back. So hunter gatherer doesn't need a calendar, but the hunter gatherer developed a taste for the fruits and the vegetables. Then hunter gatherer also observed that if they are throwing the seeds of the fruits and the vegetable, they are growing. And then they acquired certain specific, you know, preferences. So when it was preferences, then they also started to note the season in which that particularly preferred fruit and the vegetable grew, right? And then they started to grow them, right, by planting the seeds by themselves. So after some time, then man can realize that if you want to have a steady supply of food, especially the fruits and the vegetable, then you need to settle down near the river banks and start the agriculture process. So hunter-gatherer turned into agriculturist. So they started the agricultural practice. You must have seen that the major civilizations of the world, the ancient civilizations, they are all based near the rivers, right, guys? Hmm? The ancient
Yeah,
civilizations, they are all based near the rivers only, right?
near the
If you
rivers.
look at the
Yeah.
Egyptian civilization, it's near the Nile River. In the Iraq, it's near the Euphrates. In India, it is near the Ganges or the Ganga. Okay, so there are major rivers, and there you will find the civilizations. Now they started to observe the season because it is the season which is basically giving them the preferred food or the vegetable. Then man can realize that
Mhm.
the season repeats itself, the pattern repeats itself after 365 days. So they created the first calendar not with 12 months but with 4 seasons or whatever the season which was local. They just kept it just to keep a track of it, that what crop to be sown at what point of time, right? So after that, when mankind got a steady supply of food, after the agriculture came the culture, means the happiness, expression of the happiness, new season, and new crop, new fruits, new vegetable. Like in India, if you look at the New Year, the Indian New Year, which is called the Baisakhi, it comes after the winters because during the winters it's very harsh, right? Especially in north of India, right? So, all the trees and the useful plants, they all just dry up, and all the animals, they go dormant or they become hibernated. But during the springtime, so basically you can see chirping of birds and you also feel good, and life is refreshed and rejuvenated. So we say that, okay, it is our new year. So similarly, the mankind started after the culture, then came the religious practices. So the major, I mean, the civilization, they created the calendar. Right now, the calendar which we are using internationally, it is called the CE calendar, Christian era calendar.
Mhm.
So the year zero is
Mhm.
based upon the year of the Christ birth. So similarly, we have the Vikrami calendar in India, which is the Hindu calendar, which is based upon the lunar phase. So it is right now running into the year 2080 or 79, I believe, to be exact. Similarly, the Arabs, they also have their own calendar, which is running into the year 1425 right now. So the calendar is used to track these events basically. So that is used by all the sellers. Now, coming to the projects, the calendar is used to track the start and finish date of each and every activity, right? If you are finishing
Mhm.
all the activities on time, definitely you will be able to finish the project on time, right, guys?
Yeah, right.
Okay, so that is why we need the use of the calendar. And if you would see clearly, if you look at the rule number one, it says created. But if you look at the rule number 2 to 6, what does it say? Adjusted, right? Right or wrong?
Yeah.
Now, now when the schedule is created by the calendar, then it needs to be fine tuned according to the real life situation. So there are various facilities in the software. In fact, this is part of the Gantt chart. It is part of the networking. So schedule is adjusted by critical path, non-working days, adjusted by dependency, adjusted by date constraints, adjusted by activity types. But this is only Primavera feature. And activity types, no other software, it has this feature which greatly fine tunes the schedule. So we will learn today. And the number 6, which is adjusted by resource. If you increase man and machine, so man and machine in Primavera, it is referred to as labor and non-labor type, right? So if you
Okay.
increase the number of man and machine, surely you can get a job done faster, right?
Mhm.
So schedule is
Yeah.
adjusted by. So keep these rules in mind.
Mhm.
Now we will start to learn by the rule number 1. So we will create a project file, and I mean the project data, and we will understand the rule number 1, that how the schedule is created by the calendar, what is the structure of the calendar. Then we will be definitely be able to understand 2 to 6. Now why I am laying emphasis on the schedule? Because the good thing which I did an investment many years ago when I started teaching. So I was wise enough to create a Google group. I'm talking about the year 2006. So that Google group, then it moved into the WhatsApp in the year 2013 or 14. Then in 2020, we moved into the Telegram. So many of the students which I added, some came and some went, but I still have good number of 500 to 600 students. And many of the students, they were taught by me 10 years ago. Now they're in the senior position. I get a feedback from them that how the industry is looking at the people claiming to know the Primavera or Microsoft project or the PMP. So what the feedback I get? So they said that they have no understanding of the schedule. So that's where they're faltering. Okay, so I thought that then I will retune my training based upon the feedback from them to lay more emphasis on the schedule. So today we will dedicate the entire day to the schedule, but that doesn't mean that we will not be learning the Primavera features. Basically, we will be maximizing the Primavera features to focus on the schedule so that when you go to the industry, you are considered a perfect scheduler. See, I'll tell you what, if you make a mistake in the schedule, what is going to happen? So there is a huge machine which has been hired by the company. Man and machine is there, but the material is not there, and it has happened. Many of the students who came to me for training, one of the students, a Pakistani student, he confessed to me after the training, sir, I made this mistake and I was actually fired from the previous company because of this mistake. So basically, we'll learn the scheduling from the core and we will maximize upon the buttons of all the Primavera features which help in the scheduling. We will learn the Primavera that way. We'll keep this framework in mind. Now there is one term, the non-working time. Just keep this in mind. So what does it say?
It's a non-working time, like regular weekends, monthly weekends, or any holidays.
Okay. Now I will explain to you what is the non-working time. Basically, according to the project management, we have got only two kinds of time. One is the working time, one is the non-working time. The working time is the weekdays, non-working time is the regular weekend. So in a 5 days week company, tell me, Isha, what will be the regular weekend?
Saturday and Sunday.
Correct. So, then there is a 6 day week, the 6 days a week working company. So they've got a monthly weekend in addition to the Sunday. So what it is like, it could be second Saturday, it could be the fourth Saturday, it could be the last Saturday. So that weekend is provided once in a month, right? So, as per their company policy, then there are the holidays which are according to the country and the company, right? So these are termed as non-working time. Okay, just keep this thing in mind. Okay, now let us get into the Primavera and we will learn the first one. The schedule is created by calendar, right? Okay, so now come to the Primavera. So now you come to the learning and development. So in the learning and development, so this is the portfolio in which we will create our lesson. So now just do this thing, go to the table and you click on the table so that we can see the columns here. Okay, now after that, you go to the add button on the right hand side and you click, just make sure that your selection is on the learning and development only. Click on the add button. So we are now having the start of a wizard. So wizard is nothing but it is a series of forms. It will be asking us the information step by step. So you are here, Isha? Same to same?
Yes.
See, it says select EPS, but it is already mentioning learning and development because we started from there. So it has picked up. Now, the next step is we will click on the next button. Now it's going to ask us the project ID. Now just give me a moment. I'll type this here. So basically we are typing it as lesson -1. Now guys, let me tell you that what is the -1. It is a very special indicator. So if you started with the -1, so what is going to happen when we do the copy paste? Primavera will automatically create a series like -2, 3, 4, 5.
-2, -3. Okay.
Like that. So, it's a special tip. It's not, you will not find it in the Primavera manual. So basically, it is by my observation that you can do it like this in case you are creating. Then why you should copy a project? See, let me tell you, when you are doing the planning, you will be meeting various teams. Okay, so the various kind of engineering like civil, mechanical, So one by one, you might have a meeting with them. So when you are done with one team, you should copy and paste it and keep the good copy safe and work upon the fresh copy. And then if there is a mistake, you can roll back to the previous copy, right, guys? So that is why I'm telling that you can start the series like this. Now, the first lesson name would be, you write here as scheduling with calendars. In the project name, you write scheduling with calendars.
Should I replace this with?
Yeah, you delete it and then you write scheduling with calendars and capital S and capital C. Capital S here. Scheduling with calendars. Okay. DARS. Okay. Now click on the next. So in the next step, it is asking you the start date of the project. So you click here, we will enter a date. Now you scroll to the year 2024 January. Yes. Now you select 1st of January. And then you make the time as, you select here as 8 a.m. Or you can write here 08, right? Okay, just hold it. So you are here, Isha, 1st of January.
Yes.
See, why I use a date which is much in the future, because as a trainer, I can use just today's date also. No, it does make a difference. See, guys, you have to understand one thing. The sooner you start to know that a project is coming your way, you can start the planning. Why? Because the planning itself takes time. From my experience in the IT industry, I've seen that people in the marketing and sales, they are just literally wasting time signing the deal with the client. Now they take a lot of time signing the deal with the client and they will rush to the project manager. Okay, so we have signed the deal. Please finish the project as soon as possible, right? So do you understand then what happens? So the time, the productive time which could have been used to do the work in the project, it is lost in just unnecessary, just you playing ping pong, right? Across the table with the project contract, right? No. So that is why I tell my students, even if you don't have a contract, but if you know that a project is coming your way, you go and talk to your boss and ask him if this project will be assigned to you. Then you can start drawing some top level work breakdown structure, and then you can fill in the activities later and details later. So the project planning itself takes time. After the planning, you have to look at the list of the resources which have been calculated, man, machine, material. Then you will have to start the resource deployment, right? So you have to do the resource procurement and deployment. The mobilization takes time. So you click here on the select. So that's why I tell my students to use a very advanced date. Now, this is the 1st of January 18. And guys, let me tell you a special tip. So whenever you are doing this, okay, you should never put the must finish by date. Now, many students are tempted. Now, what happens that when you put this date, then the Primavera is not able to show the natural expansion of the critical path, and then it causes a lot of problem in the comprehension. So it will take you some time to understand this point. So we should not put a must finish by date. In fact, you will have a must finish by date stated by the customer. Just do one thing. You write it on a piece of the yellow sticky notepad and you stick it on the corner of your monitor, right? Where it is visible to you, but it is not interfering on the view. Keep it there. You first calculate the project, then you apply all the resources, then you get the project checked by all. Then if the calculated date of the planned project is behind the must finish by date, you are lucky. So you can keep it that way. Suppose the must finish by date is, let's say the December 31st, 2024, right? Of the next. And your finish date is coming as 15th of the December 2024. You keep it that way. Nothing to be done, right? But suppose if the finish date is 31st December 2024, I mean, as stated, as desired by the client, and your calculation is coming to the 15th of the January 2025. So what do? You will do schedule compression, the technique which I am going to teach you. So
Okay.
no trainer is teaching the schedule compression technique. They are telling that, okay, you connect this, that, and your job is done. So it's not like that. Basically, we are utilizing a project management framework because first the framework came into existence. After that, the software was created. Now, if you're teaching the software without teaching the framework, then you are not teaching the proper usage of the software, right? So the first thing that you should note that what is the desired finish date of the client, write it on a piece of paper, stick it on the right side of your monitor. Then you go to the next step. So we will first create the plan, then we will do the schedule compression. So you should not enter that day. And basically it has picked up the responsible manager. So basically you are under this portfolio, right? Learning and development portfolio. So when you have the learning and development portfolio, so basically it will pick up the manager for the same, right? Then you click on the next. So the next it is saying standard rate, which is fine. We will go with the standard rate only. And then you click on the next.
What does it mean, rate type? Rate type means like
standard rate means that we will use only one rate, because you know in many organizations they have an internal rate and an external rate, especially in the IT industry we have an internal rate and external. Internal rate means your salary which is paid by the company. External rate means that your consulting rate which is quoted to the client, right?
okay,
For
so basically
purposes of the learning we will not go into that complexity. We will use the standard rate only. Then after that we will expand on that knowledge, right?
okay, so the
Now,
rate means like the cost.
yeah. So now you click on the finish and the this project data will be created. So once the project data is created, you will see the name here, the code here, and you will see the start date. But the finish date will not come, of course, because you don't have any activity right now, right? Okay. Now we will look at the details of the project. So we have created the project. So we will look at the details of the project by clicking on the detail button. So you click on the detail button, you can see the details. So you can see the details. See, I told you that there are three tabs which are very important. One is the general, one is the dates, and one is the default, right? So in the general, so you have got the general information. If you wish, you can change the ID, you can change the manager, you can change the project name. If you find any correction, you can do it here, right? So you can do this here. Now please click on the dates, the dates tab. So in the dates tab, you can see the start date. If you want to fix it, you can fix it. There is one more date that you can see here is the data date. Data date is the date till which the actual data has been updated. Since we are still in the planning stage only, so we have not updated any actual data. So the data date will be the start date of the project, right? And the finish date will come only when you add some activities in the project, right? And this must have a finish date. So this is to be avoided. Okay, this, oh, sorry. So the finish date you should not input, right? So that's something which is of my experience. So basically the finish date is something which you can keep in mind, and then you check whether your calculated finish date is matching with the required finish date of the client, whether it is equal to or behind. So then you're fine. But if you do a little bit of the schedule compression, it will be good. Because if the target date is 31st of December 2024, you try to keep your completion date around 15th of the December, because the projects have a tendency to expand as we move along. So I will explain that to you also, right? Now we come to the default. So default means that what are the default attributes of a project when it is created. Click on the default tab. So in the default, you can see the calendar. So you can see there is a calendar already applied on the project. So this calendar is the corporate calendar, right? So the Primavera is having a lot of sample data when it is installed. It is not blank totally. Why it is providing you sample data? So that you can initially get started in your learning process. So that you can see that what is the power and extent of the Primavera, how much it can do regarding the portfolio program. And because if you don't have that large amount of data, then you won't be able to feel the power of the Primavera. With a blank screen, you can't feel it. So it comes with the set of calendars also. So this is a corporate calendar, which is actually a 5 days a week working calendar, 5 days a week, Monday to Friday, right? So this is the default calendar. So when you are having a default calendar, So the default calendar will be applied when a new project is created. A project cannot be created without a calendar at all. It has to have a scheduling calendar, right? Which will basically schedule the activities inside the project. So it is there. Now there is a duration type here. So there is the duration type, this drop down. I want you to select the option fixed duration and units per time. Use the second option. Correct. Okay. I want you to use this because this gives you a very accurate calculation for the resource cost. So which you will be able to understand better when we move into the resources. Okay, you just change it for now and you will be able to understand it better, that why we did this and what is the benefit of doing this, so that we have the correct calculation of the resource cost and the activity cost. So you are done, Isha? You are same to same?
Yes.
Okay. Now, since you made some changes, you will see that the floppy button is active. So most of the time, the Primavera is saving the data automatically on its own. But sometimes, if you find the floppy is active, so you click on that twice, the save button, yeah, 2 times, then you click on the refresh. So the refresh will confirm whether the value was saved, because when the value is saved, so when you refresh, you will see the same thing, right? If it is not saved, you will see that it has changed here, right? So it is showing you the previous value. So in that case, so what you will do, you will quickly change it to the required value, then save it once again. Now it is saved. Now you open the project. You right click on the project and open project. Now we are into the project. Now you click on the Gantt chart. No, this Gantt chart. The Gantt chart is, no, sorry. Click on the table. Sorry. What I meant to say was click on the table. And then you click on this no bottom layout. Okay, so guys, so you can see that there are certain number of the columns, but there are no certain columns which we don't need. Actually, we don't need the remaining duration column. We don't need the schedule percentage completion. We need this column during the execution phase, not in the planning stage. So in the planning stage, we are not interested to know what is the remaining duration, because we are not working on the activity. We are just creating the plan. Nor do we need schedule percentage complete. Schedule percentage complete is useful to know when we are executing the project. Right now we are in the planning phase. Okay, so guys, keep this in mind, the word planning. So we are going to plan the project. We are going to learn that how to plan the project. So after the planning phase is complete, then we will learn how to execute and monitor and control the project. Now to basically to change the column, so what we need to do, we need to right click here. So you right click on this place. Okay, just a moment. So let me, because the so this thing got updated today, and I'm having a new interface to cope up with. Okay, fine. So I think I've got it right. Now, once you have got this right click menu, so you click on the columns. So guys, did you notice when you started, it was updating?
Yeah.
The Zoom was updating today, right? The interface is a little bit changed, right? Okay, fine. So for me, it got updated, and I find I have a different set of tools, and they are placed vertically instead of the horizontally. Okay, so I'm just trying to figure this thing out. So you are here, Aisha, into the column tool. Okay. So if you are here, then you expand it. You increase the size by dragging it toward the 45-degree angle. Correct. Now you increase the font size. You go into the, you click on this triangle. So you will get the table font and row option, and you set the Vardhana 9 font. Okay, so you set it to Vardhana 9, and I believe that on the screen, Vardhana 8 will be fine.
But I'm fine with the current font, so I don't need to change, right?
Okay. I think you find the font size is good enough as per your Yeah, fine. So
Yeah.
that is okay. Yeah, absolutely fine. Now you select these two columns, remaining duration and the schedule percentage complete, and you send them back. You remove them, remaining duration and schedule percentage complete, one by one. No, one by one. Just do it one by one, because one by one you will be able to learn where it goes to. Okay. Now you look at this group, percentage complete. You see that the schedule percentage complete has gone into this percentage completion group, right?
Mhm.
So in case in the future you want this column back again, and if you can remember the name, so you can open the percentage complete group and then you can select this column, right? Okay, so this is how it works. Now you close these two groups because the remaining duration column has gone into the duration group. Now you close these two groups. Now we want a column, so which is called the calendar column, but we want this calendar column to be placed after the finish date. So you select the finish date. First of all, you bring the cursor here, correct? So after that, I don't know that where is the calendar column. If you don't know the group, then in the Primavera, you can use the partial spelling to find out, to search a column. So how to do it? So you go to the available option, and then you select the find, and in the find box, find what you type here, calen. Don't try to enter the full spelling. If you make a mistake, then you won't be able to find. Just type calen, C-A-L-E-N. This is the partial spelling of calendar. No, calen, C-A-L-E-N. Yes. Now you click on the find next and you will be able to find it. Right? So now you close it. You click on the cancel button to close the find box. Okay, so after you have closed the find box, you can see that it is part of the general group, right? Is it the same for you? Okay, now you select the
Yes.
calendar. Okay, fine, confirm. Okay, fine. Now you click on the select button. It will go to the right side, but make sure that it comes below the finish. So as it come below the finish for you, Isha?
Yes, done, sir.
Okay, great. So now we will close the general group and we will select one more column which will come after the calendar column. Now, once again, you click on the find, and then you type here PRED. Actually, what we need is predecessor details. You just type here PRED, and then you click on the find next. Now click on the cancel. Now, now you select the
Sorry, sir, I did a mistake actually. I just pressed that wrong button, fast forward one.
So what happened? So just a moment, you hold it. Okay, we have got something to learn here. Okay,
Sure.
so basically, this the button, what it does, that it will select everything from left to right. So let's have a look. Not a problem, because if this happens in the class, it's okay. It should not happen in real life, right? Because we are doing professional training, so we have to look professionally good. So you share your screen, and so that Gurmeet can have a look.
Mhm.
See this. Gurmeet, do you see this? Actually, she clicked on this button, which is
Yeah, she transferred everything to
pointing
the
towards.
other.
So she clicked this. Now, what
Mm.
happened? All the columns which were already there, so they got shifted. Just not to worry. You first click on the
Mhm.
cancel button. Okay, click on the cancel. Okay, okay. Now you start the tool once again.
Okay, got it.
Now you
It will
have
come back in the colors.
at least the previous set of the columns. Not to worry. So what do you do? So first of all, you click here. I mean on the calendar column, you select the calendar column. So we want the next column to be placed after the calendar. So you type here in the search box, you type here PRED.
PREG.
Yeah, PRED. We want a column called predecessor detail. Then you click on the find next and you close this by clicking on the cancel button. And then you select the predecessor detail by clicking on the selection button. Okay, so it's like this. So Gurmeet, you have like this? Same?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, now click on the OK. So OK will apply and close the box. Okay, it will close the selection box also. Now what you have is the desired set of the columns. Now once you have the desired set of the columns, we are going to add the activities. Now to add the activities, so what you can do, that you can basically just a moment. You can go to the right side. On the right side you will see a plus button. So plus button is called the add button. So you add 14 activities. You count 14 to yourself and add 14 times. That's fine. And on the last activity, you press enter. So you will see that after the activity is basically entered here, so activities are added, you will see that it gives you the opportunity to resize the column. So you can basically make it a smaller, little bit more smaller. Okay, the activity name column can be, yes, you can bring it up to here and you expand the, no, not too much, because then the column name is not visible. So it should be to the extent that the column name is visible and the data is visible. Now you need to expand the start and the finish column. So when you expand the start and the finish column, you put some white space also, right? If you leave some white space, then what is the benefit? You know, there is no confusion with the data in the adjacent column. So here also you can create some white space in the start column, right? Correct. A little bit of white space is useful. Now you reduce your font size to 8, I believe, will be good for your screen. Yeah, I think you can use the font size 8. You just go into the font, and it's not for you, Gurmeet, it's for the screen only. Yeah. So you select the font size 8 and click on the OK. So that will provide you more space. Right? Okay, fine. So now we have the activities here, and we can see that the activities, they're having a start date and a finish date, right? Okay. So now we will switch on the Gantt chart. So you click on the Gantt chart button. So once you get the Gantt chart, you will see that the Gantt chart is appearing. The time scale is appearing from the year 2011. So that's fine. You should just hold it. Just leave this thing there. Leave this thing there. Okay, that's fine. See, now you just don't do anything. First, you listen to me. See, if you look at the time scale, actually it is starting from the year 2011. But our project is actually starting from 2024. So does it mean that we scroll a lot? No. So I will tell you, there is a Primavera feature which is hidden. Actually, this feature is not through the menu or something. If you basically see, this is the activity, new activity, which is A1000. If you click exactly in front of this activity, if you do a double click, the timeline will come here. The activity will be brought here. Do you see that? Okay. So you just try doing this. You just in front of this activity, then you click here. In the middle of the Gantt chart, you do the double click here. So activity will land exactly on the spot where you clicked with the cursor, right?
Oh, now I can see this. Yeah.
Right? Yes.
Yeah, right.
You don't have to drag a lot. You don't have to. Basically, you know, the time scale can be very long. It can run into hundreds of years. So you don't have to basically scroll that much. So if you do the double click thing, and it will immediately, you know why the engineers, they love this software? Because of this features, which are basically small little tools which help save a lot of time. Now you are seeing this red line here, which is the basically the progress line. At this point of time, we are in the planning phase. We don't need this, so you hide it. So you click on this button and it will hide the progress line. Okay. So you can now see that we have the activities and we have a blue line here. See, guys, let me tell you one more thing. If you basically want to drag it, so just give me the control. I'll ask you for the control. Okay, let me show you something. See, this is the time scale. See, time scale has got two strips. You see that on the top there is a mention of the quarter on the second layer. So there is the mention of the months, right? The first layer can be used for dragging. Do you see a hand? Guys, did you note a hand?
Yeah.
With the hand,
Yeah.
you can gently grab the first layer and you can grab the time scale and you can do a fine placement. You see that? I brought the start of the project date very much near to the divider bar because before the start date there is no data, so there is no point in leaving the blank screen, right? Basically, most of the data will be on the right side of this blue line. Now we will save the layout because we have done some work on the layout, and now we are going to save the layout. Now, how to save the layout? We will click on the Save Layout As button here. Save Layout as. No, we want our own layout. Now you write here activities layout by Isha. You delete the current name, you write activities layout by Isha. Because when you are going to share this layout, it will go to another person's system. The person will be able to know who originally created this layout, right? And you click on the save, and then you will be seeing that this name appears here on the left corner of the activities list. Right, guys?
Yeah, right.
Okay, fine. Now, let me also ask you something. So, guys, tell me, what is this blue line about? What is the name of this blue line?
So if we name it once, we cannot change it, or?
No, you can change. You can create multiple copies. You can rename it also.
Okay.
Okay, first you tell me that what is this blue line about? Guess it. I did.
The starting date.
Yes, it is the start. So we can say it is the project's start date, right? Okay. So you can see that almost all the activities, they are starting from there. Now, what are these green activities? So these ones.
Green are the progress.
So basically the activity timeline.
The duration.
So of course the duration will be basically discernible or understandable from the. So you can basically just a moment. You can basically understand the duration from the time scale, right? If you look at the time scale and if you look at the activity timeline, you can then have a perception of the duration. But then you have to basically change the time scale also. The time scale is very flexible. So this top portion is called the time scale. So when you compare the timeline against the time scale, then you are able to understand the duration. But if you want to understand the exact duration, then exact duration can be known from the duration column only, right? So you can know it from here also. Okay. So is this thing clear?
Yes.
Okay.
We can see the duration at here. Okay. Yeah. Right.
Yeah, basically, see, the duration is entered by us only. So we can see that what is the duration, because we are going to use this column as an entry for the duration. Now, when I enter the duration according to the calendar, it is going to create the schedule. Now, we will first understand the scheduling engine, that how it works. Now, I'm going to draw certain diagram here. See, first of all, the engineer will enter the activity and he will also enter the duration, right? So, where does this duration come from? Tell me, guys, where does this duration come from?
It comes from the experience.
Correct. We call it as expert judgment. It comes from the prior work, which is part of his experience. So, when we join an industry, so we work as technical resources. So, we are not doing any planning at all. We are just provided a plan and a set of tasks that we have to do, and we just do it. So expert judgment comes from your experience. So it is a combination of your experience and training, and of course your engineering studies also, right? Engineering degree. So degree means that knowledge, right? Experience, training, engineering degree, sometimes advice from the seniors. Okay. So they give a lot of ideas about that. If this is the kind of activity that is to be done, then this is the amount of the duration. And once you do the project life cycle as a technical resource multiple times over a period of 4 to 5 years, then it becomes your permanent memory, right? So the memory, when the right memory is recalled at the right time, we say it is an experience. So this guy is basically very experienced. It means that he does most of the things right because he might have done the wrong things. So now he does not choose. Now he filters out the wrong things and mostly does the right thing, right? Hmm? So we say that he is an experienced person. So basically, whatever you are doing right now, and if you're doing most of the things correctly, so it means that you are recalling upon your memory. Now, once you enter the duration, then what happens? So this duration goes a particular process. Now, let me show it to you that what is this process. So inside the Primavera there is a calendar. So the calendar is stored, then it is combined with the calendar, then it is processed by, it is something called scheduling algorithm. So algorithm, I believe that it is a set of rules which do some process, right? Now what happens that after that an output is created. This output is called the schedule. So I'm going to write the name here. It is called the schedule. Now this output is created after the just a moment. After the duration plus calendar is processed by the scheduling algorithm, then you get the schedule. Now, what are the components of the schedule, guys? Tell me, what are the components of the schedule? See, components of the schedule are start date and the finish date, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So your input is the duration, and the duration you enter by your practical knowledge, your past experience, and your basically a lot of things are there in the background: experience, training, your degree, and your basically you might have done some mistakes. So that mistakes also they provide a lot of learning. So that becomes part of your experience, and an experienced person has expert judgment. The judgment to do the things right in most of the cases, most of the time, right? So once we input this, so this input is combined by the Primavera into the calendar using the scheduling algorithm, and the outcome is the start and finish date. So the start and finish date of each and every activity is just called a schedule, and the total combined schedule from the beginning till the last date as per the critical path, it is called the schedule of the project, right? So is this thing clear, guys?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, so this is what the calendar is doing right now. So the calendar is also having a component of the time scale. So the time scale is basically showing you the scale of the time. Just like on a scale, we can see the inches and the sub inches. We can see the centimeters. So under the centimeters, there is millimeter, and above the centimeter, what is the scale? Meter, right? Have you seen a scale used by the cloth shop? I mean
Yeah,
they're having
meter
three.
scale.
They're having three layers. If you look at their scale carefully, they are actually having three layers. On the top there is meter, and then they have centimeter. Then they have is the millimeter. Okay, the cloth shop scale is actually having 1.5 meter in length, which is good enough in the most of the cases, right? Okay, so they are having the three units of the measurement. Similarly, if you look at the Primavera time scale is providing 2 units of the measurement. The first layer might be starting with year, right? So we can understand it layer by layer. Now to understand it, what we will do, first we will go into our notes file. So you go to the document folder and you pull up the Excel sheet. You have that, Isha? Can you go into the document folder and bring up the Excel sheet here on the front?
Yeah.
I think you need to share the desktop. So I'm stopping this share. Okay, so Gurmeet, I think that it is on your screen. So just you share your screen and then I will explain to you.
My screen is get very slow when you
Yeah.
access it.
Yeah. So Gurmeet, you share your screen and you pull up the
Yeah.
Excel file. Okay.
Yeah, this file is open here. You can see.
No, you have to share the screen now.
I share already, I think.
Okay, I think then is it something? It is waiting. No, I don't see any waiting message here. You share it once again.
Yeah, I
You
did just.
you
I
just
did it again. Can you see this screen now?
no. You got to share this once again. You just go to the share screen button and you click on the share screen button once.
How about now?
No, not at all. Can you see a screen, Isha?
So do I need to open the Excel doc because I can't access it? It's getting.
I just don't know then what happened. So
Let's disconnect it and connect again, maybe.
yeah, you just log out and log in once again. So I'm here. I'm keeping this meeting on.
Okay, hold on.
So when are we taking 20-minute break?
Oh, so you want a break right now? You want it now?
Yes, because I have to do my breakfast.
See, we are flexible. We are
I
flexible.
woke up very.
So you, I think, is it your lunchtime, right?
Yeah, but I woke up late and I usually go to the park when I was driving. You called me,
Okay.
and then you said we are starting. I just couldn't do it. I had
Yeah,
to
got it,
drink my
got it.
tea and coffee. I'm just
Got
feeling
it. Fine.
sleepy.
So let's take a 20 minutes break, okay, so that you are comfortable. So we are flexible.
Sure, thanks, sir.
Okay. So but let me have a look at the screen first. So you can go, you can go. So we are on the break time. So that's okay.
Okay.
So Gurmeet, you share your screen right now and then let's see if we can see your screen. So you need to unmute your mic. I gave you the unmute message.
Hello. Yeah.
Yes, now I can hear you. Now you look at the share screen button. So if you look down, you will be able to find it.
Yeah, I just shared it. I don't know why, because.
Do you
So
think,
can I go on?
oh yes, now I can see. Now we can see. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So now we can see this is fine. Now let's do this thing, guys. Let's take a 20 minutes break. So you keep the screen shared.
Okay. 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 No problem.
So I'm going to mute us all. Okay.
Okay.
So, Gurmeet, you are here. You share your screen.
Hello.
Yeah, you share your screen.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. So, Gurmeet, you read this
Mhm.
time scale from top to the bottom.
Time scale: years, quarters, months, weeks, days, hours, and minutes.
Okay. If you look at the quarter, it is saying display only. And if you
Mhm.
want to enter this time scale, so in the duration column, you can use
Mhm.
this abbreviation, right? Y
Yeah, right.
for year, MO for months, W for weeks,
Mhm.
T for days, H for hours, and M for minutes.
Mhm.
So is that clear to you, Isha?
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. Now we will see that how does the time scale expand or contract in the Primavera. So we will go into the time scale, and so we are going to give it a little bit more space by squeezing some space from here. Okay. Now, if you look at this, so right now what we are seeing is the quarter and the combination of the quarter and the in the month. Now let's do this thing. So guys, you click on this button here, this minus button, zoom out, and continue to click on this till it clicks no more, till the last point. Okay, so I think this is the last point, right?
Mhm.
Now,
Yeah.
at the last point, so what is the time scale that you can see in the first layer? See, there are two layers here. So this is the first layer, right?
Which
And
one?
then
Okay.
and this is the second layer of the time scale. So in the two layers, so what is the scale combination you are seeing right now?
So the first layer is the years, and second layer is the quarters.
Okay. Now slowly we will see that how the time scale changes as we zoom in, right? So here is the superset and the super unit of time, and the quarter is the subunit of the year. Now click on the zoom button once. Zoom in button, that is the plus button, once. Now you observe and tell me that what changed. What changed?
I can see now. I can see 1 year only.
See, earlier,
Duration
what was
changed
the
to.
scale on the first layer in the red one? Earlier it was the years, right? So it is still the,
Mhm. Mhm.
now what was there in the second layer?
It changed to months.
See, earlier it was quarter. So when you expand the
Mhm.
quarter, so what did you get? You got months, right?
Yeah.
So the quarter got expanded into months. Now you click on the zoom in button once again. Now, what was there in the first layer?
So it moved quarter with year.
Okay, so earlier it was year. Now year has expanded into the quarter, and the months is still the months, right?
Yeah, right.
So it is basically expanding on the first layer also, second layer also. So the first layer,
Yeah, right.
now the first layer has been turned into the quarter. Okay, now you click on the plus button once again, zoom in button.
Mm.
Now, what was there earlier in the first layer?
It was uh, it was year and quarter. Now it's month and year.
Okay, it is now month
And
and weeks. If you look carefully below the,
oh,
there is the
May, June,
week, and these are all the Mondays.
April,
You see
May,
this,
June, July. So
all these
it's
are
a
the Mondays.
month. month here, and the next is the weeks. Okay, right. Yeah.
Yeah, right. It is expanding.
Mhm.
Okay. Now you click on the zoom button once again. Now, what do you see? So, what is the combination you are seeing right now?
Now it's a month
Hmm?
and it's a week, I think, or
Yes, it is day.
it's a week.
It is the week. This is the
Mhm.
week. Look carefully now. Below. Now, what
It's a
you
day.
have is the days, individual days, right?
Mhm.
Week and the days, right? It has
Mhm.
expanded.
Mhm.
Now you
Yeah, right.
expand it once again. Zoom in once again. Now, what do you see? Actually, you're still seeing the same, but instead of the single letter, you are seeing three letters now.
3 letters now.
Actually, what you are still seeing is the week. So, in the first layer of the scale, it is still the week. And instead
Mhm.
of the individual day, I mean, it is still showing you the individual day, but instead of the single letter, it is showing you the day in the three letters, right? Okay. Now you click on the expansion once again. Zoom in. Now what you are seeing is the day, and what you are seeing is the basically the hour scale, but you are not seeing the full scale. So you click on
Mhm.
the button once again. Now
Yeah.
this is the real deal. Okay, now I'll explain to you that what it is here. So you just do a double click exactly in front of the activity A1000, and its timeline will come here at the tip of the
Right click here.
tip of the arrow.
Hmm.
Do you see the arrow?
Okay, here.
Here you do the word double click. So you are able to trace the timeline. Okay, timeline for this activity. Now we will do the fine placement. We will grab it from the first layer and we will move it like this. Move it till we get to see the 1st of the January, right? So once
Mhm.
we see the 1st of the January, then we are able to understand a lot of things. Now I'm going to mark a boundary line for you guys. Okay. So guys, so have a look at this boundary line. If you look here carefully, it represents the 24 hours, right? So it is
Mhm.
representing the 24 the hours. It is like this. From here to here, basically the total duration which is being represented by this rectangle is the 24 hours, like this, right? Now let's have a very careful look. So if you look carefully here, and this is the basically the working time. Do you see this white patch of time here?
Yeah.
So let me draw and let me write it here so you will be able to understand it clearly. So this is basically 8 man hours. The hours which are worked by the men. So this part of the time or this part of the entire day, it is called the working time. Or and this part of the day or this part of the clock time is called the non-work time. Non-work time.
It is 8 to 3 or 8 to 4.
Okay. Yes. Now that will be understood when I explain this thing, right? Just wait for me to explain this. So is this clear to you?
Yeah.
Okay, fine. Now, if you look at this part, see. So guys, have you seen a digital clock in the midnight? So what does it show?
0, 0.
00, correct. So what is the last unit of the time it shows for the previous day? It shows the 11 hours, 59 minutes,
Mhm.
59 seconds. It doesn't show
Mhm.
12. Okay, in the analog
Mhm.
clock, we say, oh, it is 12 a.m. At 12, or it is 12 p.m. or 12 a.m., right? It's not like that. So in the digital
Mhm.
clock, it is showing you the 00. So a day
Yep.
starts with the 0 hour. When first 60 minutes are completed, then what do we get? We get is the 1 a.m. or the 1 hour. It starts from here.
Mhm.
So
Mhm.
at the end of the 23, we get 24
24
hours
hours.
of the day completed. So
Yeah.
this is 24 the hour
Mhm.
complete, right? Now, if you look
Yeah.
carefully, what is the starting time for this organization? The starting time for this organization, if you look carefully, So guys, what is this time? Blue line is standing for what time? If you look carefully,
It's
it's 8 a.m.
It's 8 a.m.
8 a.m. Now, if you look carefully at this time, so I'm sure that you will be able to interpret this also. The finish time, if you look carefully, 15. So what is the 15? 15 is basically 3 p.m.
3
So it's
p.m.
going
Yes.
toward the ending of the 3 p.m. So guys, when the 1 hour is completed at the end of the 3 p.m., so what time will be that? That
At 3 p.m.
4 p.m. 4 p.m. That will be 4 p.m. Guys, look very carefully here. One after, see, 15 is starting from the left side, right? On the right side at the end,
Okay.
right?
Got you. It's a 4 p.m. It's
Yeah.
right.
Okay. Now
Right,
you
right,
count
right.
the number of the hours. You count. 8 is 1, 9 is 2. You like that count. How
Yeah,
many
it's
man
8
hours
hours.
are there?
It's
8
8
man
hours.
hours. Okay. Now if you
Mm.
look carefully here, do you see any break time here?
No.
No, there is no break time. What is the work culture in this organization? Come early and go early. So basically,
Mhm.
their 8 hours is starting at the 8 a.m. and the completion of the 8 man hours is happening at the 4 p.m. Right? So basically, there is no break time. There is no break time. So this is the daily schedule, right? So you can see that the Primavera can show you up to this extent. There no other software can do it. I've been using many other softwares also for the scheduling work. That's why the engineers they love it. So the Primavera goes from the hour up to the enterprise level, right? It gives you so much control. So you can control the enterprise and you can control an activity down to the last hour and the last minute, right? That's why this is the world's greatest software. So basically, the industry is waiting for you. Now, let us come to the main point. The main point is that an organization can have a work culture of starting at 8 a.m. or 9 a.m., 9 a.m. or 10 a.m. So they can basically subdivide the 8 man hours between the various hours of the day, right? Okay, so in this organization, their working time is from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., but there is no break here, right? So we can see this clearly. This is the dissection of the day's time. Now, we will slowly and slowly, we will come back to the scale, which is useful. Now, if you are basically looking at the Gantt chart at this scale, so it will be very difficult for you to look at the entire picture. So what do? We shrink the scale back to the appropriate. Now you just click on the minus button, that is the zoom out. Once more, once more. That's it. So this is the appropriate scale. Now what you can do, so you can grab the time scale from the first layer. Do you see the hand here? So basically the hand is used to grab the time scale. Do you see that? I can grab it, I can move it. Now guys, I want you to do this activity. So just do this thing. You grab the first layer of the time scale and you move it in a straight line. Okay, I mean left and right thing. You do this. See, I want you to do this. Right, left,
Yeah, left.
right. But you have to do it in a straight line. Okay, you just do it 10 times right and 10 times left, because you would be doing it many times in a day. So just do it in a straight line. Okay, just try to stick to the straight line forward, not in a curvature. So that you remember this permanently, because you will need to place the time scale in a find a position many times in a day. Okay. Now, guys, I will tell you that what is the purpose of the second layer of the time scale. See, the second layer of the time scale is used for stretching. Just see. When I go to the second layer, do you see a lens here? It is not moving, it will be stretching. See, the blue line will stay in its place. Do you see that? What happens when
Yeah,
I
right.
stretch? So I can see the individual letters. When I stretch it more and more, I can stretch it. But do you think it is useful? Am I using the space sensibly? No. I'm wasting of the screen space, so I squeeze it. So when I squeeze it, I squeeze it, I squeeze it, and I squeeze it. Do you think it is a sensible thing to do? No.
Oh, it's
So
too much.
yeah, it is too much. So you can't see it. It is turned into pitch dark. So basically, what do? You expand it to a point where it makes sense. So I think it makes sense to me when I see a single letter of the
of
weekday,
each day.
and that gives me an understanding that okay,
Mhm.
so I think if I keep this here, so it is good for,
Mhm.
and I save the layout, right?
Mhm.
So the layout will exactly record. So what is the stretch? What is the width, right?
Mhm.
So did you try this out, Isha? Did you
Yes.
try? Did you try this stretching and contracting?
Yes, sir, I did.
Yeah. So basically, you can have the three letters also. It will be very comfortable. But you have to understand one thing that we are working under the space constraint on our laptop monitor, right? So basically, we will use something which is comfortable to read at the same time. We are optimized on the screen space. So this is the time scale for you. Now, this time scale is basically based upon a calendar. So in this calendar, guys, you can see it here. You see this gray shades.
Mhm. Yeah.
Gray shade is appearing for the Saturday and the Sunday, right?
Mhm. Mhm.
So
Mhm.
Saturday, Sunday are the non-work days. So you will see that what's happening here, when a person is assigned a 6 days of the work, so the sixth day of the work is finishing on the next Monday, because the Monday to Friday is the 5 days. So after the
Mhm.
5 days, the sixth day of the work, it can be finished on the next Monday only, right? So
Mhm.
that's why you see all the activities are finishing on the 8th, which is the next week, because of this calendar, which is having a 6 days, I mean the 5 days working culture. Now we will go and examine the details of this calendar. Now you click it here, click here. Now we will get into the calendar. Okay, so this is the calendar tool. We will be coming here very frequently. So in this calendar tool, there are three parts here. One part is the global, and another part is another part is the project. Right? There are three
Mhm.
parts. Right? Okay, guys.
Mhm.
Now we will examine them one by one. Now we will first select the global. Okay, first you stay on the global only, and we'll start from the global. Now, what is the meaning of the word global? See, the meaning of the word global means visible to all. So the first
Mhm.
part, which is basically visible to the all the people of the company, everybody can see the number of the calendars which are here. You can see there are 5 calendars here, out of which we are using the corporate, and it has been marked as the,
Corporate standard program.
yeah, it is marked as the default. The checkbox is on the default. Only one can be the default at one point of time, right? So what is the purpose of the
Mhm.
default? Basically, if this calendar is very frequently used, so it is marked
Mhm.
as the default as a matter of convenience, right? So whenever
Okay.
you will be creating a new project, so the default calendar will be applied to the project. Now, this is the default, and you click on the use by, click on the use by. If you click it on the use by, you will see a list of the projects which are using the default calendar. So it is quite a long list, quite a large number of the projects are using this. So let me help you. So let me,
So,
the size of this
so
list.
so this list comes from data, like the data we are using
So
right now,
basically,
training
if you
data.
look, there is a large number of the calendars here. And once you go to the bottom of the list, if you scroll down, so you will be able to see your project name also. Do you see that?
Yeah.
That your project is also using this calendar only, and besides you there are so many projects they are using. So basically what it means that the majority of the projects, they are scheduled according to this time period, so which is very much, we can say, okay, this is the normal time period, or this is the normal time schedule for the organization, right? So that is why if there are certain different time schedule, they can be scheduled with the different calendars, like 5 by 10. So what does it mean? 5 by 10 means 5 days, 10 hours, 6 hours per day, 24 hours, right? Per day, 7 days a week, 24 hours, right? So they have the
Mhm.
different meaning and they have the different utilities. If you are having a project which requires to be worked like that, so you can use that particular calendar, right? So now we come to the next category of the calendar, which is the resource calendar. So click on this. Click on the resource. Now, resource calendar, if you look here carefully, it says personal resource calendar. Now you select here, there is a name here, Frank. You select the name Frank. You click the name Frank and you click on this used by. Now you are seeing a human resource and a name here. This is the name of the person. It is a personal calendar. Why do we need a personal calendar? Suppose I have a consultant working in my organization. He works in my organization as a part-time consultant, right? So he works on 3 days, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Now, if a person is working on 3 days, definitely his work cannot be scheduled according to the organizational calendar, right? So what do I do? So for him, I create a customized calendar, which is called personal calendar. So personal calendar is created for that person, which is showing the three days of the work, right? So basically his work will be scheduled by 3 days, Monday, Tuesday, and the Wednesday, right, guys? So is this clear? Okay, Monday, Tuesday, and the Wednesday. So this will be the personal calendar. So that is why you are seeing a human resource here name. So one person, one calendar.
So I've got a question. Can we see the days, how the calendar is working?
Correct. We will see it in a while. First, we understand the categories. Okay, then we will go inside the calendar. Now you close this.
So you just estimate, you just assume that it's a Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday, 3 days. It doesn't show anything, right?
No, I'm not assuming. I'm giving you an example. Because
Okay.
if the organization is working 6 days and the person is not working the 6 days, okay, so maybe the person is working like Monday, Wednesday, and Friday.
Yeah,
So
we have like
that
few
the
employees.
pattern is different from the organization calendar. So in that case, we will create a personal calendar. Now you close it, close this box. Okay. Now here you will see that there are shared resource calendar. Shared resource calendar means these are the calendars. They are also having a different time schedule, but these are being shared by 2 or 3 people. Suppose if you hire a couple of resources from a contractor, and these guys are basically 2 or 3 people, they are coming and going at the same time. So they also have a different work pattern from your employees, right? From your regular timing. So basically, if you click here, you will see 3 resources, 2 or 3, not more than that. Okay, so this is called the shared resources calendar. So this is not exactly personal, but definitely it is different in the sense that it is shared between multiple resources. So if you select this calendar and you click on the use by, then you will see that this calendar is used by 3 resources, but these are not your resources. Basically, these are contracted resources, right? Okay. Now, the third category of the calendar is the project. Basically, what is the difference in the project? See, if you have a project timing, which is very unusual. Suppose you are having a project which is running from 8 a.m. to 8 a.m. 8 p.m. in the night till 8 p.m. 8 a.m. next day, right? So this timing is not useful for any other project. So what do? We create the very specific project calendar under this category so that it is kept here, and this is privately accessible by the project team only. It is not accessible to all the project managers in the organization. So if you want to share a calendar, so what you can do, you can create the calendar in the global category. If you don't want to share a calendar because it is not useful, see, we will not put all kinds of the calendar into the global because we don't want to clutter it with the calendars which are not useful for others, right, guys? So is this clear? What is the meaning of the word global? Global means useful for all. Project means it is specifically useful for
Specific
only
to the
my project. Okay. It is not useful because this timing will not be used by the other projects, right? Now we will go inside the structure of the calendar.
So in case if if we share the resources with the multiple projects, then we should go with the global calendar, right?
Correct. If we are having the common timing, so then we will go with this. So now you select the global. Select the global here. Now you select the corporate.
Yes.
Now you click on the modify. We will go into the corporate and we will see. Okay. Okay. Now once you have clicked on this, you can see that this is the structure of the calendar, in which you can see the non-work time is dark shade and the standard working time is in the lighter shade of the gray, right? Okay. Now we will study the calendar bit by bit. Now, first of all, you click here in the time period. So we would like to see what is the definition of the time periods in this organization. How do they define their work day? So if you see here, the work day is standard for all organizations. It is 8 man hours, right? An organization can be 5 days, 6 days, 7 days, but the man hours is going to remain the same. So in the Netherlands, they have the 4 days a week, right? But the man hours is 8 per day, right? Okay. Now, if you look carefully here, since this is a 5 days a week organization, so the man hours per week will be how much? 40.
40, yeah. Okay, total hours per week will be 40.
40. Okay, 8 multiplied by 5 is 40. Now let's try to find out how many man days they have in a month, because they are defining the month as the 172. So guys, just do this thing in your mobile phone. You pull out the calculator and you divide 172 by 8 and tell me how many man days you are getting.
$192.
So 172 divided by 8.
72. What? Sorry, what?
I'm asking you to divide 172 by 8 to find out the man days.
Okay. 21.5.
21.5. They expect a person to contribute 21 full day and half day in a working month. So that is their work.
In a month.
Yeah,
Okay.
in a month. Now you divide the 2000 by 8 and tell me how many man days they expect a person to work.
Days or hours?
Man days, because that is 2000 divided by 8, because one man day equal to 8 man hours, right? And when you divide 2000 by 8, you will find the number of the man days.
93.023.
No, no,
93.02.
no, you are confused. Divide 2000 by 8. Divide 2000 by 8.
We don't. Okay, 2000. 2000 hours a year they want, and
Divided by 8. How much is that?
okay, it's 250.
250 man days. They expect a person to work 250 man days per year, right?
Okay.
So you have to understand, it's a very simple equation. We are not, see, basically, 24, the hours equal to what? Clock day.
Okay, so 250 days is the working hours for a one person.
Right, guys? Is it clear?
Okay.
So 8 hours is equal to 1 man day and 24 is equal to 1 clock day, right? Now, if they're mentioning here that we expect a person to work 2000 man hours a year, so if you divide 2000 by 8, so you get the number of the man days that a person should contribute to the organization, right? So they expect a person to contribute 250 man days. So 250 man days would mean that how many non-working days does this organization provide to a person? So 250. So guys, please tell me that how much is that? What is 365 minus 250?
115. 115.
So 115 non-work days. So would you like to join this? Would you like to join this organization? I think it's fun, no?
Yeah.
So they are providing 115 non-work days. So, okay, so that is their policy, right? Okay, so we are here only to examine the calendar structure. Now you click on the cancel button here. Click on the cancel. Now we are going to go into the details. Now you click on the work week here.
Work week.
Now in the work week, basically what you have is a template. Okay, so it's like this. So if you place it like this, it's a sort of a template to make a day as a working or as a non-working. So I'll just show you that how it works. So you look at this thing carefully. If you want to make a day as the non-work, so in the template, so what do you do? In the template, you put 0, right? Let me fine tune this thing. Let me place it a little bit like this. So basically what you do, you just put here 0, right? And if you want to make the day as the working, you put here 8 hours. Right, guys? Is this clear?
Right. Yeah.
So basically, if you put 0 into this template, it will switch off the particular weekday. And guys, and this is a perpetual setup. Perpetual setup means a software can calculate a calendar for thousands of years, right? So this will be basically be a perpetual setup. So even if you go 1,000 years ahead or backwards, so it will show the Saturday and Sunday as the non-work day. It will mark it as the non-work, right? And the Monday, Tuesday. So basically, a day, if you put even in 1 hour, it will become a working day. But a working day cannot consist of 1 hour. Either it will be 8 or it will be 0, right?
Mm-hmm.
Either it will be 8 or it will be 0. So is this clear, guys?
Yeah. So just like if I have some non-working days during the project, so I just need to put those days
In the
0 at
policy,
here
you have to understand
and save it.
what are the regular weekend. So this is the
No, no,
regular. Huh.
not the regular weekend, but if I have non-working days on the weekdays during the project, then I just need to put 0 at here and save it as a calendar.
No, not exactly like that. You first try to understand that this is a pattern. This is a regular pattern for the entire month. It is not about the holidays. Basically, we are generating a pattern that what is the weekly on and off days. So we are basically setting up a pattern which will be applicable for the entire month. We are setting up
Okay.
structure of the week. So in the Middle East, for example, in the Middle East, what will be their work days? So do you know that what is the work days in the Middle East? So in the
There's a
Middle East,
Friday, Saturday off.
so basically their work days are Monday to Thursday and Sunday. So what they will do in the Middle East, those guys, they are going to put 0 in the Friday and Saturday, right? So,
Yeah.
so Friday and Saturday will be becoming the non-work day of the week, and Sunday to Thursday will become the working days of the week, right? So this is how you can switch on and off a particular day in the week, right? Okay, now you click on this button, cancel button, because we want to get out of here. Now, if you click on any day of the week, you are seeing 8 hours, right? Do you see this 8 here? The work hours per day is 8. Now, if you click here on the detail, so basically you will see the breakup of the 8 hours. And once you click on this button here, so guys, you click on this button which says work week. So you can see the pattern for the entire week. Click here. Okay, so you can see the pattern for the Monday. So what is the starting time for each day? The starting time for each day is 8 a.m. And what is the finishing time? It is 4 p.m. So in between 8 to 4, there are 8 man hours, right? So one hour is divided into the slabs of 30 minutes. Do you see that on the top?
Yeah.
0 to 30, 30 to 60. Why they have done it? So in the Primavera, you can set the starting time like either 8 a.m. or 8:30, 9 or 9:30, 9:30, 10:30, 11:30. So what you can do if you want to start an organization from 9:30, so till 9, you will make it non-work, and from 9:30 onwards, you will make it the working time. So working time, you can click on the work button. For non-work time, you can click on the non-work the button, and it will become either dark gray or very light gray. So if you go through all the days, you will find the same pattern. Monday, same. Tuesday, same. Wednesday, same. Thursday, Friday, same. Now, what do you expect on the Saturday? So guys, click. Saturday, you click and see that how it has been set as the non-work day. all the hours are non-work, right? All the hours are non-work, and it is the 0 hour day. So Sunday is also the 0 hour day, right? So all the hours are non-work. So Monday. So basically, what is the working culture of this organization? They start the work at 8 a.m. They finish the work at 4 p.m. So this is the 4 p.m. boundary line, right? This is the 4 p.m. So at the end of the 15, it is when once you complete 1 hour starting from 15, you reach the 16, but you don't go and work inside the 16. Basically, when you touch the 16, you stop the work. So when the clock hits and when the clock shows 4 p.m., so the work and it is the end of the business day, right, guys?
Yeah.
So this is the detailed pattern of the day which you can set here in this calendar. Now, since we are not to change but to examine, so we cancel this. Okay. Then we are thinking of creating a better calendar in which people at least get 1 hour of the break. So click on the cancel button so that we can come out of it. And click on the cancel once again. Okay. And you click yes. Okay. Okay. Now you stay here. So what we will do, we will go into the calendar here. So in the details, so you come to the Word file. Come to the Word file. We will create a specification. Okay. So after this, so what do we do? So we decide that we will create our own calendar. So this is called the Indian Standard Time Calendar Specification. Now, if you look at the specification here, so how many days the people would work here? How many days we want the people to work?
6 days.
Correct, 6 days, right? And which 6 days?
Monday to Saturday.
Correct. And how many man hours are there per day?
8 hours.
8 man hours. So how many man hours are there in a working week?
It's 48 hours.
Okay. And how many man hours there in a working month?
192.
Okay. And how many man hours are there in a working year?
2400.
2400. So normally, if you do this multiplication, 192 multiplied by 12, you are going to get 24. You are going to get 2304. But why did we round it off to 2400? You know this? I had told you. See this. I'm going to get into your system calendar, right? Now, let me scroll down through the months. See, how many?
Yeah, in some months we have 1 or 2 extra days.
See, if you look at the number of the Saturdays in September, so how many are there? There are 5. Guys, look at the calendar on the right side of the screen. Look at the number of the Saturdays in September. How many you can see?
It's 5 Saturdays.
5. October, it is 4. Now, look at the November, 4. Now, look at the month of the December. How many you can see?
Again 5.
Again 5. Now, look at the January, no. February, no. And look at the month of the March 2024. So it has also got 5 Saturdays. Look at the month of the May, it has got 4. And look at the month of the June. June, which is basically a 30 days month, even it has the 5 Saturdays. So guys, what do we do? So on top of the 2304, we round it off to 2400 to accommodate, to account for the 5th Saturday, right? So basically, this is inclusive of the 5 Saturdays of the several months in the year. So is this clear to you, Isha? So why did we take it as 2400? Okay, so it is due to this reason, because we want to accommodate the 5th working Saturday also. Now, looking at the breakup of the day, see, one day is consisting of 8 man hours. Now, this is the breakup of the 8 man hours. So have a look. So tell me, what is there in the first shift? What is the timing?
First shift 9 to 1, 4 hour, lunchtime 1 hour, 1 to 2, And second shift 2 to 6, 4 hours again.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, if you look here carefully, it is mentioned as 4 man hours, whereas the time is being mentioned as only 1 hour. So, guys, do you understand what is the difference between the man hours and the 1 hour?
Yeah.
So, man hours means that man is working during those hours. Man means a person, and 1 hour is the break time. So, break time is mentioned as just 1 hour. It is just plain man hour. I mean, no, plain hour. There is no man hour. Then again, the 4 man hours are contributed by the person between 2 to 6 p.m. So the total time spent by a person inside the company is 9 hours, but the man hours is 8, right? 4 plus 4.
Yeah.
Right? So the total time from 9 to 6 will be 9 hours, and out of the 9, you minus 1 hour, which is the lunch time. So basically, lunch time is the non-work time, right? So this is the shift details, and what is the last point of the calendar?
3 days as declared by company.
So keep these points in mind. So based upon these points, we will create a structure of a calendar, and the name of the calendar will be Indian Standard Time, right? Okay. Now let us get into the Primavera, and we will create the Indian Standard Time calendar. So get into the Primavera here. Now to create a new calendar, you click on the Add button. Click on the Add button. Okay, so after you click on the add button, you will see that there is a heading which says, so read the heading. What does it say?
Select calendar to copy from.
Yeah, select a calendar to copy from. Why is it saying that? You have to understand this thing. See, basically what is happening here, that if you want to create a calendar, so tell me guys, what will be the wise thing to do? Will you create it from scratch, or you will select a copy which is the nearest match? Tell me which will save your
copy. We'll copy it from.
Yeah. So you will first copy, then you will be able to make the changes quickly, right? So you select the corporate because the corporate is the nearest match.
Okay.
And you click on the green plus button. So it will give you a copy of the corporate, which you will rename as IST. Right? Do you see one blank new calendar?
New calendar.
You rename it as IST.
Okay.
Press enter. Press enter, it will get sorted, right? So it's coming into its sorted position. Now you make it the default calendar, because this calendar will be the default from now onwards. Any new project which will be created will be following this calendar. Now you click on the checkbox. Click on the default checkbox. So what does it mean? It means that from now onwards, any project which is created, it will be created with the IST calendar. The existing projects will not be disturbed, but the new projects will be created with the IST calendar applied to it, right? Now, since it is a copy, we are going to modify this to become the Indian Standard Time calendar. So you click on the modify button. Now, you first of all, we will select the total work hours per day. So guys, you make sure that you click this button first. Have you clicked it, Isha? Are you here?
Yes,
okay.
sir.
Okay, fine. Now we will basically create the structure of the Indian Standard Time. Now to create the structure, first we will check the time periods. Are the time periods according to Indian Standard Time calendar? So going to the time period. So the definition of the working day is 8 man hours, which is correct. And definition of the working week should be how much?
48.
48. So you put here 48. So we had decided that the person will work 6 days a week. And no, don't close it, Baba. Don't close it. You put here 48 and let it be. Okay, don't press enter. Now, how many man hours a person will contribute in a month?
192.
Correct. So you make it as 192. 192. And how many man hours a person will be contributing per year? It was decided 2400. So 2400 is inclusive of the 5th working Saturday, right, guys? Okay. Now we have stated that what is the meaning of the working day, working week, working month, and the working year in terms of man hours. right? And click on the OK. So this definition is now stored inside the calendar. Now we will define the work week. So which days of the week will be working? So basically it is a 6 days working week. So we put 8 hours into the Saturday, right? So it will become 6 days a week, and you click on the OK. And once you click on the OK, you will see the color is changed, right? You see that?
Yeah.
Saturday has become work day, and only the Sunday is the non-work day, right? Now we are going to set the breakup for per day. See, every day it is 8 hours, as you can see the work hours, but we have to tell the details that when it should be starting and what should be the break time and what should be the start and end of the second shift. Now you come to the detailed work hours per day, and then you will click on this button, that is the work week. Click on the work week. Now I want you to select 6 days. So how do you select 6 days? Just like you do in Excel, you will select Monday to Saturday using the shift and down method. First you press the shift and then you click on the down, that is the arrow, and then you will be able to select 6 days, right? Have you selected 6 days, Isha? Same to same?
Yes, sir.
See, after selecting 6 days, we will set the working structure of these 6 days. So how to set the working structure of the 6 days? So what do you do? First of all, the 8 a.m. is non-work. So you select the 8 a.m. You click here onto this 8 a.m. This is the first slab, and you make it as non-work like this. You click here, it will become non-work. Then you click on the next 30 to 60 minutes, make it the non-work, right? And similarly, the next non-work is the lunchtime. So lunchtime is at 1 p.m. So where is the 1 p.m.? This is the 1 p.m., the 13. 13 hours is the 1 p.m.
Okay.
Okay. Now the 16 is the work time. 16 means the 4 p.m. The entire 4 p.m. is the work hour. So you click on the work. And the entire 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. is the work hour. So you click on the work. Okay, fine. Now I'm holding the screen so that Isha can check and you can tell me that you have done the same thing.
Yes, sir.
So you have selected the same for the 6 days.
Yes.
So basically the working day is starting at 9 a.m. and it is ending at 6 p.m., right? Okay, is this clear?
Yes.
Okay. Now click on the OK to set this. Click on the OK to store it. And after that, you click on the OK once again. So once you click on the OK once again, so this so basically, so what you have here? So you have the IST calendar. So you have the IST calendar here. This IST calendar is stored here, but it will not be applied unless and until you apply it onto the calendar, onto the project. Now you click on close. You just click on the close. Okay, so after clicking on the close, so you come to the projects, list of the projects here.
Okay.
Come to the project tab.
Okay.
So after you clicked on the project tab, you will see that in the attribute of the project, in the default attribute of the project, you will see the calendar, right? So once you see the calendar, so this is the calendar which is currently prevalent. So you have the opportunity to change the calendar to the IST. So you select the IST and click on the green plus button. So once you click on the green plus button, so the IST calendar will be selected, right?
Yeah.
Just hold your screen, hold your screen. Isha, please confirm that you have done the same.
Done, sir.
You have done the same?
Yes.
Okay. Now, once you have done, now you come back to the activities tab once again. Come back to the activities tab. Gurmeet, please respond instantly.
Oh, yeah. Actually, sometimes my mouse stuck.
Okay. So, guys, you are here. Okay. Now, see, now we are going to create a new activity, and you will see that new activity will be created and scheduled with the IST calendar. Now, to do this thing, just do it. Go to the right side. Okay. And on the right side, you click on the add button. Click on the add, a new activity will be created and press enter. Okay, so you just press enter. So guys, so just to see the name of the calendar, you will notice that you can see the IST calendar, because now the IST calendar is the default calendar of the project, right? Do you see that IST is here?
Yes, sir.
Gurmeet, please respond.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, do you see that it is starting at 8 a.m., but it is finishing at 6 p.m.? But the
right.
calendar timing was 9 a.m., right? Guys, do you remember? Calendar timing was 9 a.m. So it means the activities are supposed to start at 9 a.m., not at 8 a.m. Now, guys, I will tell you, there is a fine point in the Primavera, and many people, even after the 10 years of the usage, they are confused that if I put 9 a.m. in my calendar, so my calendar basically creating the schedule which is finishing at 6 p.m. But why the timing is starting at 8 a.m.? Why 9 a.m.? So, guys, do you remember when you had set the project start date, you had put 8 a.m.?
Yeah.
Due to that reason, it is overriding the calendar. It means you please take a note. Whenever you change the calendar, you have to change the start time of the project.
Start time as well.
Take a note. It is a very fine point. Otherwise, you will be puzzled for a very long time. Okay. Now, what do? We delete this activity. Okay. To delete an activity, it's very simple. Keeping the activity selected, you press the delete button on your keyboard. Okay. Click on the delete button. Right. Now, you come to the projects once again. Go into the projects. Now, after going into the projects, so you will go into the dates. There is a dates tab here. So you go into the dates tab. In the dates tab, you change the starting time of the project to 9 a.m. Correct. And you press on the select button. Okay, just hold your screen. Isha, please confirm that you have done the same.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, fine. So after doing the same, you will save the value. Save it. Save and refresh. So click twice and then you click on the refresh button. Correct? Okay, now come back to the activities tab. So in the activities tab, you create a new activity by clicking on the add button, and a new activity will be created. Click on the add button on the right side. Now press enter. Okay, now you look at the time. Now the time is starting at 9 a.m. and you look at the Gantt bar. Do you see the activity timeline? It is starting on Monday and finishing on the Saturday, right?
Sir, I'm getting some errors in time. My finishing time is coming up at 9 a.m. somehow.
Yeah. So somehow we will check your calendar structure. First, have you understood that what's happening here? See, what we were trying to understand that despite the calendar being starting at 9 a.m., but it is starting at 8 a.m. It is due to this fact the starting time of the project is overriding the calendar start time. So keep this point in mind. So don't be puzzled, because you have to be the subject matter expert in your company, right? So if someone is stuck like this, you can tell that person. Okay. Now I will come to your screen and check it. Okay. Now you show me your screen and we will learn something new. So Gurmeet, let's have a look at her screen and you can find out that what's wrong with her calendar, right?
Yeah, sure.
So basically what is happening, it is starting at 9 and it is finishing at 9 a.m. It is a good opportunity to learn something new. Okay.
Okay.
That what we should not be doing. So let us examine the calendar. So
Calendar
we
first, yeah.
go into the calendar, we click on the modify.
Modify.
Now we will see that what is happening. So look here carefully. Look at the structure
So
of the day. Is it the correct?
yeah, this is
not the
this is
correct.
Starting
not.
at
This
8.
is the
Yeah.
standard time. Now we will go into the detailed work week structure. Now, as we go, so basically the structure of the days has not been set, right?
Yeah.
So what she is supposed to be doing? Can you please guide her?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
should be
sure.
starting 9 instead of 8.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
what
right.
you have to do it for all the 6 days.
For
Right?
select all 6 days
You will
together.
have to first select all these 6 days, just like you select multiple rows in Excel, right? You select.
Yeah.
Can I do that?
No, you use the shift button. Yeah. No, not the Sunday. Okay. Now, Gurmeet, you tell her.
Yeah. So 8 to 9 hour non-work. Yeah, right. 1 to 2 hour non-work. 4 to 6 hour work. I think you're yeah, this is still 4 to 6 hour work. Yeah, it's good. Yeah.
Then tell her the next step.
Yeah. So I think it's good now. It's good already.
So see, what you need to do, guys, I told you that you should do a self-check, because I learned many years ago by making mistakes that I should check myself, right? I can do. See, I look at the Monday. No, don't close it. Isha, hold your mouse, be calm, be calm. When you're learning, be calm, okay? See, what I'm asking you to do,
Detail.
you please
check it.
the Monday. You start from Monday. You check the Monday. Is the structure of the Monday correct? You ask yourself and tell yourself.
Yeah.
Next.
All good.
Yeah.
Yeah, all good.
Okay. Click on the OK. Now click on the close. Yes, close it. Always close from the close, because you know there are different meanings. If you close from the cross button, it means you don't want these changes to be accepted, right? Now just do
You're
this.
not
You
saving
delete
the
this
changes.
activity. You delete this. Delete the 1140 by clicking the delete button, and you create another activity. So it will once again be created with the series 11400 only. Press enter. Now you will see the corrected time format. Now it is starting 9, finishing at the 6 p.m. So you will see that the same activity is finishing within the same week, right? It is starting on Monday and finishing on the Saturday itself, right? Is it okay? Okay, so I'll be staying here for a while.
Yeah.
Now you insert another activity, you add another, you click on the plus button. I'll just tell you that what to do. So now, you guys, you do this thing. You enter here 4 hours, 4H.
With the new activity.
Yes, with the new activity, when you write here 4H, it will become 4 hours.
Okay.
Now, once you write 4 hours, you will see that it is finishing at 1 p.m. Starting at 9 and finishing at 1 p.m., which is logical, right? Correct, guys?
Yep.
Okay, so basically
From 9 to, see,
duration. Okay.
4 hours of work, it will finish at 1 p.m., right?
Yeah, got it.
Yeah.
Okay, now guys, you tell me, Suppose if I give you 5 hours of work, at what time will you finish? Don't enter.
Eight,
Just tell me first.
3 at 3 p.m. because there is a 1 hour lunchtime between.
Correct. So now just you check this out whether Primavera also knows that. So you add another activity. No, you add another activity. You keep that. You keep that. You keep that. You retain that. We have to see them side by side. Now you add another one and you put the 5 hours in the duration column. 5H. Right, guys? Okay. Okay. So if you give a person 5 hours of the work, he will take his lunch time and she will finish at 3 p.m. Now you add another activity, you write here 1 week. So let's see that you write here 22H, write here 22 hours. Yeah, 22H.
Okay.
So guys, if you write here 22H, it is immediately split into 2 days, 2 whole days and 6 hours and the 6 hours, right? So is this in clear? Okay, is this thing clear?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now how does it calculate? So I'm going to show you how does it calculate. It is a very simple calculation that we have done it many times earlier also. See, in the school we used to do something like this. Just a moment. Let me get the right tool. Okay. So just updated today and I don't know. Oh my God, I'm not able to get the drawing tool. Okay, what I'm getting is a straight line. So what happened today? What have they done? I know. So it seems like to use the Zoom, I have to go to some university. Let me see, what do I get? So it's a smart pen. So smart pen means that it does something and it vanishes. Okay, fine. So I'll have to live with this. Okay, guys, let me show it to you that what happens, what we used to do in the school. See, in the school, we used to do like this. So if I put 22, okay, I will divide it by 2. I'll say 8 2s are 16. So what do I get as the remainder? 6 hours.
16.
And 2 days is the dividend, right, guys? So this is how basically when you enter the hours, it is looking at that. So it has got 2 whole days and 6 hours is the remainder period of the 22 hours. So that's why it is mentioned as 2 days and the 6 hours. So is this clear, guys? Okay. So that's what it is doing right now. Okay, now let us go to the next thing. So the next thing is that you click on the ad, you click on the ad, and then you add another one. So you put here a duration of 1W. 1W is representing 1 week.
1 week.
Okay. So once you put 1 week, then what happens? Did you note something? It is converting. It has converted the 1 week into the 6 man days. See, week, what is the week? Week is a collection of days. See, 1 day, 1 week would mean different number of days in different organizations. Suppose if I'm seated in a 5 days working organization, I say you calculate the resource for 1 week. So that guy will make calculation for 5 days, right?
Yeah.
Okay, if I'm seated in a 6-day week organization and I tell you calculate the requirement of the material for 1 week, so he will calculate for 6 days, right?
6 days.
This organization, 1 week, 1 working week means 6 days. I'm working in another company in which they have a construction site policy of 7 days a week. So I tell me 1 week's requirement of the material. So he will calculate the material requirement for 7 days, right, guys?
Yeah,
Now
right.
to kill that ambiguity, if 1W is written, different people might interpret it differently. So what the Primavera does, it converts into the 6D. So 6D means 6 days
Days.
because it is the
Yeah.
unit of time. 1 hour means 1 hour. Days, but the week and the months, they are actually collection of days. So different organization will have a different interpretation of the week and month. Is it clear, guys?
Yeah.
Week and month will be different, but 1 year means that for everybody, every person in the world, 1 year is 365 days. 365.4 0.225 a quarter day, right, guys? But the week and the month, these are collection of the man days, so it will have a different meaning. So to kill that mistake or kill that misinterpretation, what does the Primavera do? So when you put here 1 week, it immediately converts it into the number of the man days. Okay, now you add here 1 month. So you go to the so you enter here 1 month. So once you enter 1 month, so basically in this organization, the interpretation of the 1 month is 24 man days, right? So it is instantly converting into 24. Is it clear to you, Isha?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So it is basically it is ruling out any kind of the ambiguity in the interpretation of the number of the days. Now I'm going to ask you a very simple question. Just look at the screen very much carefully. So I'm going to ask you this question. Tell me that if it is 24 days, then why the ending date is 27? Why not 24th of the October?
So
They are
including weekends, holidays.
Sundays.
Correct. Basically it is jumping over 3 non-work days. So we don't call weekends or something like that. We say that it is jumping over 3 non-work days. So which are the 3 non-work days? The 3 non-work days is the Sundays, right?
Sundays. Yeah.
So it is jumping over 3. So basically to get the 24 hours of the 24 working days on the calendar, it has to go 27 days. Right, on a calendar, the non-working days are included. Now guys, how to use this thing? Let me accelerate your experience. Suppose you're seated in a meeting and someone is asking you, Isha, you tell me that what will be the finish date of this activity. You know what will be your answer? Now listen carefully. You tell them politely, I cannot tell you the finish date because I can only tell you the engineering process days. You say the engineering process will require 24 days. The finish date can only be calculated by the scheduling software. Right, guys? Why? Because the finish date is also dependent upon the month in which you are doing the activity. So suppose you put the same activity in the month of October in India. So, guys, do you realize that in the month of October in India, it has got many holidays, right? Do you think the 24 days
Festivals.
activity will finish within 1 month? No, it will spill over to the next month, right? Is it clear? But if you
Yeah,
put
right.
4 days activity in the month of June, you look at the calendar for the May and June, you will not find a single holiday, even in the month of the July, right? So they will finish within the 27 calendar days. But if you put the 24 days of the work in the month of the October, it might take around 32 calendar days to complete. It might spill over to the month of the November, right? So you should not commit any finish date in a meeting. You should tell politely the finish date will be told when we put the details into the scheduling software, and based upon the start date of the project and the calendar which is utilized, the finish date will be conveyed to you in some sort of Excel file or the PDF file, right, guys?
Yeah, right.
Okay, because I have done this mistake, so I am transferring the experience to you so that you guys don't get stuck into some sort of a verbal a commitment and a spat. Okay, so it is better to tell politely the scheduling will be done later. We can only tell you according to engineering process that this activity, this kind of engineering activity, it would require 24 days, right? And this is the 24 days is the working day, and the scheduled days will be determined according to the calendar structure. Okay, guys. Now this point is clear. Now let's move to the next unit of the time. Now you click on the add button and you create a new activity and insert 1Y. Insert here 1Y. And you write here 1 year. So 1Y is the unit of 1 year, right? So once you press enter, you will see that it is calculating as 300 man days. Now, how it is doing the calculation, I'm sure you will understand it when you look at the structure of the calendar. So I'm going inside the calendar detail and you will be able to understand it quickly. And when I open the time periods, it will be obviously clear. See guys, if you divide 2400, okay, if you divide 2400 by 8, so what do you get?
300.
And if you divide 192 by 8, so what do you get? 24 man days, right?
Yeah.
And if you divide 48 by 8, so what do you get? 6 man days, right?
Yeah.
And of course, 8 divided by 8 is 1 man day, right? So this is the reason why it is getting converted. Because you have specified that for me the working week is consisting of 48 man hours. So when you write here 1 week, it is dividing 48 by 8 and it is translating into 6 man days. Right guys? Is it clear? And likewise for the month and the year also. Okay, now you click on the cancel button here, cancel it. Okay, now click on the next cancel button, cancel this thing. And click on the close button. Okay, so basically what we have done here is that we are basically having the schedule being created by the calendar. So what is the calendar? So this is the calendar, which is the IST. Now you will see a change here. Now if you go to this column and you double click here, now you select the IST. You select the IST and click on the plus button. Now you will see that instantly the schedule of the activity will change. You see that? Instantly IST calendar is doing the schedule, right? So this activity is being completed within the same week, whereas the other activities which are having, because the corporate calendar structure is for 5 days a week, right? So the sixth day of the work is being completed on next Monday. But whereas for the IST calendar, it is being completed within the same week because the IST calendar provides the opportunity for 6 days of work, right? Whereas the corporate calendar is providing the opportunities for 5 days of work, right? So that is why the sixth working day is being shifted to the next Monday, right, guys? So is this clear?
Yes.
Oh, now what we will do, that we will try to understand that how to basically change the multiple rows of activity. See, guys, have you heard of something called macros? You know this feature macros, which exist in the
Excel. Yeah.
Okay, so what does it do?
It's just create a program to work quickly. Like it's a kind of button that we press and record what we need to do.
Exactly correct. So basically, it's a small little program which we create to help us. So if we want to do something repetitive, so instead of doing so many activities, repetitive activities, we create a small little program, okay, using some coding language, and then we store it inside the Excel. When once we click it on an appropriate data, it works, and it instantly corrects it. Suppose if I have to correct this, suppose I got 1000 rows of the corporate, right? 1000 rows of the entities which are having the corporate calendar. If I have to correct it, So it might take me many hours, which is basically non-productive, right? So what do I do?
Yes.
And a little bit more time than one activity. Suppose if I spend 1 minute, I'll be able to create a macro. So this macro in the Primavera, it is called a global change. So when I run the global change or the macro, so this is going to do the job automatically, repetitively, and correctly, because we human beings are random. Even if I'm doing something for the 10 years, even if I'm flying a plane for 20 years, I can still make a mistake in my next flight, right?
Mhm.
It has happened. You have seen that.
Yeah.
So it
Yeah.
is better to create a macro, and we will use the macro to basically do the correction. So we will learn something which is called the global change. So global change is a very powerful feature in the Primavera. The global change works upon text, numbers, units, and calendars also, which is not known to many people. Many people think that it works upon the text and the numbers only, but not on the calendars. Now, what we will do to create a new global change, we will come into the global change box. So what we can do, we can squeeze a little bit of the space here. Maybe. No, not stretch, but squeeze. Squeeze it back to the original size only. Okay, fine. It's okay. We are fine with it. Yeah, just leave this here. Now, to create a global change, I mean a new one, so you need to click on the new button. Okay, once you click on the new button, you will see a new form which comes up. So let me explain to you. There are two parts. See here, it is called the condition check block. And the next part, which is here, it is called the execution block. Okay. So in the condition check block, the condition is checked using the if. You see this? If this condition is true, then you do this activity. So this activity will be created. See, guys, when we have a global change, so we must provide a very meaningful name. So you have to enter a name here because, see, if you run a macro by mistake, it is going to cause a disaster, right, guys? I hope you understand this point. So you write here, apply IST calendar. So we will be using a global change only if it is required. So we will be able to identify the name properly to use it, right? Okay, apply IST calendar, DAR. Spelling, the calendar spelling DAR. Correct. Now we will now create the global change. So to create the global change, we will come to the first row. So this is the condition. In this, we will select the parameter calendar. So to get the calendar, you press the C button. C for calendar. Now you select. Now you select the condition as not equal to. Not equal to. And select the value. And you select the value as the IST. IST, you select the IST. Okay. Okay. Hold your screen. So, Gurmeet, you have done the same?
Yep.
See, guys, I want you to note something. See, right now your focus is on the top box. Do you see this thin, the outline there? This thin outline, I have asked the Oracle Primavera to make it red so that people know explicitly where is the focus. Now you click in the middle of the execution block. Now, do you see the thin outline has shifted? Guys, did you note that the thin outline has shifted?
Yep.
Now you click on the up
Should
button.
should I click left
Yeah.
button in this? Or?
No. You first of all, you shift the focus into the second, right? Then you click on the add, it will create a new row, and then you select the parameter calendar. Have you selected the parameter calendar? Now, after selecting the calendar, you go to the parameter value and you select IST. Select here IST and click on the plus button here. Now I'll tell you that what is the total English translation. So English translation is like this. What you are telling it to do, basically what you are saying that you go to the activity and check the calendar. If the calendar is not equal to IST, then you set the calendar value to IST. You know what does it do? So basically,
Mhm.
this thing, basically, when we are doing it, so this is basically transferring the values from here to here. So from this,
Okay.
this is basically the equal to sign is basically transferring the value from the IST into the calendar, right? Okay. Now what you need to do, you need to then now you need to close it. Now you click on the OK button. Now this global change will be stored. So what you can do, so to have a clear view of this column, that is the calendar column, so we can move it out of the way toward the right side like this, right? Because its action will be visible on the calendar column, onto
Mhm.
the calendar column like this. Now, what we will do, we will execute the global change by clicking on the apply change. Click on the apply change. Now, once you click on the apply change, so what you see that you can see the old value and the new value as the IST, and then click on the commit changes. And would you like to save the log file? Then you say no. You don't want to save the log file because you don't want to record it. Okay. So
Mhm.
once you do it, so what is happening in the calendar form? You close this box. Close this box for a
Everything changed to calendar changed to
have
IST
a clear,
and
and also the schedule have also changed. You see this
active. Yeah,
activity timeline is now
timeline
basically
changes.
finishing within the same week. All the 6 day activity are finishing within the same week, right?
Same week. Yeah, right.
Now we will reinforce the practice by creating another one so that we remember it our whole life, because this will be very much useful. So what we will do, guys, this time we will use the copy paste method to create the opposite global change, which does the
Okay.
opposite. It will apply the corporate calendar, but we will use the copy paste to save time. Now to do the copy paste method, first of all, you click on the global change button. And once you click on the global change, so you click on the copy button, you will see the paste will become active. Do you see that? The paste of the button has become active, right? Now you click on the paste. Now, first of all, guys, what you should be doing, you should be giving it the appropriate name. The appropriate name is apply corporate calendar.
Corporate.
Yeah. Because you know these global changes are like missiles, right? Would you fire a missile just to check that what it does? No.
No.
Basically, you will give it the correct label and you will use it only when needed. Now you press enter, so this will be created, but we will then modify. Now you press enter. Okay. Now you click on the modify button. Now in the modify, you need to make a very small change. So in two places, you change the calendar to the corporate. Okay, so you have done it. So Gurmeet, you have done the same.
Yeah.
Now click on the OK button. So once you clicked on the OK and you just move this thing a little bit toward the right, you can make it a smaller box. Okay. So yeah, I think it is fine. Now you run this. Okay. Click on the apply change. You will see the result. Now what it is saying that the old value is IST, right? New value is corporate. And then you confirm by clicking on the commit changes button. And you click on the no. because you don't want to save the log file. So once you have done it, you will see that all the values in all the rows are changing to the corporate, and you can see the schedule also. Just click on the close. So you can see that the activities, the 6 days activity are shifting to the next week, right? Because the corporate calendar provides only 5 working days of the opportunity, right? That is why it is shifting to the next week. Right, guys? Is this clear?
Yeah.
And the activities are now starting from 9 a.m. because the project starting time is starting from 9 a.m. That is why. Otherwise, the corporate calendar is starting from 8 a.m., right? Okay. Okay, fine. So now, if I ask you guys, I want the IST calendar on all the activities, will it be a different task to do?
No.
Not at all. So what you will do, you will select the appropriate global change and apply that. So just go ahead and do it. I want all the activities to have the IST calendar. Correct. And you close the tool. Yeah, close it. Close this box. Close it. Close it. Do you see that the change has been applied here? Right? So you learned the calendar, you also learned the global change, which is a macro, right? Okay. So this way you can, basically the macros, I mean the global change can be applied for changing the text, for changing the numbers. Besides that, you have learned that can be also used to change the calendar also. Okay. So guys, the next step that I'm going to teach you something which is called fill down. Fill down is very much useful. It's a very small but powerful tool included in the Primavera. For example, just watch this thing. I changed the name of the first activity on the row, okay, to the task. I rename this as a task. Now, the situation is that I want all the activities to have the same name, right? If I want all this activity to be named as the task, there is a very powerful tool here. So what do I do? So you just do this thing, Isha. You press the shift button with your left hand. And with your right hand, you click on the last activity in the same column. So do you see that the entire data is selected, but the highlight is in the column. Which column? Activity name column. Now, with your right hand, you click on the fill down tool. It is this button. So I think that Gurmeet, you can find the same one on your screen. So right, fill down. Now, after clicking this button, did you note any change?
Sorry, can you please tell me again, like how to select the everything here?
Okay.
When I try
now, when
to
you press the shift button on
drop
the
it
first
down,
row, see,
shift button.
yeah, see, I'll just demo this for you once again. You watch. Suppose I go to the first activity and I type here. Suppose if I type here, say XYZ. Okay, I type here XYZ. I want this XYZ to be filled down. So what do? I press the shift and then use the mouse to click on the last row within the same column.
Okay, so it will replace the everything in that column.
So you have done the same. Okay, now you go to the right side and there is a fill down. Do you see this fill down?
Yeah.
So you click that. You also click that, Isha, you click that and show it to Gurmeet, then what happens? See, what it's going to do? It's going to put the first value and it will replicate that value in all the rows below it.
So basically, it will perform the same task what we did with the what we did with the mouse before. This fill down will do the same task, right?
Correct. Now we can do fill down from the middle also. See, suppose I want to fill down this value, say this value of the 6 day. I want to start from here. So I can start from here. So Isha, you do the same thing. You press the shift Then you click on the last row. No, not from there, Baba. Try to understand what I'm trying to tell you. I want to start from here till the end. Now you go to, yes, now you click on the fill down, right? Do you see that?
Okay, so it changed the.
So basically the fill down can work from any row to any row in the middle of the project task, right? It is not necessary that you have to fill it from the top. Now the fill down also works in the calendar column also. I'll just show it to you. Suppose I want to fill down the corporate. Now I do the same thing, and in all the activities, it is going to fill down the corporate, right? Now,
Okay.
then you might be wondering that why did we create the macro if we could use the fill down? I'll give the answer in a moment right now. I'm going to change it back the IST using the fill down, right? So I select the IST in the first row, then I replicate the IST using the fill down in all the rows below. Now I'll tell you that why do we create a macro? So guys, we create a macro because in a macro we can put selective condition. In the fill down we can't. Fill down is a very simple tool. It just fill down everything like a paintbrush. It is like a paintbrush. It cannot distinguish, right? So anything in between. But in the basically, if I need to jump certain activities based upon certain conditions, which I can do using the global change. But in the fill down, that is not possible because the fill down is like a paintbrush, and the macro has got programming. The global change macro has programming. I can program it to make some fine distinctions, and I can jump over certain activities to apply the change or to not apply the change. Right, guys? Is this clear?
Yeah.
Okay. So tell me if
I'm
you
not able to perform the same. I'm not able to perform.
just show me what you are doing and I will help you.
Okay. So like here, if I change here to and now if I so what I have to do, I have to select this. Sorry.
Listen, don't do anything. First you ask me, you now listen. Press the shift. No. You're not listening.
Okay.
You're not listening. Please go back to the first row. Please go back. Just pause for a moment. Just pause. No, don't do anything. Gurmeet,
I'm not doing anything.
yeah. Pause here. Let us calm down your mind. Okay. Pause. Okay. Now listen to me carefully. Press the shift button with your left hand.
Yeah.
Okay. Now press the last row. Click the last row with your right hand.
Okay.
Now go and click the down button. Now don't talk. Listen to me and do it, and you will learn it. Click on the fill down.
Okay. Yeah, it's done now.
Okay. Now I want you to fill the IST. Now I think you know.
So I have to change it with the IST?
Yes.
Okay.
Using the fill down method.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah.
So change activity name to task. You go to the A1000 and make it the task and all of them task. No. Our activity name, not the ID. I'm talking about the name column.
Okay. Task.
And you fill down.
Okay. Why change?
Are you using a wireless mouse? That is the problem.
Yeah. No. Okay.
Okay, fine. So have you understood the fill down?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, guys, tell me one thing. Do you agree that a schedule is created by a calendar? Do you agree with this?
Yep.
Schedule is created by calendar.
Right or wrong? It is the calendarized
Sir,
creating the schedule. Okay, so you have learned the first rule. Now, what happens after you have created the schedule? This is a very raw schedule. It doesn't have the adjustment for the sequence, for the date constraint, like lot many other changes we have to do. So basically, the adjustment will be done from the rule 2 to 6 number. Now we will close this lesson and we will do the next lesson. To close this, we do Control W. Control W.
Okay. Are you sure you want to save the project? So this project saved in the same library or?
Yeah, it is there. Now it is updated. Now you can see that it is saved there. Scheduling with calendar. Now you do a Control C and Control V on the same. You place your cursor on lesson 1, do the Control C and Control V on the same spot.
Okay, Control C and Control
Control
V.
V on the same spot.
Nothing happened here. So it's selected, right?
Yeah, Control C and Control V.
Control C and Control V. No, nothing happened here.
No, see, if that doesn't work, so just don't worry. You do a right click, copy, and then you paste. You
sir,
right
I got
click,
another project with C and
yes.
copy and
So
paste.
yeah, now you do the paste on the same place. So now you click on the OK, OK, OK. It will create the series number 2. 3 times this pop-up will come.
Yeah, now
Okay.
I got that.
Now the rule 2, what does it say? It says critical path and holidays. So you the project name to critical path and holidays. Go into the project name column and double click it and you change it.
I have a question.
No, question later. First you change the name.
Okay.
First you change the name.
Here?
Here. No, here. You just but double click, poke into it, Baba. Poke into it, poke it. You change it. First you do what I'm saying, then you peacefully ask your question. Critical path and holidays. Okay.
Critical path
And holidays.
Okay.
Okay. So you have done the same, Isha. You also have this lesson
Yes,
number.
sir.
Okay.
Yes.
So you open the lesson number 2. Okay, we will do the lesson number 2. Just wait. I have to check up on my maid. Okay. If she's here, and then I'll have to let her clean my room. Okay. So just a moment, guys. Resume button. Okay. Then you share your screen.
Recording is not working. It says you need permission. Oh, now it's working. Okay.
Yeah. I just approved it. Okay. I just gave the access.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Isha, you are here? You are here, Isha? I think your mic is on the mute if you're trying to talk. Can you please unmute your mic and acknowledge? Because I'm not getting any response. So let me talk to her once. Just a moment.
Sir, I'm here.
Oh, you're here. So now it's fine. Okay, fine.
Yeah,
So,
I said it earlier also.
okay. So now, guys, we are going to do the lesson number 2. The lesson number 2 is about critical path and holidays. So first, we will understand the critical path. So before we go into this lesson, for this lesson, we do not need two things. So what we don't need is the time. We don't need the time component. So we will first of all we will switch off the time component by going into the user preferences. So guys, you click on the user preferences button. In the user preferences, then you select the dates option. In the dates option, you will see that at the bottom there is an option do not show time. Okay. Hold your screen for Isha. So you have seen that Isha. Do not show time. Yes, you can keep the zoom panel here. Can you please switch on your mic and can you please reply to yes, no, or something? Okay, so I assume that you have done it. So the Isha, it will be useful if you please switch on your mic and please acknowledge that.
Yes, sir. Actually, no. I'm just looking for the user preference icon actually.
No, you are here or you need some help.
I'm just trying to on the Zoom meeting in my phone. I'll just give one second.
Okay, you are trying to start the Zoom application on the mobile.
Yes. Yeah, it's done. So we have to click for user.
Yeah, you have to click on the user preferences. Then in the user preferences, you have to select the dates option. In the dates, you have to basically select do not show time. Okay.
Yeah, done.
Now, after that, you click on the close button. So that will remove the timer. Now, we don't want this column. So basically, this column we don't want is a calendar column. So you just right click here, right click on the calendar, then go into the columns, and in the columns you select the calendar and you click this button remove from list. Okay, and then you click on the OK button. So you can see that it is going into the general group. So in the future, if you want the calendar column and if you can remember, you can go into the general, right? Okay.
Sir, I'm just running behind.
Okay, not an issue. Okay, I'll just tell you. So first of all, you right click here. Here you right click.
Okay.
So after right clicking, you go into the column, you select the calendar and remove from list.
Okay, done.
Okay. Now what we can do, we can adjust the width of the column according to the data contained in it. Okay. So we can squeeze some of the space and provide some more space to the Gantt chart. So I will move this divider bar toward the center. And after that, I will save on the layout button. So save layout, right? Into the existing layout. Okay, save layout. Now, maybe you understand what is a critical path, but I will teach you the critical path by observation, not by definition. Okay, so it will give you a longer learning. See, guys, what is this line called? I told you earlier.
Baseline?
No. This is called project timeline.
No. Yeah.
This is the project timeline. This is just to remind you once again. And what are these lines?
Timelines.
Timelines.
These are
Activity
activity
timeline.
timelines. Okay, these are
Activity.
related to the activity. So once again, you just note it in your mind. These are activity timelines. So activity timelines would be many, and the project timeline, of course, will be only one, right?
Mhm.
Now observe. Now that what happens? Now I'm asking you to go to the last activity, and you increase the duration to 12 days. Increase the duration of the last activity to 12 days. So guys, what do you observe? Did you observe that the project timeline has increased to match the same duration?
Mhm.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now do the same. Go to this activity, let's say 1080, and change the duration to 12 days and see what happens.
Here.
Change it to 18 days. No, sorry, 18 days. Do you see that the
Change.
project timeline has once again increased to match it? It has become 18 days, right?
Yeah.
Okay, is this clear?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, after that, we need to understand one thing. Suppose there is a person working on this activity. You know what the project managers will do in earlier times? They will take a red pen and mark this activity as in red color. Why? If you look carefully, you know this activity, which is the longest activity, it is touching the finish date of the project. In fact, it is defining the finish date of the project, right? And you know, these activities will be called critical activities, and this will be called the critical path. Now, why it is critical?
Because we don't have any allowance
So
for.
how did we get this red line?
By using a pen. You know, this is what they used to do 20 years ago. No, maybe more than 20 years ago. I've seen that. I've seen that happening. You know, basically, you know, this Gantt chart people used to draw on the drawing board
Yeah.
because those
Noted.
who are engineers. So I think that Gurmeet, I believe that you have used a drafter, right?
Yeah. Right.
So, you know, those engineers, those who are the planning engineers, they will use the drafter with templates and they will create the Gantt chart with hand. Just like
Yeah. When we did, yeah, we did PERT CPM as well,
yeah,
by
as well,
calculations
everything will be
and
drawn by hands only,
yeah.
right? And after the
Yeah.
critical path is calculated, they will take a red pen and they
Mm.
mark it through. In
Mm.
fact, I used to do
Yeah.
engineering drawing using the drafter, and I
Mm.
used to draw the structures for the for you know for the data centers, right?
Mm.
These
Mm.
days, basically, if I have to work with some client, I'm using some software like the
Yeah.
AutoCAD 3D. You know, I can create
Mm.
3D
Mm.
wireframe. Now, what
Yeah. Right.
the software would do these days that it will put the red line. In earlier time, there is no software, so the project
Mm.
manager will calculate the critical path and then he will put
Mm.
a red line. Now, why he will call it the critical activity? Just think of it. There is a person who is working on this critical activity. He has been assigned on the critical activities. Okay, so guys, listen to
Yeah.
me carefully, and then you answer the question. Okay, it will
Mm.
basically to jog up your logical thinking. If the
Yeah.
person assigned this on this activity, he suddenly takes a leave in the middle of the activity,
Mm. Mm.
so he is going to delay the project. Yes or no?
Yeah.
Suppose if this person takes a 1 day leave. Now,
Mm.
look at the current finish date of the project. What is the current finish date? As per the current plan,
It's 20th January.
20th of January, right? And if the person
Mm.
takes 1 day leave, then what will be the new finish date of the project?
It will be 21st of January.
Think
Sorry, no,
carefully, look carefully.
it will be 22nd of January
Correct.
because 21st is Sunday.
Yeah, use logical thinking because Sunday being a non-work day, so the person will
Yeah.
actually be finishing on 22. Then what the client will say?
22nd.
The client will say, look, you delayed my project by 2 days, not by 1 day.
2 days. Yeah, right.
The client point of view, the delay is 2 days. Something he was going to get on 20th. Now he
Mm.
is going to possibly get on the 22, right? So from that's why it was very important, because the critical path was the path which, if delayed, it would delay the finish date of the project. So that is the problem. That is why the knowing the critical path is important. And critical paths are the paths which have got zero gap. Do you see any gap between the finish date and the critical activity? Is there any gap? No, there is no gap.
No.
Say that there is no gap, right? Okay. Now, if you look at all the other activities, they have some gap, which used to be represented by this black lines. Do you see these black lines here?
Yeah.
So this would be called the float. And this gap will be called the float days, right? So there is no float days in the, so an activity cannot float, right? So if you look at the activity 1080, it doesn't have any float. The total float column should be showing 0, and the activity should be marked in the red color, but it's not happening. Why? So guys, you have to understand one thing. The Primavera software was released in the year, which did you know? It was released in the year 1983. Can you just imagine? In 1983, I was in the 10th standard, right? And I had heard about computers in science fiction only. So it was released in the year 1983. Then what kind of people owned? No people. The computers were owned by big corporations, big construction companies, and big business companies like water department, electricity department. They would use the computers to do the billing, and whereas the construction companies will do some large scale computations. Then came the Primavera. Then Primavera gave all the computation, but in the early computers, there was batch process. There was not real time. Like if I change some value, everything gets updated in the Excel sheet. It was not like that, right? So in the early days, the project manager would enter the data of the hundreds of rows. Okay. After entering the data, he will press the process button. And after pressing the process button, so the data will be computed. He will wait for, say, a few minutes, up to the 10 minutes. Why? Because the computers were slow in those days. They will do batch processing. So after the batch processing, the computation will be done, and they will look at the path which were having the zero float. Then they will go and take a printout, and with the help of the printer, they will identify those paths on the hand-drawn Gantt chart. They will mark it using the red pen, right? So they will put up that Gantt chart in the prominent place at the construction site so that everybody can see and maintain the continuity of the work on the critical path. Now, the Primavera, it does not automatically compute the critical path because it is set to the manual mode in the beginning, right? Because it's a very historic thing. Now, what happened during the 2000, I think a bit before the 2000, in 1995, the Windows 95 was released, and the CPUs also became more powerful. Then Primavera also released a version for the Windows, so in which they provided the option, if you have a powerful computer, you can switch the Primavera into the automatic mode. Otherwise, by default, it will be remaining in the manual mode. So this is the thing also going on till today, right? So let's see that how does the Primavera work in the manual mode. Now, to do the manual calculation, you have to click on this button. So this is called the schedule button. It looks like a clock. You click this button and you click on the schedule. Click on the schedule. So once you clicked on the schedule, you will see that the path is immediately turned into the red color, being the longest, and its float is 0. You see the float is 0, and the float of this path is 6, and for these paths, they are having a float of 12 days. 12 days means that the finish date of this activity is 12 days behind the finish date. And the finish date of this activity is touching the finish date of the project, right? That's why the float is 0. It does not have any gap at all, right? Okay. Now, just go to the last activity and change the duration to 18 and see that what happens. Do you see that it is still in the manual mode? It has taken the data, but it has not done the computation, right? It has not done the computation because it is still in the manual mode. So let's do the manual mode once more. Okay, just go into the scheduling button. Click on that button and click on the schedule. So you are saying that now it has computed and it is saying that the float is 0, right? You see that the float is 0?
Yeah.
Okay. Now this can't go on forever, right? So we need the automatic computing power, right, Isha? Okay. Now we will set the software into the automatic mode. Okay. So you're with me, Isha. Shall we go step by step? Okay. Can you unmute your mic and acknowledge?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now click here. Click on the schedule button. Now after that, click on the options. Click on the options. So after clicking on the options, you're here, right? I want you to read this sentence. Read this. What does it say?
Schedule automatically when a change affects states. Okay.
So what kind of changes? Let me tell you guys, please listen to me carefully. There are four changes which should be changing the schedule. One, if you change the duration. Second, if you change the relationship. Third, if you apply lead or lag time. Fourth, if you change the calendar, right? So please note that these changes would automatically change the schedule, right? So I'm sure you just remember that when you switched the calendar from the corporate to the IST calendar, did you see that the activities schedule changed? 6 days activity they start to get completed within the same week, right? Did you note that, guys? Okay. Okay. Now we will switch on this option. So you click on this option, schedule automatically when a change affects the date, right? And also you may check this box, which is basically related to the resources. It will be good to have this. Now, after that, you click on the close button and click on the yes button and click on the schedule button so that the changes which you applied, they get implemented. Now, immediately you will not know because these two activities were already read. Now, to understand whether these changes have set the automatic mode on or not, just do this thing. You select the first three activities. Select the first three activities starting from top, 1000, then 1010 using the shift and down arrow method. Shift and down. Yes, correct. No, just make sure that the three remains selected. Just touch them lightly, but don't poke into them. Don't bend the cursor, just touch the cursor. Yes, like that. Okay. So you have selected Isha. Okay. Now you right click here. Right click here. And after that, you select the link activities. Link activities. So do you see that after these activities were linked, so then what happened? So you know
these three are interlinked now.
How did we link? Where is the link button?
So
right click and link.
Keep your mic on, please, because when I ask something, I don't get any acknowledgement. You right click here. No, you say yes, yes, done, because I know, so that I come to know that you are synchronized, right? Because I can't see your screen. So
No, you just asked me, did you select all? I said yes.
Then you right click here. That is the next step I'm asking you to do.
And
Done?
then link activities.
Yeah, then you select link activities only once, and then you will see this happening. Okay, so these activities are linked in simple relationship of finish to start. You know, they're forming a chain, continuous chain, and due to which their total duration is adding up to 18. 6 plus 6 plus 6 equal to 18 days, and 18 days being the longest path, and it is one of the longest. So it means that right now we have got the three critical path, right? 1, 2, 3, right? So now let us do this thing. Let us go to the last activity and you change the duration to 20 days. Change it to 20 for the last one.
Sir, I have a question here. Hello.
Yeah, can you please hold the question?
Okay.
You change it to 20 days. Now, after you change it to 20, so what did you observe?
So we get the other gets green and the longest critical path is red.
Since it is the longest one, and due to it being the longest one, so the activity is basically, it is basically it's providing a reference to the project timeline. The project timeline is becoming equal to this one only, right? And rest of the paths, they are becoming non-critical. This is the critical, right? And it has zero gap, and some, and all those, they have the 2 days gap. Now
Sir,
this
your
gap
voice is not clear.
yes, my voice is not clear. I will just speak near the mic, or I will repeat my sentences. Not an issue. Now you ask me your question quickly.
Sorry, it's your voice is like there is some disturbance.
Okay, let me check my internet connectivity then. So actually, I'm seated in a very quiet room. Maybe my internet connectivity could be the problem. Okay.
For me, it's clear. So I don't know whose internet is not working.
But
For me, both
still,
of you are clear.
yeah, because internet could be a problem at any end, my end or his end. So let me check mine. So after that, I can confirm. So the internet connectivity at my end, as I can see in my monitoring tool. So from my end, it is okay. Okay, but if I get a feedback from both of you, then I will change it. I'll switch over my connection to another provider, right?
A second. My speed, yeah, my internet speed is also very good.
Now, if you want to check, so I'll just have to tell you that what is the exact tool to change to check this thing. Okay, just give me a moment. Just give me a moment. So let me check this thing.
Will I do yes here?
Yeah, yes. Okay. Now you type here PING. You type the command PING space yahoo.com space hyphen T. Hyphen means minus sign and T letter, and press enter. And you press enter. So basically what it is doing, it is sending a data packet to the Yahoo, and it is sending it continuously, and it is returning with a time of 58 millisecond to sort of 53, 40. This is the time it is taking. Each time it is sending a data packet to the yahoo.com server. We can check it using the Google also or whatever. So your internet speed is fine. So I think it could have been a momentary thing, either your end or my end. Okay, so you can close this box now. Now we will continue. Close this box. Close it. Okay. Now, so basically this gap is called the float. So float bar. So we will switch on the float bar. So guys, you right click here.
Sir, your voice is still same.
Isha, you give me a feedback. You give me feedback if the Isha, is my voice clear or not?
I can hear both of you. I mean, for me, both of you are clear.
So let me just disconnect and connect it again.
Yeah. So are you using a Bluetooth?
Speaker might be the problem.
So if you are using the Bluetooth, just do one thing: you disconnect from the Bluetooth, and then
I tried that. I tried that already.
use the speaker and mic from the laptop or directly there. Even sir, good morning. How are you?
I'm fine. Thank you.
Okay,
Good morning.
okay. So basically, I hope you saw the message, and so you're fine. You can hear my voice clearly.
Yes, I can hear you clearly.
Okay, so you can give me a feedback if you find any discontinuity in the words as I'm speaking. So you just let me know so that I can check things at my end. Okay, so
I
thanks
will
for
do that.
being here.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Okay, so Gurmeet, you share your screen again.
Okay.
Okay. So I hope it goes well this time. So we have a friend here. One more friend is here. Yeah, Benzer is here. So he also gave me the feedback. He can hear my voice clearly.
Yeah, it's okay. Let me share the screen with you.
Okay, great. Yeah, so that looks good. Now, what you need to do? Uh, just a moment. So uh, now we need to switch on the float bar, right? So you right click here, guys. Right click here, and after doing the right click, then you go into the option bars. So once you are into the bars of the option, you scroll down to the bottom of the list. Go down to the bottom of the list by clicking at the tip of the arrow. Here, I'm pointing here. Now you click here. Okay, so once you go to the bottom of the list, you will see that there is an option called the float bar. You will have to click 2 times on the checkbox, 1, 2. Then the checkbox will get selected. Then you also select the negative float bar 1, 2. You click on it 2 times. Okay, hold the screen here. Isha, please confirm that you are done up to here.
I did.
Okay, now click on the OK. Click on the OK. So after you click on the OK, so guys, did you observe on the screen that you are seeing these dark lines, right? So these dark lines are basically pertaining to the float. Float means the gap which is there between the activity and the finish date of the project, right? And if I draw a line here, sorry, so let me draw a straight line. So if I draw up a line like this, so you can see that the activities which are not the longest, they have some gap. So that gap is called the float line. So means that those activities can float for some time before they hit the finish date of the project. That is what is meant. So now one more thing that you must have observed, that a project will always have at least one critical path, right or wrong?
Right.
Okay, sometimes there can be multiple critical paths. That is due to the mathematical coincidence only. You go to the last activity and change the duration to 16 days. Make it as 16, then you tell me what is your observation.
Yeah, so there are two other.
Now, how
Here there
many
are
critical paths are there?
four critical paths.
Two critical paths and 4 critical activities. See, this is one path, right?
Yeah.
So this is one path. This is another path. Okay. So in the first critical path, there are 3 critical activities. In the second critical path, there is only one activity, right? Even one activity can be a critical path. So here in the first path, it is a combination of 3 activities which is creating the path, right? Okay. Now we have to basically, we have to understand one thing. What is the definition? As by observation. By observation, we can say that critical paths are physically the longest path, right? Right or wrong?
Yeah.
And critical path have 0 float. Look at this, 0 float.
0 float.
0 float, right? This is the second observation. Okay. Now I'll tell you the third observation. Third observation is that the project timeline cannot be shorter than the critical path, right or wrong?
Right.
Right. So it means that the project will take minimum duration of the critical path to complete, right?
Yeah.
A project will take minimum duration, which is equal to the critical path to complete the objective, to reach the objective, right?
Yeah.
So this is the definition of the critical path as per the PMI also. PMI definition says that critical path is the longest path, critical path have the 0 float, and critical path represents minimum duration taken to complete a project. So you
So what's PMI?
observation. PMI is the Project Management Institute, which is the world's foremost body for setting the project management standards.
Okay.
It was established in 1969 in the Pennsylvania state of the USA, and it is respected all over the world by the engineers and the project managers, right?
Okay.
It has a big recognition in Australia also. Okay. So we can talk about that later, but just keep in mind that there is a world standard body which is setting the standard for the project management. Why do we need standardization? I'll tell you. See, before the 1969, the project managers or the engineers, they were using the books of various professors. Those who were basically, they had a very good understanding of project management, maths, and all that stuff. So basically, when they used to discuss, they would find that a lot of things are common, but a lot of things are different. Basically, they are meaning the same thing, but they are being stated differently. They said that why not standardize the understanding of the project management? So how it can be done? So let us do this thing. Let us form a non-profit association, PMI, Project Management Institute. Very simple name, no branding here, right? PMI. Does it sound like a brand? Project Management Institute. Can't even understand what country would have this, right? Project Management Institute. So it can exist in any country, but it was formed in the US in the Pennsylvania state in 1969. So all the engineers, project managers, planners, they came together, they held a conference that to see the project management is becoming a huge topic. As the world is becoming civilized, we must standardize. Now, why the standardization is necessary? So guys, do you remember, having seen the early mobile phones, do you remember each of the mobile brands will have a different charger? Do you remember those days?
Yep.
Those were very horrible days. If you miss to carry your charger while traveling, so you are lost, right? Right or wrong?
Yep.
Because the chargers were not standardized, right? Every mobile manufacturer, even, I had noticed, even within the same manufacturer, each of the mobile would have a different pin, right? Do you remember that?
Yeah.
It was such a disaster, such was the problem. So nobody could. So then all the mobile manufacturers, they realized when they got a message from the World Pollution Control Board that you guys are creating 1,000 million tons of wasted mobile chargers. 1,000 million tons of wasted mobile chargers. When people discard their phone, they are discarding the mobile charger also, right? So then came the thought process, why not standardize the mobile charger? Then came the USB-B, now we have the USB-C, right? So world has settled for the USB-C, which is a standard. Now you will see when you buy a new mobile phone, you are given the option, do you want a charger or not? Yes, no, right? You must have seen that, right? Because you can use the existing one. Even if you don't carry a mobile charger, you can use the mobile charger from some other brand also, which has got the USB-C type pin, right? So this is called standardization. So this is what they did in 1969. They created a handbook for the project managers, which was released in 1971. It is called Project Management Body of Knowledge, which is a practical handbook and which gives the project management processes based upon which many softwares were later created, and Primavera being one of them. Right, guys? Is this clear?
Yes.
Okay, someone should say yes. Okay. So this is the story now. It says the standard definition of the critical path says critical path is the longest path, which you can see. Critical path has the zero float, which you have seen. And critical path represents the minimum duration for any project to complete. Right, guys? Is it also clear?
Yep.
Now, you come to the third activity here at the bottom, and you change the duration to 18 and see that what happens. Change it back to 18 and see that what happens. It immediately will turn red because it is now becoming equal to the critical path. And also because the fact that the software is set in the automatic mode, right? Software is set in the automatic mode. Now, what is the utility of the critical path? That is the real thing. Now, the real deal is here. See, once a project plan is completed and corrected, then the project manager will call for the critical path meeting. So you go into this. First of all, you go into the filter. This is the filter button. You click the filter button. So you're here. In the filter button, you select the critical filter. You select this checkbox and click on the OK. So once you click on the OK, so this filter will filter out the critical path activities only, and it will display. So guys, if you look at the screen and you tell me that how many activities are there in the 3 critical paths. You count the number of the activities on the left side.
Yeah. Activities are
So 6.
5.
5 activities.
5, yeah.
So there are 5 activities. So you will call for a critical path meeting. So what is there? So let me show you. Critical path meeting. Okay, critical path meeting. Now, in the critical path meeting, so you will call the 5 people, those who are activity owners. You gave them the activity, so you will call them for a meeting. And in the meeting, you have to ask them this question. This is the first question you have to ask this guy. So how do you conduct this meeting? So you call them into the meeting room, you connect your laptop to the projector and ask them to sit around you and look at the screen. And this is the first question you put to them on the screen. Oh, okay, you read this question. Gurmeet, read this question.
Yeah. Are you planning to take a leave during your activity?
Right? So you understand, if he takes a leave during his activity, it's going to extend the finish date of the project. Now, if the person says yes, then what is your remedy? So guys, let me teach you some project manager's thought process. See, first thing that you will ask, so you'll try to find out whether his leave is negotiable. So you'll ask him that what exactly you are taking this leave for. He says, look, I'm going for a vacation, a trip. So, this is something which is negotiable. You just tell him, can you do this trip after your activity is completed? Yes, sir. Problem solved. Now, if he says, look, there are many things which are not negotiable in a person's life. If the person says, boss, I'm going to get engaged, I'm going to get married, my wife is going to have a baby, during those days. So these are the things which are non-negotiable, and the person has to be personally present. Right? Is it clear?
Yep.
So if he says yes, that you are going to take a leave, and he says yes, that okay, I need it for any of the purpose which is non-negotiable, then what should be your remedy? So the remedy is like this: arrange for an equally skilled resource, right? Because see, if you look at the time, what is the date today? Guys, look at your calendar and tell me what is the date today.
Today, according to project or today?
For the calendar date. Here is the calendar date. It is the 13th of October, right?
Okay.
Now 13th
I'll put
of
14.
October. And what is the start date of the project? 1st of
Started
January, right?
1st
So
of
how much
January.
time do you have? You have got 2.5 months, right?
Mhm.
So within the 2.5 months, you can arrange for a substitute, because it will take you to some time to find out from the resource pool, and then you will do the evaluation whether it is the right substitute or not, right, guys? So
Yeah.
that's why I tell people plan early, because there are many things during the planning stage that you will discover. You have to do the procurement, you have to place the order with the suppliers, and then you have to do the material testing, you have to do the testing of the people also, because people might claim certain skills, and then you have to test those skills whether we should include this person into the team or not, right, guys?
Yeah. Right.
So a lot of things have to be done before you actually start the mobilization and execution of the project. So that's why I tell people, start planning as early as possible, so that you have a good plan before you start. I'm not saying that you will have an absolutely correct plan, but definitely you will be having very, very minimal mistakes, which might not even be visible to the other stakeholders. You might be able to correct or fix them yourself, right? Not be visible. Okay. I'm not saying that you will be able to create a very perfect plan, but create a plan in which the mistakes are visible to you only, and you can quietly fix them in the background, right? Okay. So you have to arrange for an equally. So that's about the man. Now comes the machine. Now read this. Yeah, Binzar, you read this. You're
Is
here.
there any machine or your activity which may break down?
You're here, Binzar.
Yeah, I'm here. So
You
the
read
second
this.
one
You
is
read
that,
the number 2 question.
yeah, is there any machine on your activity which may break down?
Okay. So now, if he says no, you're fine. But if he says yes, so you know what you need to do. So tell me, guys, what will you do if there is a machine on his activity which has the chances of breakdown? So what will be your
Then we
strategy?
may have we can ask for any alternate option. or we can ask for a sub vendor.
See, arrange a standby or you arrange preventive maintenance. There are two things that you can do. See, there are two strategies. If it is a small machine, you can arrange for a standby, right? Because it will not cost much to have a standby machine. If it is a small one, it will not cost you much. But if you have a big machine, definitely it will cost you a lot. Then you should arrange for preventive maintenance. Basically, what is the preventive maintenance? So in the preventive maintenance, they will check the critical components of the machine and they will fix them if necessary, right?
Yeah.
They'll fix them or tune them if necessary. So that is called preventive maintenance. Now comes the third question. Now the third question is regarding the material. Read this.
Is there any material which can run in short supply during your activity?
If he says yes, then you tell me that what will be your strategy to prevent the shortage of the material during the critical path activity. Tell me how will you approach it?
Yeah, we need to get in contact with the vendors
And then
who supply the material. We can put a purchase order in advance.
So yes, you can purchase order in advance. So basically, the simple answer is that arrange the material before the start of
we can arrange a buffer stock.
Yes, exactly. But how do you have it? So first of all, you will contact the supplier and ask him that if this is the bulk quantity, so please send me this quantity. Now, suppose the supplier says that I will take 15 days to supply you the material. Your project is going to start on the 1st of the January. So guys, tell me, when will you place the order for the material? By which date?
If
3 to 6 month advance should be okay.
No, it takes 15 days. It takes him 15 days to apply. So your project is going to start on 1st of January. By which date you must place the order for the material?
June 20th.
I'll place order in the first week of December.
Correct. So why the first week of the December? Let me tell you guys. Suppose if it takes 15 days, suppose the material reaches you on the 15th, right? So when the material has reached you on the 15th, you notice that some of the material quantity is to be replaced. They are not matching the acceptance criteria for the quality, right? So what do you do? So you send those the defective ones back and he will replace it in 5 days. So still, before the start of the project, 10 days before the start of the project, you have got the complete stock. So it means that your work on the critical path can go on uninterrupted, right guys? So is this clear?
Yeah.
Arrange the material before the start of the project. So basically, if the supplier says, I'm going to take 15 days, so what you can do, you can add a buffer of 5 days and you can basically reorder that material, right? Is this clear?
Yeah.
Okay. Now we are going to ask the fourth question to this guys. The fourth question is like this.
Hello?
Yeah, I'm writing the question.
Okay.
So you read the question.
Me?
Read this question.
Is there any subcontracted work which requires large cash approval?
Yeah, if he says no, you're fine. But if he says yes, Now, what is the problem with the contractors? I'll tell you guys. See, the contractors, they do not have deep pockets, right? Suppose if you have a large cash payment and if it takes more time than the supplier can wait, the subcontractor can wait. So what's going to happen? The subcontractor will just basically vanish, and the team, basically they are not his employees. He is gathering people from the various sources. If the people are not getting the money immediately from your subcontractor, they might just disappear, and that will basically, it can possibly delay your project because you might not get the requisite number of the resources, right? Is this clear? You might not be able to get the required number of the resources. Okay, so that's why when you have a subcontracted work which requires large cash approval, so you should do this thing. Read the answer, guys.
Yeah, get advance approvals.
So basically what you can do, you can get advance approvals, and you can take the money only when required, right? You can keep the approval with you, and that will save the time on the approval, because dispensing the cash is not a very big deal, right? Getting the approvals is, because the approvals, they go through many layers, right? Is this clear? So how do you remember these 4 points? So basically you can remember these 4 points for the critical path, 3M plus C. Now, can you tell me that why it is 3M plus C? Can you guess that what is the what is 3M representing?
3M
It's a
man material, machine, and C
Yes.
is cost.
C is the cash. See,
Okay.
all the 4 things are cost, but which is the cash component? The 4th is the cash component. The first is the man, second is the machine, and third is the material. So man, machine, material. So this is called the critical path production plan, 3M plus C, right? So this is what you do in the critical path meeting. So guys, next time when you are using the Primavera, when you are done with the planning and all the data is complete and correct, so please call for the critical path meeting. Is it clear? Only then you are using the Primavera properly and completely, right? Is this thing clear?
Yeah.
You will call this critical path resources, the critical path activity owners, and you will ask them these 4 questions, 3M plus C, and that will give you the edge, right? That you would have prevented the trouble even before it can happen, right? Because critical path risk is a predictable risk. There are certain risks which are non-predictable. You cannot predict the next pandemic outbreak. You cannot predict the next earthquake, right? You cannot predict the next political disturbance at your construction site, which you can't do that. It is not possible for you. Okay, but what you can predict that what is your critical path and how many resources are there on the critical path. This is calculable and predictable, right? So you should prevent it, something which is under your control. Is this clear, guys?
Yeah.
3M plus C. Now we will learn about the near critical paths. So first of all, you remove the filter, go to the filter and select all activities. Select all activities, that will remove the filter. This one. From the top left corner. See, you could be selecting multiple filters.
Okay.
But if you click on the all activities at once, all the filters will be removed at once. You don't have to basically find out and uncheck multiple activities. Right? Okay. Now you click on the OK, and the filter is removed, and you can see all the non-critical activities as well. Now you go to this activity, let's say 1140, change the duration to 15 days. 15 days, 15. Okay. Now you go to this activity, let's say 1040, and change the duration to 16 days.
Same?
16, 16 days.
Okay. Here. Okay.
Okay. Now, after you have done that, so guys, you will notice that these 2 activities are very much near to the finish date of the project. But since they have some float, they are not being marked as the critical. So, these activities, these are called near critical activities. Near critical path or near critical activities, right? Now, I'll tell you that what is the problem. You might not find the near critical path in the textbooks yet, because it is not yet mentioned in the textbook. I don't know why. I'll just tell you that what happens. See, we have observed, the experienced project managers, they have observed that you are very much well prepared for the critical path. Now, what happens during the execution phase? Any one of these near critical path activities, it will get delayed and expand, and it will expand beyond the committed or the known finish date of the project. Now, what happens? If it goes beyond the planned finish date of the project, then your project is considered as delayed or late, right, guys? And that can cause, basically, that can cause the client to trigger the penalty clause, and it is a loss for you, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes your organization might be working on thin margin project, and the amount of the penalty might even exceed the amount of the possible margin that you could get, right? Okay. Now, guys, let us understand so how we can help it. So we can set up a rule. We can say that, okay, we set up a rule in which any activity which comes within 3 days range of the finish date of the project, that will be also marked as critical. So it means that these two activities are within the 3 days range, so they will be marked as critical. This will be also marked as critical, right? But it is not possible to mark it with hand, because there might be lots of activities like that. But in the Primavera, there is a facility whereas you can set a rule, and in this rule you can tell the Primavera, if any activity comes within the 3 days range from the finish date of the project, that should be also marked in the critical format, right? That should be also marked as the critical path. Now, to implement this rule, we will go step by step. So guys, first of all, you come to the schedule button. Click on the schedule button. Now in the schedule button, so you click on the options. Now in the options, you can see there is a text here. I want you to read this.
Total float less than or equal to.
Now read the whole thing. Read the whole thing.
Define critical activities as total float less than or equal to 0 hours.
0 hours, right? It says 0. Right now the rule is set to 0. You set the rule to 3 days. You input here 3D. 3 and small d. Okay, is this clear?
Yep.
Now, after doing that, you click on the close button and click on the yes and click on the schedule button once again to implement the rule, right? So now this rule has been implemented. You can see that even these two activities are being marked as the critical in the red color, right? Now let's see if they turn up in the filter or not. That will be the real proof. Are these really being critical or not? Are these really being treated as critical by the software or not? So you go and set the critical filter. Go into the filter and then you select the critical option here. Then you click on the OK. So guys, what do you observe?
They are coming as critical.
They are also big. How many people you are going to call for the critical path meeting? So how many activity owners?
7.
Correct. So you will ask them the same questions, right? So these guys might ask, guys might say, boss, I have got 3 days float in my activity. So why I'm here in the critical path meeting? So you tell them that your activity might be having 3 days float, but it is very near to the finish date of the project. So we are providing the same production plan to your activity as the rest of the activity, right? Is it clear?
Yep.
3 plus C. You explain to him what is the 3M plus C production plan for the critical path activity, and then it is making the entire project. So I leave it to your judgment how many days of the gap you might consider, but you can start with a thumb rule of see, in a typical project 1 day can be lost per month. Suppose you are having a 1 year project, so what will be the rule? How many days? If you
12 days.
But if you have a very good control on the project, so you can reduce the thumb rule to 8 days or something like that. If you have a very tight control, why? Because I'll tell you why. I hope you can logically understand if you increase the number of the float days, I mean the near critical path, it will increase the number of the critical paths which turns up in the filter, right? Large number of the activities will come into the near critical path umbrella.
Yeah.
So your umbrella has to be sized just right. It should not be too wide. If it is too wide, then you will be having to spend a lot of money in providing the production plan to the near critical path activities. Is this clear, guys?
Yep.
Okay. So it will take you a lot of money. And if you are not having any, if you are not having any production plan for the near critical path activity, even that could be a problem. Right, guys? Is that clear?
Yeah. Yeah, right.
Okay. Now, what you need to do, you need to switch off the filter. So you go into the filter and you select all activities, you will be able to see all the activities, right? Now we need to remove the rule also. So to remove the rule, you go into the scheduling button and select changes, and you set the float to 0. Only the activities which are having the 0 float will be considered as critical, right? And you click on the yes button and click on the schedule. Okay, good. Now you can see that the rule has been removed. The rule is now set back to the default rule of the 0 float. Only those activities having 0 float will be considered as the critical, right? So is this clear?
Yep.
Okay. So now you guys tell me that what is the current finish date of the project? Look at this finish date. Tell me what is
20th,
the
yeah, 20th January.
20th, right? 20th. Now you keep that in mind. Now I'm going to ask you a question. The question is that suppose if your organization declares that Wednesday would be a holiday. You see a gray bar there on the Wednesday?
Yeah.
Suppose if the Wednesday is a non-work day, then what will be the new finish date of the project?
21st. Yeah.
Are you sure?
22nd, because 21st is Sunday.
22nd, yes.
Yes, 22nd is a Sunday. Now we will see that how to implement a holiday or a non-work day, which is once in a year. Now we can implement it in the calendar. Now go into the calendar. So you are here in the calendar. Okay.
No.
Then click on the modify. So after you clicked on the modify, so go to the month of the January. So in the month of the January, you select 3rd January, that is the Wednesday, and then you click on the non-work. So basically, once you click on the non-work, you see the work hours for this day, it becomes 0, and the color of the activity changes to dark gray. Right? Do you see the dark gray here?
Yeah.
Now you click on the OK button here. Click on the OK. So after you clicked on the OK, click on the close button. Okay. Now after you clicked on the OK and the close, you will see that the project finish date has shifted to the 22 January. And if you look at the Wednesday, it is being marked as a non-work day. You see that it is being presented in the in the gray shade, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So Isha, you are getting the same thing on your screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you can see that what is the impact of applying the holiday. So holiday are once they come once in a year. So just like you might be having something like Holi, Diwali, Dashera, Christmas, they are once in a year, right? So they will be applied on day-to-day basis, right? Okay. Now we will also learn that what is the correct procedure to remove the holiday because people don't know. Because most of the trainer they will teach only how to apply the holiday and not to remove it. Because sometimes I have basically come to know that people sometimes they have chosen a wrong date, so they would like to remove it and they would like to apply the holiday on a separate date or a different date, and which is not taught. So let me teach you how to remove it properly. Now to remove it properly, you will click on the calendar button. Click on the calendar button. So after you clicked on the calendar button, so you select the IST calendar, then click on the modify and go to the month of the January. Now you select 3rd January and you select the detailed work hours per day. Now you can see that for the 3rd of the January, all of them are dark. Now normally what is going to happen, people would, instinctively they will click on the work. So you click on the work. This is actually the wrong button. Now, if you look at the work, basically it got a white color, and you
Yeah.
look at the timing. What is the timing?
Time is different.
Right from it. It is not your organized
Yeah.
timing, right?
Yeah. Right.
Because this is the wrong button. It is creating a work day, but it is creating from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., which is
Yeah.
totally irrelevant. Now, what is going to happen? This is going to create a you can say cascading effect. All the activities in the series, all their timing will go wrong for the entire
Yeah.
project, and this will be highly visible problem, right? So what is the correct button? It is the standard. If you click on the
Standard.
standard button, it will create a correct structure of the day and it will give it a standard color, right? Do you see
Yep.
this? Do you see the legend? So it is the
Yeah.
standard day. So what is the standard day? 4 hours work, 1 hour break, 4 hours work, right? So that's your standard day and that's the standard color. Now, after that, you click on the OK button to implement this and click on the close button. So after that, you are going to see that
Back
the
to the normal.
date has come back to the 20th of January, right?
Yep.
From the 22, it has come to the 20th. Now, guys, is the critical path clear?
Yep.
Is the near critical path clear?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you going to call for the critical path meeting after completion of the plan?
Yeah.
Okay. Is the how do you apply the holiday? Is it clear?
Yep.
Yes.
How do you remove it? Is it clear?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Still, I would like to know if you still have any other question.
So, sir, my first question is like we did not apply the finish date of the project, so that's why it is taking the longest activity as the final date of the project.
Yeah, it is taking the final date. And
Okay.
suppose the final date of the client is 18th of January, then we will do schedule compression. But it is letting us see that what is the naturally calculated finish date of the project. But suppose if you apply it like this, the finish date, it will basically, shrink the critical path and it will start showing multiple critical paths.
Multiple critical
And,
paths, right?
and for for a person who is new, it will be very, very painful and confusing.
Tense situation. Yeah,
Okay,
right.
so do not confuse yourself. It is better to let the critical path be calculated naturally. To let it expand, you give it the free space that it needs,
Okay.
and then you apply the schedule compression technique, which I am going to teach you down the line.
Okay.
Okay,
And
don't use that.
and just like sometimes we have activities, just like these are the interlinked activities, but
So
sometimes
these are called related activities.
related activities. Yeah. But sometimes we start activities like the second activity should start in the when first activity is done by
Correct.
50%.
So we are going there. So you're thinking in the right direction. Very, very good.
Okay.
So
Okay.
the next lesson will provide you almost all the answers, right?
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, fine. So what is the next lesson? You just go into this whiteboard, this Word file, and you find out what is the scheduling rule. What is the third number rule? You scroll to the top of this file. Read rule number 3.
Schedule is adjusted by dependencies, lead, and lag time.
Correct. So the dependencies means the relationships, right? Okay. Now come back to the Primavera. Come back to the Primavera. So in the Primavera, first of all, you close this lesson.
Which one, sir?
This one, which is right in front of you, you have to close it, no? Control W. Control W.
Okay.
Close it. Right? Okay. Now you select lesson number 1, you can paste it, and you create a raw data for lesson number 3. You copy it and paste it because the shortcut doesn't work on your laptop. So you do the menu copy paste.
Okay, lesson 3.
Yeah. Now in the lesson 3, you rename it as dependencies and relationships. Okay. Dependencies with capital D and relationships with capital R.
Dependencies
and relationships. And relationships. RELA.
REL. Okay.
Okay, so you have done? Isha, you have done?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now you open the lesson number 3. Okay. Now, in the lesson number 3, we are going to understand the dependencies and relationships. So for that, we will go into the whiteboard. So please come to the Excel sheet. Come to the Excel sheet here. Now you select here Relations tab. Select here Relations. See, to set up the relationship, we need minimum 2 activities. So when we take 2 activities, so one activity takes up the role of the predecessor and another activity takes up the role of the successor. Now, what is a predecessor task? Read this definition in the red color text.
Predecessor task is the one which control the start or finish date of the successor task.
Okay, now what is the successor task? The task which is getting controlled, right?
Followed. Yeah.
So this is the boss and that is the subordinate. And since every activity has 2 dates, so 2 multiplied by 2 gets you 4 possible combination, right? There are 2 dates in both the activities, right? 2 multiplied by 2, there are 4 ways their dates can be combined. So what is the first and most common combination? Read this.
Finish to start.
Now in the start, let's say the predecessor and successor, they are like people. So what is the boss saying to the successor?
When I finish, then you can start.
So this is what you were telling right now, right? So this is the finish to start relationship. Now finish to start relationship is represented like this on the Gantt chart. See, the arrow will start from the finish side and it will hit the start date of the successor. It will touch the start date of the successor activity. Right? Is this clear? Okay, so it will be represented like this. So is it clear to you, Evansar? Isha, is it clear to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. So once in a while you say yes. Okay.
Yeah, it's very clear. Yeah. Yes.
Okay, great. Now the second relationship you read. What is the second relationship possible? I mean, second combination.
Yeah, when I start, you
Oh, no.
then you also start to start.
Now, what is the conversation?
It says when I start, then you also start.
Okay, so it will be represented in this fashion. You see, the arrow will start from the predecessor, and the tip of the arrow will touch the successor activity, right? It will be like that. Now, now we will look at the third possible combination. What is the third possible combination?
Is finish to finish. So when I finish, then you also finish.
Okay, so the finish to finish will be represented like this. The arrow will start from the finish date, and it will control the finish date of the successor, right?
Yeah.
Okay, now you go to the fourth one. What is the fourth combination? Start to finish.
That is start to finish. Before I start, you should be finished.
Okay, before I start, you should be finished. So here there is a condition here. Read this condition.
Start date is predetermined.
Okay, so it is represented like this. So the arrow will start from the start date of the predecessor, and it is going to hit or control the finish date of the successor, right? These are the four possible ways in which the relationships are possible. The most common being the finish to start. Now let me tell you something about the finish to start. The finish to start is applied by default in the interface.
Yeah, right.
Applied by default. It's not only in Primavera, but in all these softwares, applied by default in the interface. So keep this point in mind, right? But you can change it if you are applying some other relationship. After the default is applied, you can change it. Okay, so keep this fact in mind. Now we will implement them practically and we will learn them by example. Now to understand these relationships better, we have to put them into their respective groups. Now to create the WBS group, we go into the WBS tab. So click on the WBS button. Now you switch off the Gantt chart by clicking on the table. Now you right click here because we need to add certain more columns here. You select table, no, you select the columns and click the customize option. No, select the column and then click on the customize option. After you click on the customize option, okay, now you place your cursor on the WBS name and expand the duration group. So in the duration group, you will select BL project duration. BL means baseline, and baseline means planned project duration. So guys, do you see this BL project duration here? BL. You select BL project duration and place it after the WBS name. Select it and you click on the select button. Yeah, so it should appear after the WBS name. Okay, you are synchronized?
Yes.
Okay, great. Now close the duration group. Close the duration group. After you close the duration group, so then you expand the dates group. So after you expanded the dates group, you select the start date. You have to scroll to the bottom of the list because it is there down below. Okay, and or you can expand the size of the box also. If you drag this box, you can basically see the entire list at once, right? Yeah. So you select the start column. Start. Okay, take it to the right side. Then you select the finish column and take it to the right side. Okay. So guys, you have done that. Have you selected these three columns, BL project duration, start and the finish column?
Yep.
Okay, now click on the OK to implement these columns.
Done.
Okay, now after that, you can see that after insertion of the data, so you can see that what should be the width. Okay, so you reduce and optimize the width. Now after this, you will switch on the Gantt chart.
Sir, sorry to interrupt.
Oh,
I'm
that's okay.
just muting my mic because my kids are making so much noise at the back end, so it will disturb us. So that's why. Okay.
Yeah, but tell me what happened.
So my kids are making so much noise at the back end.
No,
That's
but
why.
we are not able to hear them. We are fine.
Okay. If
That's
you can't
okay.
hear,
I
that's
think
fine. So
they are far away from you. Let them play.
I just get panicked. So I just keep
No,
muting
no,
and
no, no,
unmuting
no.
it.
We are fine. So it's okay. If see, we are at home, so that's okay. So we feel happy if there are kids, right? Okay.
Oh, yes.
So that's okay. Not a problem. So let them play, and I don't think we even heard them. You just mentioned them, right? So we are fine with it. You keep your mic on. Now you click on the Gantt chart button. Now you can see the Gantt chart also. Now the Gantt chart may not be immediately visible on the screen, so you can drag it a little bit here, okay, so that you can have the visibility. So after that, you might adjust the divider bar, and you can adjust the scale so that it has an appropriate scale, right? And then since you make changes in the layout, then definitely you should save the layout in your name. So you just click here, save layout as, and you write the layout name as WBS layout as, you write the name WBS layout by, then you write your name. Correct. And you click on the save button. Okay, now we have saved the layout. Now after this, we are going to create the WBS groups. Now to create the WBS groups, we will go to the right side, and on the right side, we have to click on the add button. Now you will go into the WBS name column. You just double click here and you write finish to start. That is the name of the first relationship, finish to start. Correct. So you use capital letters, which is correct. Finish to start. Now you have to place the cursor back on the parent, because if you don't do it, it will create a child of the child of the child of the child, right? So which is not the desirable structure of the data. So you now click on the add button once again. And then in the name, you write start to start. In the WBS name, you write start to start. Then you place the cursor back on the parent and click add. And then you write finish to finish. Then you select the parent once again, go to the dependencies and relationships and click on the add button. And then you write here the name as start to finish. So which is the fourth combination of the relationship. Right? So basically, guys, these have been written in the order of the occurrence by observation. It has been observed that the finish to start is the most so finish to start being the most common, so it is written in the first number. So you will also observe the same when you are doing the project. You will observe that finish to start is the most common, and in that order, start to start, finish to finish, and start to finish is the least common. Okay. Now I have to show you something here so that in the future you don't get confused. See, in this particular thing here, what you have here is that if you click on the column, it has got three modes of display. Right now it is in the parent-child mode. Okay. So you click on the column head WBS code, you will see the display mode. No, click, not right click, click. You see that it is turned into a flat list. But the numbering is from lower to greater. Now click on it once again. Click on it once again. Now the number is from greater to the lower. So you just click, and you can see the 3 display modes. Right, guys? So is this thing clear? Okay, now let's come back to the activities. Let us come to the activities. Come to the activities tab. After you come to the activities tab, you will find that the groups are being displayed at the bottom, right? You can see that the groups are displayed at the bottom. Now you will select first 4 activities like this, and you will cut them and move the first 4 activities into the finish to start group. Cut them, Control X. You do Control X and you paste them inside 3.1. Okay. Now select the next 2, 40 and 50, and you paste them, you cut and paste them into 3.2. Now you select the next 2, that is 60 and 70, and you paste them into 3.3. And then you select 80 and 90, and you paste them into the start to finish. Okay, and the remaining activities, you just delete them. You delete this. Okay, you're done.
Yeah.
Okay, now guys, we will understand the finish to start by some example in the engineering. So let me tell you the situation. So one day, I was I was discussing with a friend who is a civil engineer. So I asked him out of the curiosity, I asked him that how do you construct a building? What is the broad sequence? He says that, look, the first thing that we do is excavation. And after the excavation is finished, then we start the PCC. PCC is a process which is called plain cementing and concreting. I said, fine. So what do you do after the PCC is finished? He says that after the PCC is finished, so we start the reinforcement. After the reinforcement is finished, then we start the shuttering. Okay. So these activities are done in the finish to start sequence. The activities are excavation, PCC, reinforcement, and shuttering. So you write the first one. Okay. So you write the first one. So you write here.
Okay, here.
Yes. So you write the activity name as the excavation. EXCAVATION. Excavation means that you dig up the earth. And you press enter. After that, you write the next activity as PCC. You don't have to write the full form, you just write the short form. Now, after the PCC, you write reinforcement, REINFORCEMENT, reinforcement with a capital R. Then after the reinforcement, you write shuttering. So this is the sequence of the activities which is done. Shuttering. As such, U double T E. There is an E after the T. Shuttering. And you press enter, right? Okay. Now you select the first activity in the series. Go to the first one, that is the excavation, and we are going to set a successor for the excavation. Now, if you want to set a successor, you will have to get into the details. So you click on the details button here. Okay. So you click on the
this one.
yeah. So you
Details.
click on the details. Yeah. So that is the details button here. Now, once you click on the details, so what you see is the basically you are seeing the in the details tab you are seeing the
Predecessor and successor.
predecessor and successor, right? But there is a better option on that, because if you are looking at the predecessor, you can't see the successor. And likewise, if you are in the successor tab, you can't see the predecessor. Now, guys, let me tell you, if there is an activity which is in the middle of the network, so that activity will have a predecessor and successor both at the same time, right?
Yeah.
So wouldn't it be better that if you select an activity in the middle of the network, that you are able to see the predecessor and successor both at the same time?
Yeah.
Correct. Now, what we will do, we will change the configuration of these tabs, and we will use a better configuration by changing it. So let's do it, and then we will come back once again to the relationship. So you right click here.
Right click on the bar.
Yes, right click on the strip. I have already put a click there. Now, from here, you will select the option as you can see, customize activity detail. Okay, so you are here. Isha, you are here. Can you please switch on your mic and
Yes.
just say yes? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, first of all, we will get rid of the tab which you don't need. You select predecessor, and then you select successor, and you remove them. Okay. After the removal, you please confirm that you have done.
Done.
Okay. Now go to the left side, and from the left side you select expenses. Then you select the notebook. Then you select the relationships. Okay. Then you select the WPN doc. Right, guys? And then you bring down the notebook. Okay. Okay. So, guys, just give me a moment. Someone's at the door. Okay, guys, I'm back. So basically, this is the set of the tabs that you will select. So yeah, have you selected the same Asia, same tabs?
Yes, sir. Sir, I've got a quick question.
Yes, yes, go ahead.
In my activities, it's showing a link that we did previously. So I just need to remove that link. I think I copied
Yeah,
the
yeah.
other
Okay,
one.
fine. That's not a problem. So I will help you remove the link. First of all, you confirm that you have this same sequence of the tabs here.
Yes, I do.
Okay. Okay. Now, after this, you click on the OK button. Click on the OK. So, do you get this tabs here? Now you select the relationship. Come to the relationship. Okay. Now you select the activity which has the relationship. Then you go either to this side. You'll find a remove button here. So you can use the remove button to remove the relationship. Okay.
Okay.
So you can click on the, not you, but she can do it. So you just select the activity which has a relationship. Then you look either on the predecessor or the successor side. So you can click on the remove button and the link will be removed. So could you remove the links or do you want me to come and help you out?
First, I go to the relationship
Okay,
and then
okay. You
line.
just share your screen. I'll just guide you on your screen itself. Okay.
Okay, sir.
I'll I'll just guide on your screen. Okay, now, so I will help you remove the relationship. Just give me the remote control. Now, since we are taking a copy of the lesson one, so let me fix the lesson one as well. Okay, just a moment. So that we don't face this problem.
Okay, sir.
Oh, I think you took a copy from the lesson 2, I think. So that's why you
Yes,
faced.
that's why.
Always take a copy from the lesson 1 only, right?
Okay.
Now we come back to the lesson number 3, that is the dependency and relationships, and we will learn that. Okay. Okay, guys, I'm staying here for some time. Okay, now what we need to do. So first of all, we will click on the detail button. So guys, can you read her font size? The font size which is there on the screen?
Yeah, okay.
It's okay, fine. Now, so what is the successor for the excavation? PCC, right? PCC is the successor to the excavation. So to set up the successor for the excavation, first of all, make sure that the excavation is selected. Then we will go to the successor side, right? On the successor side, there is the assign button. So you can click on that. The assign button is there on the successor side. So you click that.
Yeah.
So once you click, it brings up a assign successor box. Since this box is coming up for the first time, so we will configure the box to make it look better and more easy to use. So then you go to the display all activities and set the font size to 9. Vardhana 9. First of all, you set the font size to 9.
But I'll start using 7 actually. Now this is a 7 that I'm using.
You use the Vardhana font at least. If you don't want to change but if you change the size, it will be good because in this box we have space. No, don't put 7. That will be too small. No.
I'm using 7 for everywhere.
Actually, I have to give the demo for me. So after this training is completed, you set it back to 7. Okay. So at least for this demo, you keep it at 9. Okay. You make it as 9 and click on the OK button. Okay. Yeah. So now the successor is PCC, which is 1010. So you select 1010 activity. And then you click on the assign button, which is the green plus button. So this relationship has been created. And then you can close this box. Close the box by clicking on the cross button, which is the smaller cross button inside the box. Now you can see that the finish to start relationship has been established, right? Now, guys, you might wonder that this column is actually relations. Actually, it is not relations because many people even don't know after so many years. Actually, this column needs to be expanded. This column says actually relationship type. The full name of this column is relationship type. So, guys, you need to expand this. So, please expand the column and make the name completely visible to you. The full name should be visible to you. It is the relationship type. So what it is showing you is the first relationship type by default. It is applying the FS, right? And once you click here, it will start showing you a drop down. Because the drop down may not be immediately apparent to you, but the drop down nevertheless is there. This is a drop down. I'm not able to click, so you can see the drop down here. So finish to start is the default relationship. It is applied by default. So we let it be in this case because in this case we are going to use the finish to start. So we let it be, right? So now you select the FS and let it be the same value, right?
Yeah.
Now once you select the FS, many people, so for many years they don't even know that it's a drop down because if you go to any particular drop down, you will see a drop down. You see the drop down button. But here in the relationship, even though it is a drop down, it doesn't show up, right? So just keep this in mind. In fact, you can change the relationship for some other kind of relationship. Now you come to the PCC and tell me who is the successor for the PCC. Which activity?
Reinforcement.
Reinforcement.
Correct. So keeping the PCC selected, you go to the successor side and click on the assign button, select the reinforcement and click on the assign, and then you click on the close the box button, and then you can see that the relationship has been applied here, which is the FS, right? So you don't have to do anything because by default it is applying the finish to start. Okay, now you guys place your cursor on the shuttering activity. Go to the last one. Now tell me who is the predecessor for the shuttering activity?
Reinforcement.
Correct. So reinforcement is the, so from the shuttering, if your cursor is on the successor, you can apply the predecessor, right? So for the shuttering, you apply the predecessor. No, Isha, don't rush. Let me finish speaking. You have to hear me out, right? See, the shuttering is the successor. For the successor, we will select the predecessor. So since we are opening this box for the first time, you have to do the same thing. Listen to me. Expand the box and set the font. You are opening this box for the first time. Both the boxes are to be configured separately, right? Yes. They have got separate controls.
So 9 or 8?
9. Okay, now since you have applied the relationship, so you can close the box by clicking here. So guys, do you see that the predecessor relationship has been connected, right? So from the predecessor, you can set the successor. From the successor, you can set the predecessor also. Both ways you can set up the relationship. Now, I want to show you something. If you look carefully at the arrow, right? Where is the arrow starting from? Basically, the arrow is starting from the predecessor. So it is starting from the finish date of the predecessor, right? And where it is touching? So it is touching the start date of the successor, right? So that is why it is called the finish to start relationship. So the finish date will control the start date. Okay, now let us do this thing. Let us increase the duration of the excavation to 10 days. Increase the duration of excavation to 10 days. Now guys, what do you observe on the Gantt chart? See, on the Gantt chart, what has happened? The excavation has basically postponed to the 11th of the January. So it says that, look, I'm finishing late, and it tells the PCC to start late. The PCC is finishing late. It is asking the reinforcement to start late. Reinforcement is finishing late. It is asking the shuttering to start late. Right, guys? Is this clear?
Yeah.
So, you know, all the activities are getting pushed down the line. And since it is the longest chain of the activities, so it is, of course, will be the critical path as well. Right? Okay. Now, let us do the opposite. Now, you change the duration of the excavation to 4 days and see that what happens on the Gantt chart. You keep an eye on the Gantt chart. Do you see that activities have moved back? So excavation says that I'm finishing early. So PCC says, okay, I'm starting early. So PCC is finishing early. Reinforcement says I'm also starting early. Reinforcement is finishing early. Then the shuttering says I'm also starting early. Right, guys? So when the predecessor finishes early, then the successor has the opportunity to start early. When the predecessor finishes late, then the successor starts late. Right, guys? Is this clear?
Yeah.
So this is how it works. Now, one more time, you set the duration of the excavation to 6 days and observe the Gantt chart. Change it to 6.
Mhm.
Okay, do you see that it is pushing? Now, guys, I want you to understand something here, which is very important to understand. See, if you look at this box, in this box, that is the predecessor detail. So what is being detailed to you basically for the PCC, what is the predecessor? So guys, what is the address here mentioned here? In the predecessor detail? A1000. Now who is A1000? What is the name of the activity?
Is excavation.
Excavation. And what is the expansion of the abbreviation FS?
Finish to start.
Finish to start. You know what is the English translation of this shortcut? It is like this. PCC, your predecessor is excavation and your relationship with your predecessor is finish to start. Right, guys? Okay. Now, I want you to expand the next shortcut. You read it, you form a sentence, you tell me, what do you interpret?
So here reinforcement is the predecessor for PCC, and they are interlinked with finish to start. Like after finishing the PCC, reinforcement will start.
Correct. And if you go to the excavation, so why it is blank? Why the predecessor detail column is blank?
There is
Because they don't need to wait anyone to finish.
No, actually,
What is the first
because
activity?
it is the first activity in the network.
activity.
And where is the start date coming from? Where is the start date of excavation is being referenced from? It is being referenced from this blue line. Do you see this blue line here?
Mhm.
So, Isha, can you remember what is this blue line standing for? What does it represent here?
The start.
The start date of the project, right? It is the start date line, right? So any activity which does not have a predecessor will always be taking the reference from start date of the project, right, guys? Is it clear? And the successor activities will take the reference of their start or their finish date from their respective predecessor, right? Okay, so is the concept clear for the finish to start?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm sure that this example is good enough. Now I'm going to shift the screen because I need more space for the demo. So Gurmeet, you share your screen, please. Okay. Now I'm going to give an example from my side, and then I would like you to think and come up with your own example. Okay. So my example is like this. So basically, I'm doing an activity, software testing. It is like this, software testing. Now this activity is for 10 days. So I write the duration as 10 days. Now, after this testing is completed, so I have to do the defects fixing from the list, which is generated by the tester, right? So this is how I can do the thing. So defect fixing, and the defect fixing is also for 10 days. And then I'm setting up the relationship in a finish to start manner, defect fixing, very simple, and I set up the relationship. Now, after I set up the relationship, so I can see the calculation of the total duration, right? So guys, you tell me that what is the total duration for both the activities to finish? It is 20 days, right?
It's 20 days, yeah.
Now I'm making the presentation of the plan to my team members. Look, guys, I have planned like this. So one of my team member, he stands up, he says that, boss, we can basically do it like start to start. We can start the defect fixing as soon as the software testing is started. I say, how is that possible? He says that, look, I have an idea. The idea is like this. So he says, look, this is the server. So we will put the software on the server. Then he says that, look, this is the tester's laptop, which is represented in the blue box. And this is the developer laptop, so which is represented by the green box. So what we will do, we will first ask the ask the tester to download certain lines of code from the server like this. So he will look at the defective line and report it to the developer. The developer will fix those lines and he will update the code on the server, and they can continue to work like a circle, right? So they can continue to work like this in a circular manner, right? So they will be able to finish the project quickly. So I like the idea. So I said, yeah, this idea looks good and it looks very much practicable. So basically, what we can do, we can do these two activities in a start to start fashion, right? Make sense, guys? Hmm?
Yeah.
Okay. Since the software is not a physical thing, but for a physical thing, you definitely have to wait for the testing to complete so that it can be handled by the defect fixer, right? But since the software is not a physical thing, it can be uploaded on a server and can be accessed by multiple people at the same time. So that is the idea here. So now, if you look at the relationship here, you will see that it is showing you FS. So now you can change it to SS, start to start. So guys, once you change it to the start to start, you will note there is an immediate change in the Gantt chart, and there is a start arrow. There is the arrow which is starting from the start side and it is hitting the start side of the successor. Now guys, look at the total duration of the group. How much it was earlier?
It was 20 days before.
Now guys, how many days we have saved? 20 minus 10 is 10 days we have saved. Almost the duration has been saved by 50%. It means if we can almost, theoretically, we can reduce the duration of certain activities chain. We can compress the chain down to half duration, right? 50%.
Yeah.
Right? Is this clear? Okay. Now we will do a dependency check because we are using the word dependent. So I'm going to ask you a very simple question. It's a very logical question. The logical question is like this. Suppose if I cancel the software testing, if I'm not doing the software testing, can I still do the defect fixing?
No.
Without testing? No.
No.
I can't do it. Is that right, Isha? Do you agree with that?
Yes.
So it means that the defect fixing is dependent on the software testing, right, guys?
Software testing.
And wherever there is a dependency, there is a relationship, right or wrong, guys?
Yeah.
So here the dependency is that defect fixing is dependent upon the software testing to happen. That's why we establish a relationship. Now, the dependency is determined by our technical knowledge and the relationship is determined by our project management knowledge. So we are choosing with our project management knowledge, we are choosing the start to start, right? Is this clear, guys?
Yeah.
So that is the dependency and the relationships. Now, let us do this thing. I'm changing the date of the predecessor activity. Just watch what's going to happen on the screen. I'm shifting the predecessor activity to the next week. I change it to the next week. Do you see that the successor is also going along, right? Because you can't start the successor without doing the predecessor, right?
Yeah. Right.
Now, if the predecessor says, look, I'm going to come back to the start date of the project. So if the predecessor comes back, the successor also comes back. It means that they are related, right? So predecessor is controlling the successor start date. Now, guys, I think you have understood the concept. I'm going to write here P for predecessor and S for the successor. So I think, Gurpreet, since you have done many projects, so please write a good example. Okay, I'm going quiet for a while. You think and write.
Hello.
What I'm saying is that you write a good example of the start to start and explain to us.
Okay, start to start is like in manufacturing. If we started manufacturing, we can start the quality testing right away. We can start the quality inspection of a product. Like in my last job, we are manufacturing the robotics parts. So whenever we make a gear for a robotic arm, we continuously we start inspection as well at the same time.
Is it quality inspection or what kind of inspection?
The gear inspection,
Okay,
gear
quality,
quality
quality.
inspection.
Okay.
Yeah. So that is one of the example. Also, we sometime we have multiple operations which we can do simultaneously. Uh, there are different operations in manufacturing. If I say that but it's not very right away. Yeah. So the only quality testing is the quality inspection is the possible operation here, which we can do simultaneously. In other processes, we need to we need to wait for at least 1 day. There are some other processes here in which we can start before ending of the predecessor, but we can start the successor at least after 1 or 2 days. Like there should be some time interval.
Even with the quality inspection, I believe that there's some time. I mean, we don't start because we need to finish somehow before we can start.
We need to finish one product at least.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's
And
not
then we
really a
can.
start to start, right?
It's not really start to start. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, it's start to start, but I mean, there's that's where probably Sujoy will introduce the concept of lag and lead, because even though it's start to start, because
There is a lag. Yeah, there
yeah,
is a
there's
lag, you can say.
a short lag there. Yeah.
But yeah, we can start it. We can do it for like these both process go simultaneously, but there is a lag.
Yeah.
I think there is a lag in this example as well, because
Yeah.
during the software testing,
Yeah.
I think we cannot fix it right away, or we can.
Yeah, I think there should be a little lag, because I don't think they can do the right away. I think there should be a small lag.
If the software tester and the debugger is the same person, then it is possible, I think.
Yeah.
If there are two different person involved, then I think there is a time difference. Yeah.
I think so. Mm. So in manufacturing, can we say that I mean, releasing the materials and then start of manufacturing can be start to start? Because I also worked in manufacturing, so I know. But normally the materials or the bill of materials should be ready before they can start, right? So it's not really a start to start.
It's not really start to start. I think it's very difficult to like if we are making making two different components, right? And they are going to fit in a one assembly, that we can say start to start, like one start and the other also start, and both finish at the same time, and then
No, no,
they can
we
go
are
for
not
the assembly.
talking about the finishing at the same time. We are talking about the start to start. So you write the example, you write the predecessor activity and write the successor, and you explain to us that what is happening on the site, so that you consider them as a good example of start to start relationship. So you replace the P with your activity name. Please write it. Go ahead and write it. Start to start.
Okay. Okay.
Don't worry. Don't be afraid to make a mistake in the class. It's okay.
No,
So,
like you
See,
want me
it is
to give
something
a
you can
situation?
recall from your memory. You just write it. You just go
Yeah,
into this.
yeah. I just explained one situation, but like there is a
No, there
there
is no need to explain. You first write it. Just dump it here.
so where should I write? I can write anywhere.
No, you just replace the P, na? You just replace the P and you write the predecessor activity name.
Oh, okay. Actually, there are different activities, but I am not able to recall any activity which we can do simultaneously. There are some activities, but there are two different activities. They are not interlinked with anyone.
No, then it is not possible to write as a
Yeah,
start to start.
predecessor and
There
yeah,
must be
like
some dependency. If you are doing one, then the other one can be also done, right?
sir, sorry to interrupt. May I ask something?
Yes, sure, definitely.
So I've done few projects like infrastructure or in construction companies. So there are few activities that can start like together, but I don't know the dependencies. But they are like dependent somehow.
So, but can you recall something? We can just evaluate it later. First, you can tell us that
Yeah,
what is the predecessor. You just tell to Gurmeet. So, Gurmeet, please write. Please
yeah.
so
write the
in while
predecessor.
doing
Guys,
in yeah,
move quickly. We have a time constraint also because I don't want to stretch to the same time of the finish, which is basically from 10 a.m. to 7. Okay, because if you started early, then definitely it will be beneficial for you to finish early as well.
Yeah.
So quickly
yeah,
write the predecessor.
So
yeah, while
what can
doing
be a
the infrastructure projects, there are like
Mhm.
couple of activities that can be started together. Like, for
Mhm.
example, the plumbing works, the cabinetry works, or carpenter stuff can be started in the building that going through the
But they are interdependent. Is there any dependencies?
uh, like end of the project, they are dependent to each other. We need to get the final product to the client, right? We need to get the electricals done, we need to get the plumbing work done,
Yeah,
and
so
we need to
you
get
can
the
say electrical wiring,
electrical wiring or the finished product, like putting the boards,
electrical
switchboards,
wiring
and
and plumbing can go together.
yes, so these are just the examples, so they both can start
Yeah,
together, right?
yeah. Electrical wiring and plumbing can start together.
And even the
Oh,
carpentry stuff, the cabinetry in
yeah,
the building, that
yeah,
the
right.
carpenter can do his activities, and the like electrical person can
Mhm,
do his
mhm.
tasks, and the plumber can do his tasks. So these are the activities that can start together. Like if the
They
carpenter is
can
working
start together, but they are I'm not sure there is any dependencies
dependence.
because yeah. Um,
No, they are. I can't see like much dependencies, but
mm,
if we need to do the handover like within a week, they are
mm.
obviously depend on each other.
if
Like
if if yeah, that's what I said no, that if we have if we have a gearbox assembly, and we are making two or three different gears at the same time, and they are gonna be assembled in a one single component. I don't know if they are still considered as a dependencies because
yeah,
they
do we need to give an example of dependencies? Is it important, or it just need to be start to start, sir? I'm just asking you.
I don't know.
Hello, sir.
I think he's not here.
Okay. Yeah. So I can't see dependency much, but
Hmm.
yeah. But these are the
It's very
activities that can
difficult. It's
like
very
start to start.
difficult to get two activity to see dependencies in two activities in a project. It depends how we see them. Um,
Yes. It can't happen in all kind of projects.
yeah,
Maybe
yeah.
in just a IT side, there might be
Hmm.
some links or dependencies, but it is start to start. Like if we
Yeah,
need to put the relationship, we will use S to S in that.
yeah, right.
So what you're saying that plumbing and electrical wiring. Now, guys, there is a question here. Suppose if I don't do the plumbing, can I do the electrical wiring independent of the plumbing?
Yeah, we can do that.
So there is no dependency. See,
Yeah.
whenever there is no dependency, there is no relationship, right? So we should not relate to technically independent tasks. So this is not a good
Um,
example.
So I have a doubt. Like you gave us an example with the software testing and debugging, right?
Okay, so just a moment, let me write it, then I will explain to you that what is the
Mm-hmm.
dependency here. See, if I'm doing the testing, okay, and I write here the debugging or the defect fixing. So I'll write the short word if that is more
Mm-hmm.
appropriate. Debugging. Now, just try to understand.
Mm-hmm.
Can I do the debugging without doing the testing?
No.
No. So it means that the debugging is dependent.
Yeah,
So
but
when there is a dependency, there is a relationship.
there is a relationship. But if there is a one resource, like one person is doing the testing and debugging together, then it is a start to start. Otherwise, there
So
will be a
yeah,
some.
so basically, so there are two people. One is doing the testing and one is doing the debugging. So then it will be start to start. But if you are having only one resource, definitely he will do it. He will do the debugging only after the testing is completed, right? So we will not go into that. What we are trying to understand is that whether debugging is dependent on testing or not. Yes or no?
Yeah.
Can
So
the
that's why
debugging be started as soon as the testing is started? Yes or no? Yes, it can be done because
as
the
soon as software
software is
testing.
not a physical product. It can be handled by two people at the same time, right?
I gave the same example, like if like we are manufacturing the gears, and one gear is done, and then right after that we transfer it to the quality inspection.
No,
And
that is finished to start because that's a physical product. In a physical product, we can't have two resources accessing the same thing at the same time, right? So let us close the example here itself, start to start,
okay,
software testing and debugging. And I'm sure if you have understood the concept, you can use this concept to apply on the project at hand. And if you face any problem, just don't worry, the helpline is there. Okay, so you basically you can ask there also. Okay, now in the finish to finish, so there is what I'm doing is a software development. Software development. Now this software development will be going on for 4 weeks. Okay, will be going on for the 4 weeks. Right? Is this clear?
Yeah.
Now, along with the development, I have to develop a manual also. I say write user manual. Right? Write user manual. Now think of it. Now this person who is going to write the user manual is sitting right in front of me. He is asking me, boss, when I should start writing the user manual. He's asking me when I should start writing. I tell him that it is not important when you start. It is more important that your manual should be finished along with the finish of software development. Why? Because the software development is the product and the user manual is an accessory, right, guys?
Yeah.
And I have to give the accessory along with the product, yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay, if I give the software without the manual, will that be useful for the client?
No.
No, that will not be a useful situation. So what do? I connect them, both of them in the finish to finish. Now, how do you do it? So you just grab your mouse and you just follow the instruction, come to the relationship, tab. Since you are already on the successor, then you go to the predecessor. And in the predecessor tab, you click on the assign button, expand this box, expand it so that everybody can see the list of the activities here. You expand it in the 45-degree angle. You drag it down here. Now here you will select the predecessor as 1040, that is the software testing. Software testing.
We are doing this one, software development, I think.
Oh, software development. Sorry. Yeah, it is 1060. And click on the green plus button and close this box. Close this box. And after you close this box, so by default, it is going to always establish the finish to
Establishing
start.
a
So
first
what you
relation.
do,
Yeah.
you change it to finish relationship. Okay, because the interfaces are programmed to the default one.
Right.
Okay, is this clear?
Yeah, done. Yeah,
Now,
done.
once you do it, you will see that earlier the durations were getting added. Earlier the duration was like 30 days. Now the duration is
Total, the
it,
maximum.
it is 24 days. Now just do one thing. Now the guy who's going to write the manual, he says that boss, I need 10 days. So if you put here 10 days, will the overall duration increase?
No,
Check out.
it will remain 10. It will
It
remain
will remain
24.
24, right?
Mhm.
Right? See,
Yep.
overall the duration still remains the same. Basically, how many days we save? So guys, try to understand. See, what is the total of 24 plus 10? Tell me.
10, 30, 34.
24 plus 10 is 34. Let me write the equation. So 34, and what is the current total? 24 days, right? 24 days. So is equal to 10 days saved.
Yeah.
Right? And how the 10 days is saved, it is right there in front of you. It is totally visible to you. So guys, just have a look. So the 10 days are saved like this. So if you look here, there is a 4 days of the overlap here. And there is 6 days of the overlap here. So you just total this out. 4 plus 6. 10 days saved, right?
Yeah, right.
Okay. Is this clear? Isha, is it clear to you?
Yes.
Huh? Okay, so this is the concept of the finish to finish. Now, if you have understood the concept, basically you can use it in your engineering also in the future, right? Okay, now we will move to the start to the finish. Now, there is one more thing I need to show it to you, give you the demo. So the demo will go like this. See, guys, just do this thing. If you, just a moment. If you, let's say that you change the duration of the predecessor, only then the finish date will change, right? You change it to 28, then you will see the finish date of the predecessor changes, and in turn, it changes the finish date of the successor. You would make it 28 and see that. Go into the software development and make it as 28. Do you see that? See, the finish date of the successor changes automatically, right? Did you notice that?
Yep.
Okay, you change it back to 24 and see. Okay. So it is once again changing, right? Okay. Okay. Fine. So this is the dependency. Now, guys, tell me one logical question. You answer one logical question. Suppose if I cancel the software development, would I need to write the user manual?
No.
No, not at all. So, this is called the logical dependency. So you have understood that only if I am developing the software, only then I would need the manual. So it means the user manual is dependent, right? On what? Software. And that's why we establish the relationship. Now is the picture clear? The big picture is clear now? What is a dependency and what is the relationship? Dependency is determined from your technical knowledge, and the relationship is determined from your project management knowledge, right? Because your project management says that if you want the things to finish at the same time, use the relationship finish to finish, right? Your engineering says we must finish both these activities at the same time. Then project management says, oh, you want to finish at the same time? Oh, yes, right. So you use the finish to finish, right?
Yep.
So basically, you know both. You know engineering, you know project management. Is that clear to you, Evan, sir? You're here? Benzar, you're here. You're here? Okay. So basically, this guy is repeating. He attended one of my previous classes 3 months back. So he said, no, I want to refresh myself. You're welcome. No charges, guys. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, fine. So I just make sure that he is here and maybe he's doing something. Okay. Now we come to the start to finish. Okay. Start to finish, we have to understand by a situation. So let's go back to our whiteboard. Okay. So here is the whiteboard. And in the whiteboard, just a moment. So, so let me show it to you. So what's happening here is that, guys, you read these 3 lines and tell me what is the answer. Right?
3 lines. I have to, okay, gotcha.
What is the answer to this question? Don't scroll, don't move anything.
Okay.
Just keep it still,
Okay.
absolutely still. Look at it and tell me the answer.
Okay. I have to catch a train that departs at 5 p.m. from station. It takes 1 hour from home to station. On the road travel, when should I start from home so that I miss the train at all? Okay, so 1 hour and take some allowances. He should 1 hour and 20 minutes or 10 minutes before. 1 hour and 10 minutes before.
So I would leave 3:30 because 5 p.m.
Okay, let's say that we start at 3:30. Okay, let's see that what's happening to us. So we say that we start at 3:30 p.m. Now I start at 3:30 p.m. Then what happens on the way? That the cabbie says that, look, I need 10 minutes for tire change. So 10 minutes are gone in the tire change. So after some time, the cab driver says that, look, I need another 10 minutes to reroute because the route which I usually take, the shorter route is a little bit choked up, right? So he consumes 20 minutes on the way. Now you guys tell me, would I be able to catch the train? Yes, no.
Yeah.
I can still catch the train. So at what time do I reach the railway station?
4:50.
4:50. So I've still got very good 10 minutes to catch the train. And that's why, whenever we have a situation like this, now I'll tell you why it is called the start to finish. See, the start time of the train says to you that you finish reaching the railway platform before I start. Right or wrong, guys?
Yeah.
Right.
If the train is a person, so the train would say to you, look, I'm going to start at 5 p.m. So you finish reaching the railway platform before I start. So the start time of the train is fixed. In fact, the date and time is fixed. You knew it. See, you can book it 1 month in advance, right? You can book a train ticket, a flight ticket in 1 month in advance. You don't decide the date and time. You only choose what suits you, right? So guys, tell me one thing. Have you ever missed your exam? Any exam during your school or the college days? Yes or no?
No.
No. Did someone say yes?
No.
That's really very serious. I'm shocked. See, we never missed it. We never missed it because when the exams were announced by the exam board, so we basically, we will create a schedule so that we can finish the syllabus of the studies, and then we will put some time for the revision. Then on the appointed day of the exam, we will target to reach the exam center at least 1 or 2 hours before the start of the exam. This is what I did. Okay. So I have never missed an exam. So guys, tell me, have you ever missed an interview, the appointment? Did you ever tell the interviewing company, oh, look, I'm going to come late. You please wait for me. Do you think that would be the appropriate thing to put up a good impression? No, that would not happen. So they will basically be thinking, if this guy is late at the time of interview, so what he will do later when he joins the company, right? So, basically there are certain times which are predetermined. What is the predetermined date and time? Train, flight, interview, exams. So these are having a predetermined start time, and then you try to catch them up by reaching the venue early. You try to reach the railway station early. You plan backwards. Suppose if you have a flight, an international flight, right? Suppose you have, if you have a flight from Vancouver to Delhi, right? At 5 p.m. It will start at 5 p.m. from Vancouver. Would you like to miss it? But tell me, Gurmeet.
No, never.
Never. So what you will do, you will target to reach the boarding gate at 4 p.m., not even at 5 p.m.
Mm.
So you will
Yeah.
count backwards from the 4 p.m. So you will include the time for travel, include the time for security check, include the time for the corona protocol, include the time for the passport and the passport control protocol, right? So after including the time for these, you might say, okay, if I have to reach the boarding gate at 4 p.m., so I should be started from the home at around 12 p.m., right? Maybe that Canada is better. Maybe you can start at 1, you reach at 4, exactly at the boarding gate. So you're fine to wait for 1 hour. So waiting for 1 hour will be a problem, or missing the flight will be a problem. Tell me, guys.
Yeah, missing the flight.
Missing the flight will be a problem. It will be a huge problem, right? So you cannot miss a flight, you cannot miss a train, you cannot miss an exam, you cannot miss an interview also, right? You cannot change the dates. Basically, you have to catch up on those. So basically, what they're saying is that before I start, you finish reaching the place, right? Is it clear? That is why it is called a start to finish. So, start to finish, you know it already, it exists in our personal lives. And then I'll show you that how do we represent it in the Primavera. So, in the Primavera, for example, I'm taking an example of the recent projects that I'm planning for. I'm as a consultant, I'm working with a telecom company. Now, what this telecom company is doing, they are upgrading all the 3G and 4G mobile towers into the 5G technology. Now, after that, there is an activity here which is called activate 5G frequency. So in the new mobile tower, the 5G is using a different frequency which is denser. Okay, it can transmit more data. So you have to activate that after the mobile tower is installed or upgraded. Now, basically, there is a subject matter expert who does that. Now, here is the resource constraint. The resource constraint is that we have got one subject matter experts to be shared between 5 projects. So guys, do you see on the top? One subject matter expert is there for 5 projects.
Shared in the 5 projects.
So it means that if I want to basically have this subject matter expert come to my site, I'll have to call him and have an basically find out his availability. I have to take an appointment, right?
Yeah.
Right or wrong, guys? Can I appoint him right away and tell him the date? No. Basically, I have to call him, then I have to request him for a particular date. Then he will tell me that if the date is available or not, or what is the earliest. So I call him, I tell him that, can you please come at the earliest to my project? So what is the earliest date that you provide me? So he says that I can come on this date. So guys, can you read the time scale for me and tell me the date, not the day. Can you read the time scale?
Date.
Look at the arrow.
Mhm.
Look at the arrow which I marked on the time scale. Please read the date. Tell me the date of the Friday.
13th, January 13th.
Are you sure?
It's January 8. January 8 is the starting date.
It's
January
15.
15. 15 is the starting day.
No, don't shift it. Don't shift it, man. Don't shift
17,
it. Like,
18, 8. Okay.
see, I'll just tell you. So, guys,
Okay.
now you get proficient in reading the time scale also. Okay, now you
Okay.
don't touch it. I'll just tell you. So,
Okay.
guys, if you look at these dates on the top, so what dates are these? These are all the
These are
Mondays,
starting
right?
dates.
Monday is the starting day of the week, right? If this is the 15, so can you count to that day and tell me
Yeah,
what is the date?
16, 17, 18, 19, 19.
Correct. So that Friday will be the 19th. So this is how you read the time scale, right? So you can read it from the left to the right or right to the left also. If you read it backwards from 22, so you will get 19. So whatever is the nearest, so you be the cleverest, right? Okay. Now let's come to the main point. So this guy says that he can give me an appointment on the 19th. So it means that I have to basically shift this activity from this date to this date. I have to bring this activity here first, right? Okay. So I'm going to use the date constraint as a facility. So date constraint is my next rule that I'm going to teach you. But first of all, let me place this activity there on the appointed date. He says that he can come on the 19th. So I will move this activity to the 19th, and this is mandatory start constraint I'm going to use. Compulsorily start on the 19th. So this activity has moved to the 19th. Now I am asking him that before you come, what should be ready and prepared? He says that before I come, 3 things should be done: installation of hardware, firmware, and the software. These 3 things must be ready and done before I come to the site. So then
Sir,
I get an acted.
Sir, I missed that. How did you change the date? I
Yeah,
didn't get
I'll
that.
just show it to you. See, basically I applied a date constraint. Do you see the date constraint here? So let me mark it for you. So if you look down, there is a constraint, but constraint is my next lesson. I'm using the constraint as a matter of convenience, right? Okay. Is this clear? I'll be teaching you the constraint next. Okay, just wait. So I have to basically push this activity to the date which has been provided to me, right? Just like when you buy an airline ticket, you can buy 1 month in advance, right?
Yeah.
So basically, who is deciding the date and time of the flight? It's not you, it is the airlines, right? You only choose if it is suitable for you, right, guys? Is it clear?
Yeah.
Just like for the train, so the date and time is determined by the railway board. So you are only choosing the date and time if it is suitable for you, right? So here, basically what this guy is doing, he tells me that I will come on the 19th and I want the installation of hardware, firmware and software to be completed before I come. So what do I do, guys? I call my technical team and I tell them that, look, before he comes, okay, please complete the installation of hardware, firmware and software 3 days before his arrival, 3 days before, for reasons of safety, right, guys? I'm creating a 3 days margin for reasons of safety, right? Okay. Now how do I implement it? So you just grab the mouse. I'll help you implement. Just grab the mouse.
Okay.
Since we are already on the successor, so we will set the predecessor. Come to the relationship tab. Now click on the assign button on the predecessor side. Now you select the 1080. Select the 1080, activate 5G frequency, click on the assign button, click on the close button. So after you have closed it, say you change the relationship type to the SF because it is not FS, it is SF. SF is start to finish. And it has a lead time of 3 days because I want the successor activity to be finished 3 days earlier. So if you want some activity to finish 3 days earlier, you put here -3 in the lag column. So -3 will subtract 3 days from the start of the predecessor and it will create the finish date of the successor, -3, right? So this is called lead time. Lead means leading earlier. Do you see that? Right? Now, basically, I'm giving this team literally 9 days to complete, right? So 6 days of the activity time and plus 3 days and plus, the 3 days is what? 3 days is the buffer.
Extra time. Yeah.
Yeah, extra time, or we call it the buffer time also, right? Literally there. Now, basically it is leading. Leading means earlier. So it has to be finished 3 days earlier. Now, what is the target? The target is to finish first on the 16th. If you can't, then you may target to finish on the 17th or you may finish on the 18th evening, because by 18th evening, if you don't finish, then you won't have an input on the 19th morning, right, guys? Is it clear?
Yeah.
So I asked him, I put him on the speaker phone in front of my team. I asked him that if we miss to provide you with an input, so what is the next appointment you can give us? He says the next appointment I can give you is after 1 month. After 1 month. So guys, you tell me, would you like your project to be delayed by 1 month?
No.
Never, right? Suppose you have a direct flight from Vancouver to New Delhi. Okay. It is a once in a fortnight flight. Would you like to miss it?
No, never.
You would like to use the direct flight. Direct flight save time. Direct flight saves a lot of the changeover trouble. And direct flights are cheaper as well, right? They cost less or they cost more.
Yeah. Cost more basically these days.
They cost more, but they save a lot of time, right?
Yeah.
Okay, maybe. So you choose that whatever you want to save, whether you want to save time or money. But personally, I feel that time saved is money saved. Okay. If I reach a destination earlier, then I can be much more productive. I can get more things done. Right? Okay. Now, this example is clear or not?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, just keep this in mind how to use it. Now, I'll tell you something about the big picture. The big picture is like this. So when will you face these activities, right? I'll just tell you.
Sir, there's a question.
Yeah, just hold it. Let me explain the thing. See, these three activities. So let me change the color. How the dependence is determined for these three. So keep the big picture in mind. It will be very easy for you to use them. These three are determined by read. Did you read that?
Yeah, determined by engineering processes.
Correct. Now, how it is determined the start to finish? Start to finish is determined by
Determined by the I can say experience or
high value resource constraint.
Okay.
Or sometimes you have something special request from client.
Okay.
Special request from client. High value resource constraint and special request from client. Right?
Yeah.
Okay, is this clear?
Yeah.
So just keep this in mind. Can you guys please take a note for the start to finish? Because those the first three will be easy. So basically the start to finish will not be immediately visible to you. So special request can be in the contract, it can be in the email, it can be in the conversation you had with the client, it can be in the WhatsApp, right? Just guys, make sure you don't miss it. See, start to finish is rare, but it is there. And those who have missed it, they are in trouble. Right? And also it can be happening in case you have a high value resource constraint. If you have to do the multiple sharing of the high value, so basically you will be given an appointment by the high value resource. So you have to basically reorganize your work according to the arrival of the resource, right? Is it clear?
Yep.
Okay, so keep that in mind, that how would you prepare if you have to catch an international flight, a direct flight, right? So you got to reorganize your trip, your preparation according to the basically target of the boarding gate. If the flight is at 5 p.m., you will target to reach the boarding gate at 4 p.m. So you can't change. You can't tell the airlines to delay the flight for you, right? Similarly, high value resource, if it is there, you can't tell him that you please come earlier or come later. He will say, no, according to my availability in the diary,
Yeah.
I can come on the 19th, right? Is it clear?
Mhm.
And based upon that, you make these preparations. So you prepare the installation of the hardware, firmware, and the software you complete. So in this case, you are putting a buffer days of the buffer duration of 3 days, right? But tell me, Isha, it makes sense to put some buffer time to reach the airport
Yep.
and also the buffer time to basically complete these activities. Okay. Now, where does the buffer time calculation come from? It comes from your wisdom, your past experience, right? Keep it. Keep this note. You decide for yourself what is the right amount of the buffer, right?
Mhm. Yeah.
So you can decide it in your project. You can decide it to basically when you are going to catch the flight, you can decide it for the flight time also, right? Okay, guys, I'm pausing for any questions. Now you go ahead and ask any question that you have.
So my question is, just like we take a 3-day allowance here in start to finish. Can we do something in finish to start as well? The same, like if I want to start second activity before finish of this first activity,
You
like
can do
if
it.
I want,
You can do it. So I'll tell you the lag time and the lead time. See,
yeah, that's okay.
suppose
So lag,
lag and lead.
yeah.
First, I will tell you the lag time. So when I need the lag time, suppose
Mm-hmm,
if I'm basically I'm doing the painting. So this is the painting activity, right?
mm-hmm,
And immediately I start without any lag time. Immediately I start the decoration activity, room decoration. There is no lag. There is no gap. Now,
mm-hmm.
guys, can you just imagine what is going to happen? See,
Won't
the
work
paint
out.
is wet, and the people, those who enter the wet paint room, so
Mm-hmm.
they leave smudges, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So then what do I do? So I do this thing. First of all, when I plan the painting activity, then I say, guys, please lock up the room for 3 days. Then you start the decoration activity. So this is called 3 days lag time.
Lag.
I put a gap 3 days. So this is basically called the material curing time.
Mm-hmm.
3 days lag. So in the technical world, in the engineering world, this is called material curing time. So if you are using some plaster, you will let it stand for 3 days to become hard. So then you will do the next step. So if you have poured the concrete, you will let the concrete become, basically you would like the concrete reaction to complete, right? So for
Yeah.
28 days, you will be keeping the concrete cool by pouring the water on it, right? So
Mm-hmm.
it will take 28 days to cure, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this is called the material curing time. Sometimes you don't want the successor to basically wait for the predecessor to finish. So what you can do in that case, so you can start the successor like this. A little bit of the overlap is there. So when you put the overlap, this time will be represented by the minus symbol. Let's say you want to have an overlap of 3 days, right?
Mm-hmm.
This will be called the lead time.
Mm-hmm.
And the relationship will be still finish to start, but it will be leading 3 days. The start of the successor will lead the finish of the predecessor by 3 days.
Three
So
days.
these 3 days will be called the lead time. And when you have the plus, it is called lag time. Lag means useful delay because it is
Mm-hmm.
useful to let the paint dry, right, guys?
Yeah. Right.
It is useful to let the concrete become solid, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it is called a useful delay. A delay, but it is useful. But delays are not useful in real life. So suppose if you reach the airport on time and if the flight is delayed, it is not useful, right? But in this case, we call it the useful delay because this delay lets the curing of the base material before you can do the further process on that, right? So it is called the lag time. And what is the lead time? Lead time means that you don't have to wait for the entire predecessor to complete. You can start with a little bit of the overlap the successor, right? So in this case, the arrow is going to look like this. So the arrow will start from here and it will connect here like this, right? Okay, is this clear to you, Isha?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now lead and lag, basically they are applied in the same column. See, if you want to apply the lag time, just put here 3. And if you want to apply the lead time, put here -3. So right now it is the lead. Lead means early, leading, right? Leading. So basically you can see that it is leading the start time of these predecessor by 3 days. So that's why you have a lead time of -3. Okay. Okay. So any more questions, guys? Or do you have any more questions here? Okay, no more questions. Okay. So guys, we will have a lunch time and then we will start again. So during the lunch time, I would advise that you guys take some nap. So I'm going to put a message in the group. Okay, fine. So you can, and also remember to start your recording. Okay.
I think I have not started. Okay, let me.
Oh, you have not started. So you can basically, yeah, you can see the recording button. You can press it now. Okay, done. So you have the permission to record.
So you can see my screen.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So now we will close this lesson. So you can press Ctrl W. And close this lesson. And click yes. Okay. Now you make a copy from the lesson number 1. You select lesson number 1 and you can make a copy. You can right click that. Correct. Now we will look at the rule number 4. So let's have a look at the rule number 4. So based upon that rule, we will do this lesson. So if you scroll to the top, so read what is the rule number 4?
So,
Date constraints, right?
date
Date constraints. So basically, what is a constraint? Constraint means limitation. So what is the project level constraint? Project level constraint is the overall duration of the project. Overall duration will be, if you look at any project in the future in your professional life, we'll find that if you actually need 4 years, the client will provide you 3.5 years. And then there will be the constraint of the budget also. This is called the limitation. So now, when we are talking about the date constraint, actually the date constraint happens at the activity level. So in the activities, you have a range of dates, but this range of dates is limited for the activity to happen. So that is the concept of the date constraint. So using the date constraint feature, we can further adjust or fine tune the schedule, right? So let us understand that how the date constraint facility help in fine tuning or adjusting the schedule which is created by calendar. Now get into the Primavera and rename the lesson number 4 as date constraints. Date constraints, capital C. Capital C, and instead of D, it is T, constraints, T, T for Tom. Correct. Okay. Now open the lesson number 4. Okay. Isha, you have done the same?
Yes.
Okay. Now, there are various date constraints, so we will create group for them, and we will be able to understand them when these activities are grouped, and then it will give us a better understanding. So to create the group, so you go into the WBS. So click on the WBS button from the left side, and then you click on the add. Go to the right side and click on the add button on the right side, top right corner, and you write the constraint name as in the WBS name. You write start, on or after. Okay, you just get into it. You write here start, on or after. Start, on or after. Correct. Okay. Now you select the parent. You select the parent, and then you add it once again. Add another one. Finish on or before. Finish on or before. Now click on the add. Now go to the third one and you write primary and secondary constraint. Primary and secondary constraints. Okay. Constraints. And if you wish, you can expand the size of the column to be able to use it more comfortably. Expand the size of the WBS name column. Oh yeah, fine. Now select the parent once again, then you add. Yeah. Write the name of the constraint as late as possible. As late as possible. Now once again select the parent and you add another one. And you write here mandatory finish. Mandatory. MANDATORY. Mandatory finish. No, finish. Not finished. Finish. There is no ED. Just remove the ED. Correct. Mandatory finish. So there are 5 constraints that we are going to learn. Just hold the screen. Isha, please confirm that you have the same.
Yes, Dutta.
You have the same ones? Have you created?
Yes.
Okay, now come to the activities. See, in the activities, so you select 2 activities. Okay, select the first 2 and cut them and move into 4.1. Cut them, Control X. Now select the next 2 and cut them and move into 4.2. Select 2 again, cut it and move into 4.3. Now select only one only. Cut it and move into 4.4. Okay. And then you select 8 activities, cut them and move into 4.5. 8, correct. Cut them and move into 4.5. And the remaining ones you can delete. Okay. The remaining ones you can delete them. And click yes. Okay, fine. So as soon as you basically deleted those activities, you see that the critical path has been calculated, right? Do you see that? They suddenly turned right. So the critical path has been calculated by the algorithm. Now, coming to the main point, we will understand the, first of all, let us end. So you just rename it as 1 and the next one as 2. You rename them as task 1 and 2 like this. No. You go to the next one now. You keep the you press the escape button. No, Baba. Not like this here. I just I wanted you to add just number 1 to the task. Okay, yeah. So let me, just put 1. Yeah. Then after this, you put the 2 after this one. That's it. And you link them. How do you link them? You select the task 1, then you select the task 2. Okay, using the cursor and the shift and the down the arrow, and you link them in the finish to start relationship. You right click and link. If you right click and select the link, you know what's going to happen. It is going to assign the finish to start relationship by default. Okay. Yes, correct. So this is correct. So this is good. Tell me, Isha, you are ready. So shall we start?
Yes.
Okay. Now let me tell you that what is the meaning of this. If you look carefully here, the start date for the successor has been acquired from the relationship, right? This 8th of January has been referenced from the relationship, right? Okay. Now, let me tell you in the real life situation, in the real life, you will be working in networked environment. Okay. In the networked environment, when you are going to assign a resource, a person to the task, he will get a mail alert. He will get a message, just like you get a message when some transaction is happening in your bank, right? When some amount of money is credited into your account, you get an alert, right? Right, guys?
Yeah.
So you get like that when you work in a real environment in the Oracle, because the Oracle database will be running on some, you can say on some cloud database hosting center, right? Cloud-based database hosting center. Now, when the database is online, it is capable of sending the email, the alerts, and also the alerts on your apps also. Now, what happens? I will tell you that on the task 2, there is a person who is assigned on the task 2. He gets a mail alert after you assign the resource. Now he comes to you. He says that, boss, I want to talk to you regarding my activity, right? Okay. Now, so he says that I want to talk to you. Ask him that what happened. So he says that, look, I'm working in the current project. So in the current project, I have taken a leave. So basically, I won't be able to join your project on the 8th of the January. So I am on the leave during this period. So guys, do you see the red patch? Okay. So he says that I would be able to join from Monday 22 onwards. Now, guys, there are two choices in front of me. First thing is that I have the choice to select another resource and replace him, right? Right or wrong?
Yeah.
I have the choice to replace him, but in this particular case, the situation is that this task 2 is a complex one. I don't want to replace the resource. Rather, I want to wait for the resource to join back and continue the activity from the date he joins. Right, guys? It might happen, right? So it means that I'll have to shift his activity to the 22 January Monday here. I'll have to shift it here, right, guys?
Yeah.
So is it clear to you? Because I'm not willing to use another resource, rather I will wait for him to join. So it means that I have to use the facility of date constraint to shift this activity to the January 22, right? Now to do this, I have a facility called date constraint, which lets me basically apply the constraint and shift the activity to January 22. Now to do this, guys, you select this task 2, place your cursor on the task 2. Now you click on the details. Click on the details. Now in the detail, you come to the status tab here, status. Okay, you come into the status. So once you come into the status, I want you to see, if you look here carefully, do you see there is a block which says constraint? So basically using this block, you can apply the constraint on the activity. Now to apply the constraint, you have to select the constraint. So the name of the constraint will be start, on, or after. If you scroll down, then you can see start, on, or after. You scroll down more, and then you select start, on, or after. And you select the constant date as he is joining from 22. So you select here 22, which is a Monday, January 22, and you click on the select button. So once you click on the select button, you can see that the constraint is applied, right? Now, once the constraint is applied, you will see there is a star which appears against the start date. You know what is the meaning of the star? Star means that this date is not naturally calculated from the relationship, rather it has been basically calculated from a constraint. So there is a constraint applied on this start date, right? Is it clear? Yep. There is a constraint applied on the start date. That is the meaning of the star. Now, this date is basically pushing the activity forward in the timeline. You see that activity has been pushed to the 22. So basically what has happened, you have adjusted, right? Using the constraint, you have adjusted the start date of the activity, right or wrong, guys?
Yeah.
Okay, so whenever you apply a constraint, you know, it is a best practice to write a note, because the person might be confused. He will see a constraint and he will not see a reason. So he does not know, you know, but he does not know. So go to the notebook. I'll tell you that how to use the notebook now. Come to the notebook and you click on the add. And you select the reason for the note as constant, because you know Primavera is a very disciplined software. If you're writing a note, it will ask you the reason. What is the topic? So you select constant and click on the plus button. And you click on the close button. Close this box first, and then now you click on the modify. Now here you will write the note as the resource applied on this activity. The resource applied on this activity will be available from January 22 onwards. January 22 onwards, right? Okay. Now you click on the OK, and this note will be stored, right? See, someone looks at the constraint and then he finds a reason. Now guys, listen carefully. I have a very fine point to make here. I have written the word resource, not human resource. Now, when I write resource, it could be human resource, it could be machine, it could be material. So please do not have any hard thought, hard-coded thought that the constraints are applicable on human resource only. Suppose a machine is to be available from 22. So this activity has to wait, right, guys?
Yeah.
So if there is a material, so I have to wait for this material. Man and machine is there, but the material would be arriving on 22. So I'll have to wait, right?
Yep.
I'll have to wait for that, right? So that is the reason we have written the word resource, not human resource, so that in the future, whenever you have constraint of any resource, you want to shift the activity from the available date of the resource, you can write it like that. So is that clear to you, Isha?
Yes.
Is it clear? Okay. Now Now we will see the effect of the constraint. Now, if you look at the two activities, so between these two, you are seeing a float line, right? So guys, do you see this float bar here? See this dark bar is the float bar, and below the float bar there is the relationship line. So how many days of the float is there between the task 1 and 2? Actually, can you count the number of the working days? The gap of the
12.
12, correct. So you can actually see that it is mentioned in the total float column. So right now, if I shift this column here and I bring this column to the front, you can actually see that there is a 12 days float here, right? Do you see that? 12 days float, but there is no float on the task 2. Why? Because if you look at the task 2, it is touching the finish date of the project, right?
Yeah.
It is touching here, right? It does not have any float. But there is a float between the task 1 and 2 because the task 2 has been forcibly pushed away. So forcibly pushed away by what? By the date constraint, right? So that's why there is a star here, right? This has been pushed away. Now guys, tell me, if I increase the duration of the task 1, so is it going to push the task 2 or is it going to consume the float? Tell me. If I increase...
Sorry, what was the question, sir? Can you repeat?
Okay, question is, I am repeating once again slowly. If I increase the duration of task 1, is it going to push the task 2 or is it going to consume the float between the two tasks?
Consume the float.
Consume the float, because the float is nothing but an empty space. So first the task 1 will expand and expand. Once the empty space is consumed, then only it will start to push the task 2, right? Because between the task 1 and 2, there is a float which is created due to the date constraint, right? First the task 1 will advance like this. And once it reaches this last point, then the float will become 0. Then it will start to push the task 2, right guys? Is it clear? Okay.
Yeah.
Now let's see that in action. Now, change the duration of task 1 to 12 days and see that the float will get consumed. Change the duration of task 1 to 12 days. Gurmit?
Yeah.
Change the duration of task 1 to 12 days. Change it to 12 days and press enter. Now, do you see that the float is getting consumed? Float is getting consumed. Do you see now the float is reduced to 6 days? Where is the 6 days? Here, right?
Yeah.
This is the 6-day float. Now, if I make the duration of the task 1 to 18 days, then the float will become 0. Right? Float will become 0. Now you change it to 18. Change the duration of task 1 to 18 and observe the float. Do you see that the float has been consumed? Now it is being also marked as critical, right? Because if some activity doesn't have a float, it is a critical activity, right?
Yeah.
So is that clear, guys? Okay. Now, if I am increasing the duration from this point onwards, it is actually going to push the task 2, right? Okay. Now change the duration of task 1 to 22 days. And then you will see that the task 2 will be pushed by task 1 and they are going to move back to back. Do you see that they are moving back to back?
Yeah.
Right? So there is no gap right now, right? You make it as 24, you will see it is moving back to back. 24.
Oh.
No, small d. Always use a small letter. Right? 24D. Do you see that it is moving back to back? Okay. Now you make it to 23 days. You make the duration to 23 days. So it is coming back to back, right? You make it to 21. You will see that it is coming back to back till its boundary point is reached. Okay. Now you make it as 18. If you make it as 18, you will observe that it is still back to back because till this point is the limit, this Monday, right? Now you make it as 12. Will it come back?
No.
Will the successor come back? No, successor won't come back. It's going to stay put here because this is the constraint boundary for this activity, right? Is this clear, guys, now?
Yeah.
So it means that the task 2 can be started when the resource has joined from the Monday onwards, right? Because this statement says the resource applied on this activity will be available from January 20 onwards. So after January 22 onwards, this task can start on or after January 22. Now it makes sense. In the name of the constraint, it makes sense now. Start on or after 22, right?
Yeah.
So you can use it. So if you think that you have a situation like this, okay. Now, if this is clear, then we will move to the next one. You rename this as 3 and 4. Okay. Go to the 10220, rename them as task 3 and task 4. Now you also link them. First you select task 3, then you select 4, and then you right click. Select 3 and select 4, and you right click and link activities. Okay. Now, here also I assigned a resource on this activity. So guys, if you look at the finish date of this activity, which is the task 4, do you see this 13th of the January? Basically, this has been also, basically the 13th January has been reached because this task 4 was pushed by the finish to start relationship, right? Okay. So its start date and finish date change due to its relationship. Now this activity is finishing on 13th of the January. Now there is a resource who is assigned on this task 4. So this resource, he comes to me and then he says that I want to talk to you regarding something. I tell him, yeah, fine, you tell me. So he says that you assigned me on the task 4, but I have to tell you this point. The point is that I am basically on the notice period. I'll be working with your company till this duration. So guys, do you see the green patch?
Yeah.
Do you see the green patch here? Okay. Now, this is the last date. Can you tell me by reading the time scale, what is the last date for this guy? Count backward from 22.
20, yeah, it's 20.
Correct. It is 20th of the January. Is that clear to you, Isha?
Yes.
So he says that I would not be available after 20th of January, 6 p.m. So it means I have to set a constraint for him. I have to set a constraint for his activity. So his activity will be limited till this date. Do you see the boundary line for his activity?
Yeah.
Okay. Now I have to set the constraint from the date constraint facility. So I'll go into the status, come to the status tab. In the status, you select finish on or before constraint name, finish on or before, correct? And you set the constraint date as 20th of January and click on the select. So once the constraint is applied, you will notice two things. See, once the finish constraint is applied, the star will appear on the finish date, right guys? When the constraint is applied on the start date, the star sign appears on the start date. When the constraint is applied on the finish, it appears on the finish date. Okay. Now, if you look at this date, 20th, you see its float has been trimmed up to the 20th only. Normally, the activities have the floats going till the end of the project, right? Do you see that? But for this activity, the float line has been trimmed up to the 20th of January, right? So it means that this activity can come up to here only, right? This activity can come up to this point only. Okay, it cannot go beyond that point. Okay, now let us do an experiment. Let us push this activity using the increasing duration of the predecessor. Let's say the predecessor is taking 8 days. change the task 3 duration to 8 days. 8 days. So do you see that the successor is getting pushed and the float is getting consumed, right? Okay. Now change the task 3 duration to 10 days. Change it to 10 days. Do you see that the float is getting consumed? Now it is reduced to 2 days.
Yeah.
Right? Okay. Now increase the duration of task 3 to 12 days. You will see that the float will be totally consumed and it will become the critical path. Do you see that, guys? It has become the critical path. So why it has become the critical path? Because the finish date for both these activities is limited up to here due to the constraint. And when the finish date is touching the constraint date, which is the last date, then the float, which is being referenced from the calculation of the float, is not from the finish date of the project. It is coming from it is being referenced from the constraint date. Right, guys? Is this clear?
Yeah.
See, its constraint date is 20th of the January. Is it clear to you, Isha? Are you
Yes, sir.
getting the point which I am trying to tell you?
Yes.
Its last date here. If you remove the constraint, then its float will be referenced from the finish date of the project, right? So any activity which is having a constraint of the finish date, so its float will become 0 when it touches the constraint date. So that's why its float is 0, because its float is being calculated from the reference of the constraint date. So it is being marked as a critical path, right? It is now critical because if there is some commitment on this date, so you will be delayed on that commitment, right? There can be small commitments inside the project, right or wrong, guys?
Yeah.
Basically, the entire project is a commitment. So the entire the finish date, the last finish date of the project, that should be also basically be maintained. And there are small little commitments which are managed by the constraint, right? So the float has become 0. Now I want to show you what is the negative float. I'm not sure if you've heard or not. Basically, people have wrong ideas about the negative float. I want you to start with a correct idea about the negative float. Now change the duration of task 3 to 16. Make it as 16. From 12, you make it as 16, 1 6. So guys, when you make it as 16, do you note there is a sort of a yellow bar which comes up? It looks like sort of a ribbon, right? It is called the negative float bar, right? Now, what is the purpose of the negative float? Okay. Basically, the negative float is your friend. It is telling you to correct the plan. Why? So guys, do you see that there is a twist here? Small twist, which is basically looking like a twist on the toffee wrapper, right? You see this twist here?
Yeah.
Tell you, see, this twist is basically representing the finish date. So guys, what is the finish date? What is the purported finish date? It is 20th of January.
20th January.
Now, if you look at the float, so what is the quantity of the negative float?
So it is
Minus
the date.
No, this total float column. Read this.
Okay, -4 days.
-4. Now, what is the meaning of the -4? I'll tell you. See, basically, this is the last date. So, what is the last date? So, the last date is basically the Saturday 6 p.m. here, right? Now, what is the -1? So, -1 means that you are exceeding the deadline or the finish date, okay? By how many days? See, Monday is the -1, Tuesday is the -2, Wednesday is the -3, and Thursday is the -4. So you are exceeding the finish date. See, Sunday will not be counted because Sunday is a non-working, right?
Yeah.
So from the Saturday, you are exceeding the time limit by 4 days. Is that clear to you, Isha?
Yep.
Since you are exceeding the time limit by 4 days, so your friend, your negative bar is telling you you are going 4 days beyond the finish date. So it means what? So it's a friendly warning. You wouldn't be planning like this. You wouldn't keep this plan. Basically, what you will do, you'll call your engineering team. You'll ask your engineering team, guys, basically, we have a situation here. Our deadline is on the 20th of January, and there is something on the predecessor due to which we are exceeding it by 4 days. So I'm willing to provide you more man and machine. Please calculate and please bring the, remove the negative load. So what they do, they calculate that, okay, we need these many extra man and machine, and then they reduce the duration to 12. So guys, you reduce the duration of the task 3 to 12 and see what is the impact. Change it to 12 days. Now, once you change it to 12 days, so the float is reduced to 0. So guys, this is technically fine. But guys, you tell me, is it practically fine? Think of it. 0 float. Would you plan like this?
No.
Okay, you're not able to answer this question. Let me ask you the question. Your flight from Vancouver to Delhi, which is an international flight, is going to take off at 5 p.m. Would you plan to reach the boarding gate at 5 p.m. or 4 p.m.?
At least,
Four.
yeah.
4. Because you want to have some float. So you know what you will do? You will tell your guys, I'm willing to provide you more man and machine. Please reduce the duration of task 3 to 10 days so that at least we have some float, right? Okay. Okay. Now you make it as 10. So once you make it as 10, the things look cool. Now you do have a float of 2 days here, right? So you are practically fine. You are technically fine and you are practically fine as well, right? Is this clear, guys? Now, who helped you in this case? Who helped you set the deadline? Who helped you remind about the deadline of this resource? So it is reminded by this constraint type finish on or before. So whenever you apply the constraint, so you'll have to write a note. So did you write a note? No, you should write a note, which is a best practice. So come to the notebook. In the notebook topic, you select add and select constraint. Okay. Yeah. Click on the assign and click on the close button. Close this. Close this. Okay. Now you click on the modify. After that, you write here, you write the text as the resource assigned on this activity is available till 20th of January, 6 p.m. So it is better to note the time also. 6 p.m., right? So it could be a man or a machine, right, guys? Is it clear now?
Yep.
Okay. Okay. Now click on the OK. And now you look at the complete picture, it's going to make sense, right? So, and anybody who is looking at the constraint, he says that the float is trimmed. He can see the reason here, right? Why the float of this activity is getting trimmed up to this point, where normally all the activities, their float is going up to the end of the project, right? So for this activity, there is a constraint here, and anybody can see that there is a finish constraint. So finish constraint is still 20th. You can see the star, right? You can see the star, you can see the reason, and you are fully convinced and you are okay, fine. So that is good planning, and it is explicitly mentioned that why the float is, why the constraint is applied and for what reason until what date, right? So is this clear, guys?
Yeah.
So you have to do the documentation of the reason, right? So this is a best practice in the project management. Normally a trainer will tell, okay, this is constraint, this is that, but he will not tell you that you should be applying the node. Now I've seen many people, so basically they're shunted out of the planning because, they would apply hundreds of constraints, that the top bosses will go mad. They're not able to understand that why constraint, why this, why this, why this, why this. So each time they read the plan, they will have to call that person. Why did you have now? Even that Even the person who originally applied the constraint, now he's scratching his head, trying to recall why he applied the constraint. So, guys, do you think that's a good situation in the professional, in the professional life? You're standing in front of your boss. You definitely will have a reporting manager. Wherever you work, you will always have a boss, right? So, what's your job? Your job is to make life convenient and easy for the boss, right? So that he can do the business well. So, such kind of resources, they are very much appreciated, and well-trained resources are like a gem in any company, right? Is it clear, guys? So documentation you must do so that the person reading your plan has the complete reason to understand, and you also would not like to be disturbed. You give him the plan and he can read it and he can use it, right? Without asking you for the explanation, right? So that's the way to lead a cool life. Okay, guys, is this clear?
Yep.
Now we come to the primary and secondary constraints. So you rename this as task 5 and 6. Okay. So is that clear to you, Isha?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So do you have a boss? Do you have a reporting manager or not?
Yes, I do.
Me?
Both of you have a reporting manager, yes or no?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think they are happy and cool with you, right? Okay, so you're doing the right things in the job, right? Good. So now make the duration of both of these activity to 4 days. You reduce it to 4 and 4. 4 days and 4 days. I hope they like what you do. Okay. Now you select 5 and then 6 and you link them in the finish to start. Link activities. That's in the middle of the list. Link activities. Link, Baba, it is in the middle of the list. Link activities. I think you need a cup of coffee. Okay.
Yeah, right.
No. Yes, I know. I have handled 200 people in a team at a time. So I can see. It's not your mouse right now, actually. So you just go and grab a cup of coffee. You just sprinkle yourself, your face, you sprinkle your face. Because I tell people to take a nap. You did not take the nap. You're just watching the Facebook. Okay. Just go and sprinkle your.
No, I was slept when you call, actually.
Okay. So you should have told me, na, that I'm
Yeah.
a little bit bored. See, I'm cool. See, basically, guys, I'm running very small batches, When I run small batches, what is my focus? My focus is on the individual. Okay, I don't care to teach Tom, Dick, and Harry. Tom, Dick, and Harry, they come in very large number. They come in flocks. I don't teach flocks. I teach serious engineers, right? So just do one thing. Do you have a coffee machine or something? You just grab a cup of coffee. Be comfortable.
I have.
Okay, just go and get it. I'll wait for you.
No, I'm okay. I have a water here.
Okay,
I'm
so
okay.
you have some water. You can sprinkle your face and be comfortable. I told you the first rule in my training: relax. No pressure from my side. Absolutely no. Okay, we are working in different time zones, right? Absolutely no pressure. If you want to repeat, you come in the next batch. Okay, most welcome.
Okay.
Anytime in the next 6 months, free of cost. Okay, fine. Now let us understand the primary and secondary constraint. Now, I'm sure that you must have borrowed a book from the library. So, the library, suppose you go to the library and you tell her, ma'am, I want this book. She says, look, this book is out in the circulation. You will get it on the 8th of January, right? So you get that book on the 8th of January. Then she puts the return date as the 20th of the January, right? She says that you can use this book for 12 days. So within the 12 days, you might use the book for, maybe you can finish the book in 3 days or 4 days. It really doesn't matter. So she says that, look, you can utilize this book, okay, for this period. She puts a start date, then she puts a finish date also. But the total duration, the work duration is 12 days, but you need it for 4 days. That is the concept in the project management also. Now, what is this situation in the project management? It is quite practical. See, suppose on the task 6, basically you are utilizing a very heavy equipment. Let's say it's a 100-ton capacity crane, a crane which can lift 100 tons. Definitely, it's not a small resource, it's quite big. And it will be shared amongst multiple projects, right?
Yeah.
And the resource manager will not forget the crane after providing to you. He will remember it. Okay, this crane has been assigned to the project which is headed by Gurmeet, and this crane has been provided for the duration from 8th of January till the 20th of January. So it means that in Primavera, you have the facility to apply two constraints: the primary constraint on the start side and the secondary constraint on the finish date. Right, guys? Is it clear to you?
Yeah.
So that the resources can be optimally distributed between multiple projects. So this is how it works. So we will apply this constraint and then we will get better in our job. Okay. Now you come to the constraint block. So let me show you something. If you look carefully in the constraint block, there are two of the constraint, primary and the
primary and the
Guys,
secondary.
let me tell you, it's a Primavera only feature. Only Primavera has this. During the last 40 years, no software could provide this primary and secondary constraint. I don't know why. Because I've been working on Microsoft project. I'm working on Smartsheet. I'm working on another project planner inside the ERP, the SAP. But only Primavera has it. But you know, this is very frequently used. Okay. Okay. Now let us apply this, and then in the real life we can apply this, right? So now the start date of this crane will be, you select here start on or after. You select start on or after, and the date will be 8th of January. Okay, you select here 8th January. So this crane will be provided to you on the 8th of the January. Click select, and you can see instantly that the start date is shifted. You see that? And there is a star on the start date, right? Okay, now this crane has to be used till the 20th of January. So you select here finish on or before, and you select here 20th of January, and you click on the select. So once you click on the select, you will notice one thing. First, you will see that this is trimmed up to the 20th of January, it's load, and there is a star on the finish date. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Okay. So in this case, the activity has got star on both the dates, right? Start and the finish. It means that both the dates have a limit, right? Okay. So you can see what is the usage duration for this activity. The usage duration for this activity is like this. You can see it like this. Right, guys? Is it clear to you, Isha? Do you see the green patch? So basically, what is the duration of the green patch? What is the start and the finish date within this green patch? So within this green patch, the start and the finish date is basically 8th, and the finish date is 20th, right? So you can use this resource, or you can use this machine between these two date ranges, right? Between 8th to 20th of January. So the 8th January is implemented by the start on or before, the 20th is implemented by finish, and the combination of both these constraints, the whole concept is called the primary and secondary constraint. Right? Is it clear? Now let us do an experiment. We will do the same experiment once again. In this experiment, we will try to push the successor beyond the constraint date. Now go to the task 5, change the duration to 10 days. Change the duration of task 5 to 10 days and see what happens. Do you see
we can move forward.
It is consuming the float, right? Okay. Now you change it to 14 days. 14 days. So guys, do you see that the float has been consumed completely, right? So the successor has been pushed to the limit, right? So once it is pushed to the limit, it has become red and the float has become 0, right? Because it says that you have touched the finish date limit, right? Now let's try to put it beyond, make it as 18. So I'm sure you know what to expect if you push a activity beyond its finish date.
Get
You
the
expect to see
negative
negative float. So negative float is like the negative budget of the home, right? Suppose if a person is having a monthly income of, let's say, $10,000, right? And he's having a lifestyle of $12,000, then tell me what is the negative float here?
Yeah, $2,000.
$2,000 is the negative float of money. So you can't have it like that because that's not realistic, right? Is it clear? So we have to ensure that there is no negative float. At least the float should be zero. So negative float is not a realistic planning. So this software is so good, it gives us a pre-warning so that we don't end up having the wrong plan. So I can see this yellow ribbon, right guys? So you remember what is the meaning of this twist? You see the twist here?
Yeah.
Just like the toffee wrapper. So basically this twist is reminding that this is your last date. If you go beyond the last date, then it will be the negative, right? Okay. Now you call your team and then you tell your team, so guys, we must be finishing this activity before the landing date or the lease date of the crane. So what do? You tell your guys, okay, you reduce the duration of the task 5 to, let's say, to 12 days. From 18, you reduce it to 12, right? So at least you have a float of two days, right? Friday, 1 day float, and Saturday, 2 day float, right? So even that's good as long as we are finishing within the limit of the equipment provided to you. You're fine, right, guys? So your limit starts here and it finishes here. So as long as you are within this limit, you're fine. If you get a book for 12 days, you can read it in 3 days. You keep it at home. Nobody is going to ask you. You go on the 12th day and return it to the library at school, right?
Yeah.
Is the concept clear to you? Okay. Now, if this is clear and you have no questions, so we will understand as late as possible. Now, for this, you rename the task as closing process. You rename this to closing process. You rename this as closing process. You write the name as closing process. Okay, I'll explain to you what is a closing process. See, guys, when we are closing a project, so we have to do certain administrative activities like removing the debris from the site, cleaning the project site, remove the unused material, remove the unused machine and material, and remove temporary structures and get QA acceptance criteria from the client, give final invoice to the client, get final payment from the client, give final payment to the subcontractors, and release the subcontractors from the contract. Like these are the things that we have to do. These are non-engineering tasks. We do not create any work breakdown structure. Rather, what we create a lump sum duration. We say that during the closing process duration of 6 days, last 6 days of the project, we will do this. Now, how to basically do this? Basically, this activity will be basically set to count backwards 6 days. It will be the finish date of this activity will be aligned with the finish date of the project, right? Okay. Now, how to do it? Very simple. So we have a constraint type here. So you select the constraint type here as late as possible. And you will see it instantly going to the end of the project, right? Okay. So what do you do after this? You go into the notes, come into the notebook, and you select here add. Then you select constraint and click on the add button and click on the close button. And then you can basically write here the list of the activities that you will do. So you can create a bulleted list. For example, I'm going to write it, just wait. So clean the project site, right? Get quality acceptance certificate from client. From the client, you get the quality acceptance certificate. Now get final payment from client, right? Just a moment. Client. Okay. So then what you do? Hand over maps, drawings, and documents to client, right? And then there are a lot of points. Okay. Right. So you can write this point, right? And then you write etc. So this is the way to close the project. So these are basically, these are non-engineering activities which have to be done in the lump sum duration of 6 days. Now, you're one of the team member, he is basically handling this. He says that, boss, we need 10 days. So just make it as 10 days and see what is the effect on the dates. Which date will change? The start date or the finish date? Make the duration and
Start date will change.
start date will prepone. It will start earlier because the Primavera will say that if you need 10 days instead of 6 days, then you start 4 days earlier. Right? So what is the 4 days earlier? 17th of January, right, guys?
Yeah.
So is it clear to you, Isha? Is it clear? Have you understood the concept?
Yes, sir.
Closing process. See, why we don't create a work breakdown structure? Because the activities which are listed here, these are opportunity based, not process based. Process based activities in the engineering, they have a particular sequence. These activities, maybe some activities might have sequence, but most of the activities don't have a sequence. Whatever gets done first, it gets done first, right? So that's why we write it into the duration. Now, suppose if someone is still planning the project, okay, so what that person will do? Suppose if he is changing the duration of this activity task 2, you change it to 12 days, you will see this activity will also jump along. You go to the top, go to the task 10 and change the duration to 12 days.
Here 12 days.
Yeah, task 10 on the top. Go to the top. You will change it to 12 days. From 6, you increase it to 12, and the finish date of the project will change, and this activity will also jump.
This will also move forward.
Okay. Now change it back to 6. Change it back to 6. It will jump back. Right, guys? Did you see that?
Yeah.
So it jumps back, right? So this also comes back. So this is how this thing works. So this is called as late as possible, right?
Okay.
So I'm sure that you would be able to use it, right? Okay. So do you have any questions till now from 4.1 to 4.4?
So, sir, as late as possible, conditions must be using at the project closeouts, right?
Yeah. So that is one application during the project closeout. You can use it. Mostly it is used there only. Okay. Because according to the PMI, we have a closing process. In the closing process, we gracefully close the project. It's not that we abruptly leave the site. We have to do certain cleanup jobs, right? We have to sign certain and over the map drawings and documents. Yeah, because if I'm constructing a shopping mall, then I have to train the operational staff. So what do I have to train them for? I have to train them how to use the HVAC, heating, ventilation, and air conditioning equipment. I have to train them on using the lift, proper and safe usage of lift, the fire prevention equipments and the alarms, right? CCTV, I've installed CCTV in the building. I've installed generator in the building. I've installed the solar panel on top of the building. What is the maintenance? What is the cleaning, right? So all these things, they have to be taught by me. So that is part of the closing process. These are not engineering tasks, right? So they have to be done during the closing process, which is a lump sum process. So we write a checklist and we say that, okay, whatever is the duration of the activity, but it must be finished within the umbrella duration of closing, right? Is it clear?
Yep.
Okay, fine, great. Now we will learn about the mandatory finish, and this is also very much useful. And you guys have to just give me 5 minutes. I'll be back.
Okay.
Now we will be learning the mandatory finish, right? So to learn the mandatory finish, Do the same. You go to this activity, rename this as A, like this, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Okay. Okay, these are the activities. Now, we will first go and understand the concept. What is the meaning of mandatory finish constraint, right? And what is the situation where it is applied? Okay, so we will learn it from the situation. The situation is here. See, so guys, on the right side, there is a building which is being constructed grounds up, right? A building is constructed in this direction. So I've created a plan which is basically very, very revolutionary plan, and everybody's surprised. So I plan like this. I'm creating the plan grounds up. Now, the first thing which is here is the basement -2 parking, right? You see that? So this is a shopping mall. It has to have a basement -2. Now, my commitment with the client is that it should be completed before 31st January or by 31st January. So if I complete it on 31st January, then I am entitled to a payment of 10 million units of money, right? Right or wrong? And it is compulsory. Compulsory in old English means mandatory, right? So, that's a legal language, mandatory. So mandatory in ordinarily, we will say it is compulsory to finish. Okay. So it is mandatory, it is mandated. Why? Because we have signed a contract like this. So what is the agreement? The agreement is that you complete the building deliverable by deliverable. So what is the deliverable number one? Basement -2, you get 10 million. You complete basement -1, you get 10 million. You complete ground floor. So for each of the floors which I complete, I'm going to get 10 million units of money. And when the fourth floor is completed, my project is complete, right? So my total payment will be 70 million, but it is tied up to the finish of the each of the deliverable, right, guys? Is it clear?
Yep.
Now, my first deliverable is to be completed on 31st January, and it is mandatory, and it is combined with a finish milestone. So, guys, have you heard of the word milestone? Can you tell me that what is the meaning you understand from the word milestone?
Milestone is like you achieve some target.
Yes, correct. You achieve some target. Basically, where it has been taken. So, in earlier times when people would be traveling between two cities, so the engineers, those who constructed the roads, they will put a milestone. How many miles you have completed, or how many miles you have covered or journeyed, right? So a person might see 100 miles, 200 miles, 300 miles. Okay. He will see also not only the miles that he has covered and how many miles are remaining to the destination city, right? So the word has been taken from there with the meaning. So here the meaning of the milestone is that how much you should complete, what you should achieve. What is the milestone to be achieved on 31st January? The milestone to be achieved is the deliverable basement -2 parking should be complete. So once I complete, then I am entitled to a payment of 10 million units of money, right, guys? Okay. Now we will see how do we implement it practically in the Primavera using the milestone, using the constraint mandatory finish and combined with a finish milestone. That's a best practice, right, guys? Okay. Now let us come to the Primavera. Now in the Primavera, so first of all, you close these groups. Okay, you close this group so that we have some space for working on the mandatory finish. We want to create some space at the bottom. You close 4.2, close 4.3, close 4.4. Okay, yeah, keep 4.5 open. Now you place your cursor on the activity H. Place your cursor on the activity H and you select or click on the details. Detail. Now you come to the general. Come into the general tab Okay, hold it here. Isha, you're here. Are you synchronized? Can you please unmute
Yes.
mic?
Yes.
Huh? Okay, you're synchronized. Okay. Okay, fine. Good. Now, here you can see activity type, right? Okay. Now, first of all, you select activity type as finish milestone. You write the activity type as finish milestone. I mean, you select it, finish milestone. Now, guys, there are three things which have happened when you selected finish milestone. First of all, the duration of the activity has become 0 because milestone is an indicator. It is not an activity, actually. It is not a task. You don't do anything. It just is a flag. It indicates. Second thing which has happened that you will notice a finish milestone has only a finish date. It does not have a start date because it is the marker of finish, right? And third thing which happened that it has turned into a diamond symbol, right? Diamond symbol. So just like the diamond symbol in your card, but it is in the red color in the card, but here it is in the dark color, right? You see that diamond symbol here? Hmm? Okay. Now what we need to do, we need to fix the date because this milestone has to be achieved by the 31st of the January 6 p.m. So now we will go into the status. So in the status, you select mandatory finish. In the primary constraint, you select mandatory finish. And your constraint date will be 31st January, 6 p.m. Okay, you should be careful to select the time also. Select 31st January and you put the time as 18 hour. 18 means 6 p.m. right? 18 hours, right? Okay, and click on the select. Okay, now you rename this basically milestone as basement -2 completed. Instead of the H, it should be basement -2 completed because that is the first commitment you have to complete. No. Where are you going? Where are you going? Here in the name. Rename it as -2 completed. Actual name of this achievement is basement -2 complete. Write the word complete and press enter. Right? Basement -2 complete.
Yeah.
Isha, you have written the same? Basement -2 complete?
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. Now, after this, so what do? After you have written the basement -2 complete, now you call in your engineering team and you ask them, so guys, so basically we have a commitment and this commitment is basement -2 has to be completed by the 31st of the January and by 6 p.m. of course. And you have to write a note also, right? Whenever you set a constraint, you have to write a note. So go to the notebook and you select the reason constraint and click on the add button. Close this box and you click on the modify and you write here as per contract. That's it. Very simple. We are applying this constraint because it is as per contract. And you click on the OK. Okay. So, and you can also see that when you apply a constraint, you can see the star. Do you see the star here, guys?
Yeah.
Yes.
Whenever you apply constraint on anything, the star will come. Now we come to the main point. Now you call in your technical team, and these are young guys. You tell them, guys, we have to set a sequence. What is the sequence for doing these activities? What is the relationship? So what they're telling you, boss, it is very simple. So what you need to do is just select this activity from top to the bottom like this, okay? And you just link them. So you say, fine, okay, do I have to link? Nothing else? They say yes. So you right click here and you link them.
Like I can click anywhere and link, or
Yeah,
the
yeah,
last one?
click, right click and you just link, right? So once you link them, all these activities, they are linked in the finish to start relationship. And there is something which happens. So guys, did you see that what has happened after the linkage?
Everyone have a
Negative float.
Yes, we have a negative float on the entire path. The entire path is having a negative float of 15 days. So it means that we are trying to use the 15 days beyond the finish date as in the contract. So what is the finish date which is mandated in the contract? As per the contract, the basement -2 should be completed on this date. Okay, so we have gone 15 days beyond, right? So if you go toward the right side, it is the negative float. So now we are actually 15 days behind the schedule. So right guys, 15 days. And it is not a realistic situation and it is not an acceptable situation. Now what happens is that after doing this, so they are puzzled what to do, right? So then I tell them, guys, not to worry, I will teach you schedule compression technique, right? So guys, you will also learn schedule compression technique. Everybody will learn schedule compression technique, which is part of the project management. Without understanding the schedule compression technique, you will not be able to use this software effectively. Now, there is a definition of the schedule compression. Okay, so Gurmeet, you read what is the definition here?
schedule compression is reducing the originally planned duration of the project activities. There are two types, like first is the fast tracking, second is the crashing. Fast tracking is when the FS means like our finish to start
Correct.
is replaced with SS, that is start. SS means start with start, or like I
Yeah,
forgot about that.
start to start relation.
Start to start relation, or finish to put the activities in parallel. And crashing, when fast track is not possible, then we can add more resources to individual activities to reduce the overall duration of the network path.
Okay, so keep that in mind. Now, what is the originally planned duration? See, originally planned duration is right here. It is having a negative load. So, guys, I'm presented with the original plan. So, when the plan originally comes to me, it is having a -15, -15 negative load. So, I examine the activities very closely and using my expert judgment. So, what do? I suggest to these guys, if you look at the relationship, okay, if you look at the relationship of A to B, right? It is the finish to start, right? So I say that according to my experience, we can convert this relationship into start to start without any problem. So I ask them to change this relationship type to SS. So you go here and change it to start to start. So when I change it to start, do you see there is a reduction in the negative flow?
Yeah.
Okay. Now I ask them to select
9
activity
days
C.
only.
Select activity C.
Should we save it here or?
No, there is no need to save. You come to activity C.
Okay.
Now between C to D, once again, it is the finish to start relationship. Then according to my expert judgment, I tell them, you can change the relationship type to finish. This time we will use finish to finish. Okay. Not start to start, but finish to finish. So even finish to finish is leading to the reduction of the negative float, right? So how much negative float we are left with? -3. -3, right? So this is the finish date, and that side it is -3, right?
Yeah.
Now they ask me, can we change the relationship any further? I say no, it is not possible to change the relationship. Now what do? I say that you have these activities E, F, and G, since we can't change the relationship between E to or F to G, because the outcome of E has to be compulsorily completed, then loaded into F. And it will be processed in F, then it will be outcome of F has to be compulsorily loaded into G, right? So that is why we are not able to change the relationship, but rather we are going to add more resources, man and machine resources to EFG and reduce the duration of each activity to 4 days, right? Now you go to the EFG and change the duration to 4 days each. 4 days, 4, 4, 4. Because you increase the man and machine combination. Now, guys, do you see that the things are not only cool, but we do have a float of 3 days, right? We do have a float of 3 days. So basically, that gives us the buffer to complete the entire network, right? So we have got a buffer of 3 days, right? Now, guys, I will just tell you, I need to explain this point because someone might ask you, someone might be a tough interviewer in the future. He might ask you that, do you know schedule compression? You will say yes. So tell me that what are the two techniques? You will say fast tracking and crashing. Then the person might ask you that why the fast tracking is the first preferred. Guys, you want to know or don't want to know?
In fast tracking, we don't need to put the extra resources.
Correct. Because if you need extra resources, then you will have to have a meeting with the resource manager, right?
Yeah.
Tell me, guys, what is easy? Changing the configuration of the activities that you ran or getting more resources from the resource manager. Tell me what is easier of these two.
Yeah, easy to.
It is easy to basically change it to SS. So you are not asking for extra resources, but rather you are changing the date of the activities. That's why we prefer to do the fast tracking first. And when we run out of the fast tracking options, then we do the crashing. Of course, during the crashing, we tell the resource manager, if you don't help us in getting more resources, so the project delivery will be late. A project manager can do only as much as the resources provided, right? Right or wrong, guys?
Yeah.
Right.
A soldier can fight as much as the ammunition provided, right? It is just the same with the project manager. You need man, machine, material, and it has to be provided by the organization. So you do your planning using the Primavera. So everything is neat and clean and calculated mathematically and transparent. So of course, if you have done the calculation using the Primavera, and definitely the company will provide it to you because there is no doubt about it. It has been calculated with engineering process and scientific methods using a software. So you have done two techniques. So you have applied two techniques. So one technique, which you have applied is the fast tracking. You have applied the fast tracking in this portion. Then another technique which you have applied is the crashing. You have applied the crashing on which activities? EFG, right?
Yeah.
So is this clear, guys?
Yeah.
So the concept of fast tracking and the crashing is clear. Now, who is the hero? Basically, the hero is your milestone, which is basically constrained by the constraint of what is the constraint? Must finish on a mandatory finish, right? So it is the mandatory finish, okay, constraint, which is the hero, and mandatory finish is basically combined with which one? So mandatory finish, it is combined with the finish milestone, right? You see that this is the finish milestone, and finish milestone only has a finish date. The start milestone has only a start date, right? Okay. So why we combined it with the finish milestone? So that activities are free to move and we can see the float. Because if you pin down the activity using the constraint, then activity will be tied up here. Then you won't be able to understand the float. So basically, the float or the positive float or the negative float is understood best when we have the milestone. So the milestone becomes like a reference. In earlier times, the lighthouses, the lighthouses used to serve as a reference to the sailors, right? Do you know that in earlier times the ship didn't travel in straight lines in the sea? They will travel near the continents, right? So that they can get references from the lighthouses. So they used to use the Morse code. They will send a Morse code to the lighthouse, and the lighthouse guy will respond that you are near this country and this is your distance from the shore and this is your latitude and longitude. Right, guys? Is it clear?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's how it works. Now, these days, since you have the GPS and the satellites, your reference is taken from the satellites, right? So definitely you need a point of reference, whether it is on the land or the sea. So in the project, the point of the reference is milestone and combined with the mandatory finish. So if the milestone is pinned down, it acts as a reference date, and you can see that how near or far or beyond the reference date you are, right? Is it clear? If the 3 days float is acceptable to your team, so you're fine. If you need more float, so what you can do? So you can compress it further to squeeze out more float, if that is technically possible, right?
Yeah. Sir, I have a doubt here.
Yes, yes, good.
So basement -2 should be complete at first.
Yes, why not? So basement -2 is at the bottom of the building. So how
Yeah.
do we number the buildings in India? -2, -1, 0, not like the US
Yeah.
or the Canada, right?
Yeah.
So
No,
how do
like
we complete
minus
a building from the bottom, right? So
from the bottom.
yeah, from the bottom, we start the construction from the bottom. So what is the problem? So we go like this. So what is there at
Yeah,
the bottom?
but if we go to the, yeah, it's okay. Yeah, I understand this. But if we go here, so basement -2 is, this is the last
No, no,
sequence.
this is the first
Is
one. Then you have to write even more. I am using only one
okay.
example. After that, you will write the basement -1, then ground floor, first floor, second floor. You know, your plan will go on.
Okay, so it will be go in the
You will write one more group. One more group
okay.
to one more set of activities for basement -1, one more set of activities for basement,
Okay, so
then ground floor,
so
first
so
floor,
this
second floor, and so on.
these all activities are only for basement -2.
Basement -2, yes, correct.
Okay,
Yes,
okay,
absolutely.
okay, okay, okay.
Basically, these activities are helping to complete, you know,
Mm-hmm.
a basement -2. Then there will be
Okay.
another set of activities, maybe
For
something else.
okay.
So that will help me complete the basement -1. Then there will be another set
Mm-hmm.
of activities which will help me complete the ground floor, first floor, second
Mm-hmm.
floor, third floor, fourth floor. And then whatever is the last floor, so till that it will be mentioned, right?
Yeah, okay. Okay.
So is it clear
Yeah.
to you, Isha? Is it clear to you, the question he asked? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Now, guys, so let's have a complete look.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Please have a look at all the constraints and please ask your questions, any random questions that you may have. So please ask. So we are done for the day, but please ask some question. No, no questions yet. Not a problem. So if you get a
So,
question, yeah, yes, yes. Tell me.
so, are we completing the histograms and S curves things
Tomorrow,
tomorrow?
yes, we will do a plan, and once we have a plan, we'll have a data. So basically
Okay.
histogram and S-curve, you know, so we are going to look at the resources. We will see the resource histograms. And when
Sir,
we have some status of the project, then we will be able to see and understand and appreciate the S-curves.
Mhm.
Not only that,
Okay.
we exporting the data to the Excel, and we will creating the graphs there, pie charts, bar charts there, and we will do the comparison histograms, which is called the clustered column graph in the Excel. We will do that. Definitely,
Okay.
we have to do tomorrow.
So
Sir,
tomorrow we will be finishing it. So do we have any Q&A section after that?
Tell me again.
I mean, question and answer sessions after that, like after
Yeah, yeah,
finishing.
definitely. You can ask as many questions as you like. See, I told you guys, see, finish time is not the criteria of this training.
mm-hmm.
The criteria of this training is complete skills. I'm creating skilled people. I'm not creating knowledgeable people.
Sir,
I
one more
just
thing.
free. Yes.
Sir, can I claim PDUs for this training?
So PDO I will explain to you later the process. Yeah.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
so there is a little bit of fee attached, but definitely I will help you get some PDO. So have you done your PMP?
Yeah.
So in which year?
I recently, I think 3 months back.
Oh, 2-3 months back. So you have got 3
Yeah.
years ago. So why are you worried about the PDO? You want them? You want to keep the PDOs as the credit in your account?
Yeah.
Okay, if you want to keep it, so that's fine. So I will tell you. Okay, so you
Okay.
can keep it
Okay.
and you can use it at the end of 3 years in
Mhm.
the future. So it will be easy for you to renew the PMP certification.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. That's not a
Yeah.
problem. So that I will tell you separately.
Mhm.
But if you don't have any questions right now, please write
Mhm.
down some questions on the topics that we covered today. And guys, let me
Okay.
tell you that tomorrow
Mhm.
the man hours will be required. Man hours will be 10, not 8. Okay,
Okay. Okay.
so be prepared. So what you do right now, do nothing. Just go to sleep.
Mhm.
Okay, so
Okay.
that is the
Okay.
And
best thing that you will do to learn Primavera tomorrow.
what's the starting time tomorrow?
Tomorrow time we will basically I will ping you guys around the same time. I'll also try to sleep early today because I think
Mhm.
it helps you guys to start and finish early, right? Both of
Yeah,
you.
Yeah.
yeah, yes.
Okay,
Okay.
I'll try to
Okay.
get up early, right? So because there are 2 people, 3 people, this is very adjustable. When you're teaching
Mhm.
high number, then things become very, very inflexible. Okay. So
Mhm.
basically, after tomorrow, I'm sure that you are going to give me more business. Okay. Okay, fine. So
Okay.
you take good rest and the recording will convert. So you know the process. Okay. Fine. Good night.
Sure.
Okay.
Thanks.